Samuel 11:2.50. The infection of negative emotions. On one occasion one of my teachers said to me, "Try to express your unpleasant emotions in the most pleasant way that you can so as not to hurt." Of course, at that time I did not understand even that I had unpleasant emotions, or that I talked bitterly, and so on. When I began to understand how important self-observation was, I began to realize that I had unpleasant, or, as we call them in this work, negative emotions, and that hitherto I had never realized this, nor had I made the slightest attempt to express them as pleasantly as possible. Now a person who is really negative is more dangerous than a virus or a bacterial infection. A really negative person can infect 20, 30, or even 100 people with negative emotions, and if speaking in public, many more. So understand that the dangerous things we suffer from are first of all things called bacteria, which can be seen under the microscope, and then viruses which are so small that they cannot be seen under any ordinary microscope, and are even more infectious. And finally there is a person who is thoroughly negative and can infect people in a much more dangerous fashion than bacteria or viruses. For that reason in the work we can bear one another's bacterial infections, and we have to put up with them as best we can. But if there is in the work a really negative person, a person fast asleep, a person full of envy, bad moods, and evil will, I say that such a person is much more dangerous from the work point of view than any physical infection. Physical illness often opens things, but negative states shut things. Do you understand that a person in the work who is struggling with the development of himself or herself may have an infection, or whatever it may be, and this will not necessarily destroy their attempts to form in themselves a new psychological body of thought and feeling which depends on a new view of everything, including themselves, gained from the ideas of this work. But if such a person who struggles in the work to change his mind and live in another way internally meets someone in the work who is full of bad states, who is always negative, and all the rest of it, this person may infect not only him, but a lot of other people, as the poison is far more dangerous than bacteria or viruses. These people are generally on the borderline of the work, and think they have not been treated rightly. So we see that infective poison starts in the bodily realm, but goes up to the psychological or spiritual realms. Now what kind of infection in the psychological or spiritual realms do we have to protect ourselves against? What is the subtlest infection in the psychological realms, as distinct from the ailments to which our physical body is exposed? What, if we want to make a psychological body, must we guard against? What can destroy the beginning of the formation of the psychological body, as distinct from the physical body? Everything that the work says will teach you about its high prophylactic power. It is an antitoxin. What is one of the answers? I mean, what is the most effective psychological thing that we have to resist and deal with at all costs? I repeat, it is negative emotion. And I repeat again, that it is your fault if you are negative. You cannot grow in your internal side, or your internal man. You cannot build up something that will resist life in your psychological side, if you have an open cesspool of negative emotions always. That will destroy everything in the delicate formation of a new understanding, and a new body within the physical body. Oh, compared it with an explosion in a laboratory. Now what do negative emotions do as regards your internal psychology, which is at present in complete chaos, in every ordinary man and ordinary woman, for which reason people feel so wretched and unhappy? and cannot make conscious relationship with one another. Negative emotions twist everything. They make wrong connections in your psychological side. When you are negative, you are filled with lies. What is a lie? A lie is wrong connections internally. What is truth? Truth is right connections internally. When you begin to see how negative emotions lead, when you begin to distinguish what they say to you, then you are beginning to make it possible to have a basis for the second organized body within you that I will call for the moment a psychological body, as distinct from the physical body. So therefore consider. Observe what happens when you are negative. Notice how everything is wrongly connected in you, as regards seeing the other person, and notice how when you are not negative towards this person everything is differently connected. Begin to see this for yourself, and then you will begin to see that the work is truth, and something perfectly real that you have to do and not listen to only. How can you expect to make right relationship to one another if you are all governed by negative emotions? And how can you expect to advance in this work and get in touch with higher centers if you will never face your own negative emotions with a strength that will give you a new mind and a new understanding of life? Amwell, 18.2.50. Observation of one's fantasies. The work, among many things that it teaches, says that we must struggle with imagination. In this respect, it says roughly without going into too many details, that directed imagination is quite different from mechanical imagination. In other words, it says that imagination is not wrong but necessary if it is controlled and directed towards a certain object. For example, if you are going to build a bridge over the Zambezi, you have a directed plan, and you use your imagination in a directed way, as to where you should build it, with what materials you should make the spans, etc. This is where the imagination will serve you. What then in such cases is the imagination? It is the power of conceiving one thing, then conceiving another, until you find with the aid of your directed imagination the best way of building the bridge. And the same applies to everything, because a person with no imagination will not be able to build a bridge, or a house, or anything else except along stereotyped lines. But when the work says we must work against imagination, it does not mean that we must work against this directed imagination, but against the passive imagination which works by itself without direction. This imagination we can call fantasies. In this passive imagination, there is no second force. Take a dear little person, all teeth and smiles, who has won the beauty competition for the district, and has been kissed by the mayor. She finds in a short time that all this is forgotten, yet at the same time her fantasy will work at the point where she appeared in the papers, and she will become embittered in a way towards life, because she does not pass straight into Hollywood, as she probably imagines she should. So she will satisfy herself with fantasy, and this will take quite a quantity of energy from her relationship to life, or to her husband, or to her children, or her job. This will eat her. What will eat her? The fantasy that was stimulated by her moment of publicity. Now the same applies to men as to women, in this respect. Here is a man or a woman who spends a lot of his time in daydreaming, or in fantasies, conceiving how wonderful he or she could have been. If you marry anyone with strange fantasies of this kind, whether man or woman, you will always notice something that you cannot make out in them. Suddenly their eyes become unfocused. It is always interesting to me to see what direction the eyes follow. Slightly upwards, I think. For the moment the person indulging in such fantasies is not there, and cannot hear what you say, and then in a moment he or she is brought back to reality, as it were. Now it is this form of imagination that the work is talking about when it says that you must overcome imagination. The sad look, these unfocused eyes, always mean that you are being eaten by a fantasy, that you are giving way to it, that you pass into the world of your own private fantasy. I remember a fantasy of mine, when I first joined the work, that after a few months with Mr. G I would become a magician in a black cloak with a large felt hat and glittering eyes, to whom everyone would bow down. However, when I really met the work, I found it was nothing of the kind. When you are sad in this way, do you see what is happening to you? What is eating you? The moon is eating you. Are you negative, or not? Yes, you are negative. You are withdrawn from what you have to do in life. So much poetry is about this sad fantasy, and this is why so much poetry is negative in character. And again, how many romances are about this fantasy, and how eagerly they are read by people whom life has not satisfied, and who drain themselves through imagination of what it would be to be an adored person, a world-famous person, in the papers every day. You must understand that this fantasy of which I am speaking can very powerfully operate on the majority of people, and only renders them unhappy. Now, as I said, these daydreams, these fantasies, have no second force in them, but a little self-observation which is sincere and direct may begin to destroy them. A little honest realization of what one is like may begin to destroy them more than anything else does. You begin to realize you are not much good, as regards this world success about which you make a fantasy about yourself. You have got the wrong starting point. Self-observation in the work sense is to make us start rightly from what we are, but fantasy or passive imagination makes our starting point all wrong. Now most people regard dreams in the same category as fantasies, but a dream can smash a fantasy completely. A dream brings in second force always, and second force will smash completely these fantasies that have no second force in them. For that reason I want to tell you a story in which you will see what I mean. Self-observation can destroy fantasies, and also a dream coming from higher centers views your life situation, and yourself in a different way from your dream states. Do you not see that self-observation brings second force in your life into your dreams, and makes you see that you are not like that but just an ordinary person? In other words, self-observation destroys your fantasies. In the same way, a certain class of dream also makes you aware of a second force just as though your dream is compensatory to your daydream. A night dream and a daydream are two entirely different things. A night dream will make your day fantasy such that you realize second force, the force against what you want to be according to your day fantasy. It points out, for instance, that you cannot fulfill it because, say, you are ugly, or you have no talent for acting, or you are very uneducated, so you have to accept your present life without these daydreams. All this is exemplified very well in the following story, in which a night dream smashes a daydream completely, and cures a man, because it brings in second force. The story tells how a man relates to a stranger the dream that he has had while having a tooth out under gas. He dreamed that he was a famous singer traveling in a luxurious car with his manager, accompanist, and chauffeur valet, to fulfill a concert engagement. In the dream he was conscious of a feeling of great inferiority to his accompanist, a trained musician, and a man of European culture, who silently hated and despised him because of his ignorance and lack of education. He felt inferior also to his valet, who was continually boasting to him of his success with women, and who flaunted his affairs under his master's very eyes. On arrival at the concert hall, his manager brought him fraudulent accounts to sign, according to his custom, and his unavailing protests were cut short by unavoidable interruptions. As he was about to begin his performance, he woke up. I will quote in full the words of the dreamer in which he contrasts the dream with the reality to which he awoke. "I am a clerk in the city," he explained gently. "I have a wife, a son, and 2 daughters. I am loved. When I was young I had a fairish voice. Still have, I suppose. All my life I have daydreamed that one day I would be rightfully acclaimed a famous singer with the power of money, the admiration of many women, and the technique of a master. I have not always been too easy to live with in consequence. Arrogant with the conceit of a life that never happened, contemptuous of the life I lived. But now I have seen misery in high places. Now the real dream has shattered my daydream. Even if I wished I could not get back to it. My mind knows too much. And, well, curiously, I have woken up to the delight of being me." From Personal Reappearance short story by Paul Feeks. Evening News, 13.2.50. Now do you see how this man had a fantasy as regards singing all his life, which of course would make him unhappy. You all know that if you have such a fantasy it eats you, it makes you discontented, it prevents all relationship. If you always think according to your fantasy, if only, then things would be different. Now that is the force of imagination which we have to work against, not the directed imagination, which is linked up to the directed mind. And also you must finally understand that loose, undirected fantasy can find very easily the negative part of emotional center. Remember, your fantasy belongs to the side of vanity. It has been said, I forget by whom, that man is nothing but a machine run by vanity, and everything is done on the basis of a false personality. The work says that one is run by one's false personality, which is completely imaginary. All the great dreams that people in the work begin to have are against this force of imagination. It is useless to say that dreams are nothing but imagination, and this remark has always interested me because imagination is one of the most powerful things. There is such a thing as rightly directed imagination, and such a thing as loose imagination, which is what keeps negative states going. That is why it is said that when you are negative it is such a struggle with imagination, trying to get things right, because imagination will suggest all sorts of things that never really happened. Amwell, 25.2.50. Chief feature. In the early days of the work in London, great emphasis was laid on chief feature. G defined chief feature as the axle round which everything turns. He said, a man must work against chief feature in order to change himself. When we heard this, a lot of us began to think we knew what our chief feature was. Understand that if you take this idea into your minds, it seems a most interesting and valuable acquisition of knowledge. It means that all you have to do is to discover your chief feature, and your present psychology will give way to an entirely new development. We understand that in order to change personality, and false personality, that is, that part of one that has been acquired from life, there can be no change of being as long as the central axle remains the same. He taught that the quickest way to make the personality passive in order to make essence grow was to discover your chief feature, and make it your central aim, to work against it. This dazzling idea affected us, and endless questions were asked about what is one's chief feature. When O was teaching this part of the work, he was naturally asked many questions about it. We expected him to tell us what our chief feature was, and he always answered in the same way. He always said, if you were told your chief feature, you would never believe it, and further he added, if you were told your chief feature by someone, it would prevent you from ever realizing it for yourself by internal observation. So you can well believe that for a long time endless questions were asked about chief feature, chief feature, chief feature. Now if you are told something from outside that you have not yet reached the stage of seeing the truth of from inside, it will handicap you, and, in fact, hinder you in this gradual process of the work which brings you little by little to see what you are really like, where your chief feature really lies. Now you do not come to your chief feature by momentary self-observation. I mean, you cannot see your chief feature by suddenly trying to observe yourself. You must understand, as I said above, that unless you see your chief feature for yourself you cannot work against it, and if anyone tries to point out your chief feature it will make it more difficult for you to realize it yourself. Now self-observation practiced at least 2 or 3 times a day gradually gives a long background of slightly more conscious moments in regard to yourself than you would otherwise have if you simply remained asleep day after day, and identified with every event. In other words, the practice of self-observation is not immediately curative, but becomes capable of curing you by its extension in time. Let me say that if you have done something, whatever it may be, again and again, and never observe yourself, you won't be able to change this particular thing in yourself. But if you have observed it, even while you do it, over a long time you get a work memory laid down in you that by a kind of accumulation will make you less and less willing to do the thing that you have always done. This will make a curative force which results from self-observation. Do you understand that there are 2 memories? The ordinary memory of a person asleep that is almost always based on internal accounting and negative states, and another memory which the work begins to form in you which is based on self-observation. This more conscious memory spread over many years is the memory that can cure you. Remember, the light can cure you. Light means consciousness. In the ordinary way, we live our lives without a ray of light entering at all. In other words, we are not conscious of what we do. We simply do it over and over again. Remember the definition of self-observation. The work says self-observation is to let a ray of light into your inner darkness. What is your inner darkness? It is just always behaving as you do without observing how you behave, and if you are like that you are man asleep, woman asleep, or mechanical man, mechanical woman, governed by 48 orders of laws working on the inhabitants of this earth. In other words, you are driven, and again, in other words, you do not exist, and again, in other words, you are a machine driven by external events. Now to be in a state like that is extremely unsatisfactory according to all esoteric teaching, including the teaching of this work. Of course, many people cannot see that they are machines. Every event makes them negative. They blame life, and not themselves. They never think of taking these events that make them react as they do as things to work on. They never try to separate themselves from the ordinary effects of the events of life on them. Now, as I said, momentary self-observation will not change you, but if you try sincerely to observe yourself 2 or 3 times a day, although you cannot alter yourself, you can at least become conscious of how you are behaving. This daily work on yourself builds up new memory which can begin to change you. It will begin to weaken your immediate reaction to the situation. How? because this new and more conscious memory, which is the result of light letting little into you, will make it very difficult for you to behave always in the same way. You are beginning to feel it is rather stale, rather tedious. I was always very interested in this side of the work. People do the same thing day after day, in sleep, so it always seems fresh to them, new to them. But if you have this work memory built up in you, you will not want to do it very much. I said, I was interested in this side of the work. Do you understand that a thing becomes stale if you know you have done it before, and it loses its attraction? Now it is only by developing this consciousness in time body that you can begin to see your chief feature. You will begin, as G1 said, to take photographs of your life, not snapshots, but time photographs, and you will begin to see that all through your life you have behaved like this or like that. This will make you begin to see that you have always been a nuisance to other people, always been difficult or dishonest. Of course, your picture of yourself is quite contrary to such an idea. There is of course nothing much wrong with you. Now a time photograph will come only when the exercise of daily self-observation begins to show you things in yourself that have been controlling you the whole of your life. So you will come nearer to being about to see what your chief feature is. And what is this due to? Increase of consciousness. Remember that the work says that only an increase of consciousness can change you. So you cannot be changed by what someone says to you. You cannot be changed by anything outside you, but only by what you begin to see internally about yourself. Amwell 4.3.50. On thinking for oneself. Most people react to their fathers or their mothers. You have, for example, a man who reacts to his father, and who then is in opposites. What are the opposites in this case? On one side is what Papa taught, and on the other side is what the son thinks. Of course, this applies to women also. In the case of the man, if he is really reacting to his father, he hates everything that Papa taught him. For example, if his father was very religious, he tends to hate religion. On the other hand, he may be passive to his father, and accept everything that Papa said. In the spiritual, psychological development of man and woman, this conflict is fundamental in the sense that it begins their psychological development. I have recently had a letter which said, "My mother seems to bring out the worst in me at the same time." This may apply to a man who, when he goes to see his mother, feels irritated and handicapped. You must understand that the psychology that we acquire from either Papa or Mama may be very good for us in the first 2, or perhaps 3, octaves of life, but if we merely follow it passively we cannot grow up. Christ said, "If any man cometh unto me, and hateth not his own father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, he cannot be my disciple." Luke XIV.26. And also he added somewhere else, "Think not that I came to send peace on the earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's foes shall be those of his own household." Matt. X.34-36. Now this new form of thinking, this metanoia or change of mind which the ideas of the work can effect in you, will always go against the acquired psychology derived from your upbringing. What idea underlies this? Do you notice that this work constantly says that you have to think for yourself, and that the object of this work is to make you think for yourself? Now if you think always from Papa and Mama, You cannot think for yourself, for if you do, you will always think from opposites, such as Papa never told me that or Mama would not like that. Therefore in such a case you are thinking from opposites just in the same way, as if you oppose your father's thoughts again you are thinking from opposites. Only your own private thinking will reconcile the opposites, if you are thinking from the work, and, of course, in order to do this, you must know what the work is about. If you think for yourself you will no longer find yourself in opposition to either of your parents, although of course they may think quite differently. The ideas of the work gradually change your thinking, namely, produce metanoia or change of mind, in you, and, as a result many apparent opposites become harmonized. You must try to find examples for yourself. But the main point of the work is that unless you are born into individual thinking for yourself about the problems of life you will not develop, and you will remain simply a function of reaction to your parents, or of acceptance of them. Have any of you ever had the thought of your own quite independently of what your acquired psychology tends to make you think? If you notice where a new thought comes from, it is never from either one side, or the other of the opposites. It comes in between as the reconciling force. I remember talking about this once, and saying that we are brought up by our parents to think that all Germans are awful, or that all Frenchmen are awful, or all Russians are awful, and vice versa. He said, you have to say to yourself, if you observe this, which German? So first of all we have to acquire the opposites in ourselves, from our training. Afterwards the history is quite different, as regards the second education of a man, or a woman. It is necessary gradually to bring these opposites together, into the third force, that lies between the opposites, so that if you hate the Germans or Russians, you say which Russian? Or which German? I cannot tell you what a difference this makes. Therefore it is necessary for us to have the opposites in us before we can think for ourselves, and with individual thinking through the power of the work something comes that unites the opposites gradually so that ultimately we have no terrific opposites, but are in between them. This means first the development of the formatory part of the intellectual center which tends to think in terms of either or, and then we have to reconcile the opposites produced by the formatory center into yes and no. This gives a great deal of force and a great deal of freedom at once. So much of our psychology is held up by being based on implacable opposites. Now all reconciliation of the opposites depends on individual thinking from yourself. Let us say that my papa says to me, never shake hands with a person who does not believe in God. Suppose I remain under the psychological orientation of what Papa told me, I would always tend not to shake hands with a man who does not believe in God. On the other hand, I may tend only to shake hands with those who do not believe in God. But do you not see that it is the same thing? It is still the opposites, because I have not begun to think for myself about the whole question. Suppose suddenly that after a certain time I have a moment of illumination and I say, what am I doing? What does it mean, a person who believes in God, or who does not? This is the beginning of the work acting on me, and this makes a difference in your relationship to other people. You cannot get an expansion of consciousness as long as you are in the acquired opposites. A person is neither good nor bad, nor am I. Once you can see this in yourself, then in your relationship to other people, you begin to find a third force, a way of taking people, and yourself, as not being wholly evil, or wholly good. This is the beginning of mercy in you, and it is what mercy means. Mercy is not violence, and as long as you are in opposites you are always violent. Someone says, "What, he does that kind of thing? I won't have anything more to do with that person." And someone in the work says, "But don't you do it?" And after a lot of humming and hawing I think, well, I am perhaps like that myself. So try always to think what mercy means, because it lies between the opposites. Think very much about what external considering means, one aspect of which is seeing others, in yourself, or seeing your own faults, in the other person, always an irritating thing. Among the sayings of Christ not included in the Gospels are the following: when the Lord was asked by a certain man, when should his kingdom come, he saith unto him, When two shall be one, and the without as the within, and the male with the female, neither male nor female i.e. active and passive are replaced by third force. And again, if ye make not the below into the above and the above into the below, the right into the left, and the left into the right, the before into the behind, and the behind into the before, ye shall not enter the kingdom of God. Amwell, 11.3.50. Psychotransformism. This work has been called psychotransformism. I never liked this phrase myself, but several people thought it was a good phrase. However this may be, the point is that it refers to impressions coming in as hydrogen-48, and being transformed. There is something a little difficult to understand here, and therefore you must have patience, and try to listen to what the work is saying to you. Most of you have heard that life as a neutralizing force keeps personality active and essence passive. If life comes into you as hydrogen-48, and is not transformed, you will be under impressions that you get from your five senses, that is, from life, and this keeps you asleep. This means that you will be kept asleep, because you see life as you see it. Now the work says that it is necessary to transform impressions coming in as hydrogen-48, and turn them into hydrogen-24, by means of the work itself. Now the work itself contains ideas that are not derived from our sensory contact with life. The work contains ideas that you could not possibly derive from your sensory experience of external life. And it is only when you begin to relate your external situation to work ideas that any psychotransformism can take place. Let us take the ordinary idea taught in religion that man lives after death, and is judged according to his life on earth. Is there any corroboration of this through the five senses? Certainly not. We see the dead man put into the earth, and that is all. And so we think that death is the completion of life. With such a sensory view we might very well think, as many do, that we can do what we like on this earth, because death is the end of everything and there is no hereafter, no second life, no recurrence. But suppose a man becomes imbued with the idea that he is somewhat responsible for what he does, because there is something awaiting him, when his physical body is dead and his psychological or spiritual body remains, he will begin to behave differently. This is an example of psychotransformism due to an idea not derived from sense. He sees all this money laying about on the floor, to take another example, and he does not steal it, because he has the feeling that to do so would be a sin in view of his psychological life. Do you not see that in such a case he undergoes some psychotransformism of his sensory impressions? He sees the gold lying about. This is hydrogen-48, I mean, there is the gold. Ordinarily he would take it, but he has the idea that it is not his, and that he will be judged afterwards by his life on earth, so he transforms impressions by means of a higher idea for which the senses do not give any evidence. Some call this faith. In any case, he transforms impressions according to the light of his understanding. He is then in a sense a more reliable man than a man who simply took the gold because he saw it there. Now I am quite aware that this and the other example are not very good ones from the work point of view. The transforming ideas of the work, although naturally they will contain also the ideas given above, are much more interesting and subtle. For example, take one work idea, and by that I mean an idea that conducts a neutralizing force that is not derived from life, but from the conscious circle of humanity. Take the idea that man is not one but many, and apply it when you are quarreling with one another. Is it a transforming idea? Is it an example of turning 48 into 24? You must understand that turning 48 into 24 means a development of consciousness, a finer sensitivity, a finer grasp of yourself and other people. In short, as I say, it is a definite development of consciousness, which is the aim of this work, through its ideas. According to the senses, that is, according to hydrogen 48, which designates our impressions coming in from outside. According to this level of thinking, a person is one, packed up in a solid body. Therefore extraordinary complications take place in which people accuse each other, murder each other, are unhappy about each other. Do you see that your senses are wrong? Now it is an axiom of the work that we must not remain unconscious of our own psychology, but must begin to realize in this case that we are not one but many. Within us are hosts of, so to speak, angels and devils, that is, many, many eyes. When you fall foul of someone, as we all do at times, you must not think, I am falling foul of her or she of me, but some eyes in her fall foul of some eyes in me. From this we gradually come to understand, through a development of consciousness, that there is no such thing as I in us, as we are, that can make judgment and find fault, but only a machine that makes judgment. A man may like a woman with some eyes, but with other eyes he does not, and vice versa. To pack the whole business into one whole bundle called I is to invite disaster in all human relationships, and especially in man-woman relationship. People all have unpleasant or even truly devilish eyes, but they must be awake to them, and not identify with them, not think that this is their I. One must say, this is not really me. The work teaches that we have relied in us, which is far from most of us, and yet the work says we all have a trace of it. How many of you have had the ever-recurring experience of losing what you call your temper with someone that you care for, and then feeling that you ought to seek forgiveness? This kind of forgiveness is not much good. What you have to do is to see that certain eyes emerged, and you gave weight to them on the stage of your limited consciousness. You put the feeling of I into these eyes, which are always bitter and negative, waiting in the wings to emerge on the stage. The idea that we are not one but many eyes can begin to transform your relationships to one another. Instead of becoming pointed, so to speak, you become broad. Instead of being bound up in an artificial packet, you will distribute your feeling of yourself over a wider area, and therefore you will become gentler, first to yourself, and then to other people. Be gentle to yourself consciously first of all. So this transforming idea, which is only one among many that could be mentioned as psycho-transforming, is very important. It dissolves away some of your wrong self-valuation. It softens you, it relaxes you. Remember that from the senses you would not guess this idea of man or woman not being one. I mean, that life as neutralizing force, that exhibits us to one another as single fat or thin bodies, does not give you this power which comes from the work ideas, as neutralizing force, which make you think differently, conceive differently, and have new attitudes to one another. So perhaps you will begin to see that psychotransformism means calling the ideas of the work into your daily duties and reactions, and seeing the work point of view instead of the life point of view. A man is not his body, a woman is not her body. But via the senses it looks so. Amwell, 17.3.50. Reversal. On several occasions I used to talk to us about what new growth of essence means. At a recent meeting I was talking about the same thing from the standpoint of the most external part of you being false personality, and the internal part of you being essence, and I added that essence can only grow through what is true. You must all have understood by now that false personality, which leads the way by means of two giants, pride and vanity, is always behaving in such a way that there is no truth in what you do. The more you go with false personality, with your imagination of yourself, governed by pride and vanity, the more will you get distant from the internal part of yourself called essence, which can only grow through what is true, and what is good. Now when you see you are in the wrong, that is, when you get a little behind false personality with all its vanities and prides, you take force backwards or interiorly into yourself, and these moments of confession or separation from what is false will cause essence to grow because you give it energy that would otherwise have gone into self-justifying. Do you know a man or woman who is always expostulating and saying, "I did not mean that, in fact, I never said it"? In such a case there is no internal perception of the truth. The false personality is served by lawyers of a low class, who always say that you are right and the other person is wrong. But if you have an interior self-observation, and that is sincere, do you know that you are wrong, and the whole thing is your fault? Now false personality would never admit this, owing to its low-class lawyers that we employ, which are really self-justifiers, self-twisters. And that means a host of nasty little eyes in you. Now if we have good, honest lawyers in us, eyes that can form deputies to hurt, they will say to you, "You were in the wrong and you have not got a case, and we will not take it up even if you pretend you have one." Now this inner confession, this giving way, this surrender of something that has always been a nuisance, this giving up of what you have always known to be a liar in you, is one of the most blessed experiences that you can have in this work. Another thing that I was shown by in a conversation with someone was that many aspects of oneself complicate life, and that all I have to do is to surrender my own authority, and give up this noise and uproar and feeling I am not properly treated. I have to make myself passive, and surrender, and admit. Now such a state means that you are moving towards the internal part of you which leads to essence, and rely. I wonder how many people take up a lawsuit knowing that they are quite wrong, but they will not surrender, or admit. Now most of you think that you know best, and that what you think is right. As long as you are in this attitude towards yourself and towards life, you will be feeding your false personality, without knowing it, and the more you feed false personality the less you feed essence. Consider how wonderful the work is in the simple ideas that we are taught, such as that one must give up self-justifying. Also consider how many of you have done it yet, and also again consider how useless it is to keep up this self-justifying side which prevents you from any development of essence, just because you always are in favor of false personality, and its judgments and views and opinions. I remember once when G came to London, and the idea was that he was going to find a house to start his institute. Some of us took him up to the top of Hampstead Heath. My wife and I took him through a large house near the White Stone Pond which was for sale. He walked through it saying nothing, and came to a small room on the ground floor. He said something which was translated to us as, "Room for confession." I got rather a shock thinking that the work had something to do with confession in the ordinary sense. However, his eyes were so inscrutable that I did not quite make out what he meant. Later I discovered that there is no little tiny room in the work, but you have to confess to yourself that you are wrong. The externalizing of the internal has never attracted me very much. Just imagine my having you up one by one here just to confess. I really think I would give you so much claret that you would not be able to confess at all. But confess to yourself that you are wrong. To confess externally like that is useless. As you know, no one will really tell the truth about what he has done. You have to see for yourself, by means of the work memory built up by self-observation, that you are in the wrong. In other words, you must confess to yourself, to the higher eyes or beings in yourself, that you are wrong. It is all internal. All self-development is internal. Now they, and by they I mean the conscious circle of humanity, which operates through higher centers, will forgive you, and often, curiously enough, not in the way that you thought. There are two feelings of guilt in you, the guilt from the acquired conscience and guilt from the internal conscience which, as you know, is called buried conscience. And perhaps some of you have heard that one of the aims of the work is to bring up buried conscience, which is the same in all of us and is not merely a question of your upbringing or religion. Now when you have begun to have real conscience in you, you will not be able to justify yourself so easily through, as it were, external habit. You will be more open to things, or more surrendering of yourself to things, instead of always trying to alter everything. In other words, your personality will become more passive, and if your personality becomes more passive, the energy that used to go into keeping it going will pass into a development of essence. Most of you have heard about the reversal that is necessary in us, which I will remind you of again. The work says that we have 4 possible bodies. You start with the external body driven by life. The most internal body is really associated with the development of essence. Therefore the machine can work that way, or this way. Now do you see why we are told not to justify ourselves? To justify keeps the wrong end of the machine going, whether you call it personality or false personality. And when real conscience begins to develop in you, then you get this reversal that all esotericism teaches, and which in the Gospels is called rebirth. I think myself, from much experience in the work, that all this is quite worth trying to get hold of, the whole thing beginning with having some sincere self-observation. In this case, you observe when you are justifying yourself. Because if you don't, you are not applying one of the great ideas of the work which can lead to the development of essence. Is it not difficult to say we are wrong? Is it not easy to think you are always right? Amwell, 25.3.50. The second education. When a man is in great danger, he may feel that everything round him is unreal. He ceases to identify through his senses with external phenomena. The same thing may happen when a man is very ill. His spirit is withdrawn from participation in the evidence of the inflow of the senses. In other words, he feels that he is different, momentarily, from the external world, and all the hypnotic powers of the continually changing events that have hitherto taken all his force. All this shows us that there is something different from ordinary relationship to people, to things, to events. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, these special states of consciousness pass, and we find ourselves once more in the clang and clatter of life, rushing about, quarreling, being offended, and being miserable. I was looking through some notes the other day of one of the subgroups in which the teacher of the subgroup took the work idea that man has to undergo 2 educations. The work says that man must first be educated in life, and make a reasonable adaptation to life so that he can reasonably meet the difficulties that exist on this planet. This is called the formation of a good, and, if possible, rich personality, and if people do not form this, they are always weak, and rather a nuisance to the work. Of course, one can learn a lot of things in the work as regards dealing with life, apart from what one has learned before, so one gets a better personality. That means that the personality which we acquire through the contact with external phenomena can be built up through contact with this work. One can learn to cook, one can learn to paint, and so on. Then the work speaks about the 2nd education. Since man is born a self-developing organism according to this teaching that we are studying, he requires another education to develop this possibility latent in him. And so if you ask what is this education that a man should have to become a more finished house, a complete man, I will answer you in one word: the nature of the 2nd education is living and practicing in yourself the work teaching, beginning with self-remembering, and with the idea that you must observe yourself, that you must stop identifying. You must stop negative emotions, and all the rest of it. This is the 2nd education. If I had known in my early days that negative emotions were useless, I should have known a great deal. That might have helped me. The trouble is that people must have the teaching of this work constantly shown to them, be constantly reminded of it, to see what they have got to do in this 2nd education that we are studying. But it is no good hearing about the teaching of this work, that is, the 2nd education, unless you have fulfilled up to a reasonable point your 1st education, and, as was said, your 1st education is to be able to make a reasonable adaptation to existing circumstances, so that you can make a living, or something like that. Your personality is that which adapts you to life. If you have a very badly developed personality, which you acquired from contact with life or life teachers, you will always be a weak man, or a weak woman. Why? Simply because you cannot do anything. You try to boil an egg in cold water, without turning on the gas, or you try to fry an egg without putting any fat in the pan. Doesn't this mean a very poor adaptation to external phenomena? Now, through observation of oneself, one sees these gaps and stupidities that exist in our personalities, that are acquired from education in life. That is why I say that it is necessary to have as rich a personality as possible for this work. As said in so many words, it is necessary to have as many impressions as possible laid down in roles in different centers. The more that is laid down in these roles, the richer your personality. Now, as you know, or perhaps you have observed, some people live in very tiny little personality. They have perhaps read 1 book in their lives, or perhaps 2, and those not particularly interesting, and they look at a paper and cannot understand very much, and the strip cartoons are the most interesting to them. This simply means that they have very few roles in centers that have received impressions. A man, a woman, approaching this work should have a lot of impressions in many different roles in different centers. Otherwise the material is too weak, too small, too limited. Now, to return to what I was saying, in the 2nd education man has to move in the full direction belonging to his creation, and that is to do this work. he must study this work, he must think about what it teaches, and he must try to practice it. For example, at every moment, whether you are in the work or out of it, you will meet with difficult situations that, so to speak, catch fire. In this work, if you are in this work, you must put out the flames that might spread. How? By doing this work, whatever the situation may be. You must first of all remember yourself, because if you identify with an unpleasant situation you will be negative, and negative emotion is like petrol thrown over an event. I mean, everything blazes up. Once you begin to see that you are responsible for not letting things catch fire, you will begin to understand something of what the second education means. You will begin to realize that it has to do with the creation of another reality within you, that is stronger than external reality. Amwell, 1.4.50. The selection of thoughts. There have been various remarks made recently concerning the idea, can we stop thinking? We were taught from the beginning of this work to try to stop our thoughts. Many people with a superficial understanding began to think that they could actually stop their thoughts. On the other hand, many of us found we couldn't, and eventually we were told that it was merely an exercise, whose object was to make us realize that we could not stop our thoughts, as we are at present. We were then told some time later that although we could not stop our thoughts, we could select which thoughts we go with and which we separate from. Then came in the idea that we have, in connection with certain trains of thought, to make stop exercise within us put stop. This opened up my mind to the idea of what control we have over thoughts, namely, that we cannot stop trains of thought, because instantly another train of thought starts, but that we can make her stop. Suppose I am walking in the internal city of myself and I begin to have a thought which I have already observed always leads me into the slums of my inner city, i.e., into direful negative states. If I know something about this internal psychological city of myself, I can't stop going down that train of thought, that evil slum. Understand, you cannot get rid of that evil thought in the slum of your internal city, but just as in the natural physical world you can avoid going down low and dangerous streets, so you can learn to stop yourself from going down such psychological streets. I began to understand this when I found that, if I began to think of a person in the older work, whom I disliked very much mechanically, if I followed the train of associations in regard to her, I always found myself in a very bad place in myself. It was no good expecting that she would change. It was myself who had to change and not follow unpleasant associations, that I had unfortunately allowed to grow up unchecked by any inner observation, with the result that the very mention of her name made me become negative. Therefore please understand that you cannot stop your thoughts, and here I will give an example, one of many in which I was trying to stop my thoughts completely, i.e. I was stopping my thoughts, and sitting in an uncomfortable position with some pain attached, and the next moment I found myself thinking, you are trying to stop your thoughts, and you are sitting in an uncomfortable position in order to help you. Therefore you see, in stopping thoughts I think other thoughts about myself stopping my thoughts. It was about this time that I realized that this exercise called stopping your thoughts was given us in order to make us understand that we could not stop our thoughts. Eventually, then, I realized that although we cannot stop our thoughts, we can select our thoughts. I mean, we can select which thoughts we go with, and dislike thoughts that we know quite well by observation always lead to the worst slums in our own psychology. Although we have very little will, and therefore cannot do In the ordinary sense, we always have some power of selection in our interior world. If we always select evil and false thoughts, we have not a very good greenhouse. I mean, we grow nasty little things in our greenhouse, such as cacti. In short, we are not very good gardeners. Shakespeare speaks of our wills as gardeners, to the effect that if we will plant nettles or sow lettuces, supply it the garden with one gender of herbs, or distract it with many, either to have it sterile with idleness, or manured with industry, why, the power and corrigible authority of this lies in our will star, and, as is often mentioned in the Gospels, we have to throw away the weeds, and select the best plants and water them, and manure them. So you will understand that, as regards the whole question of one's thoughts, and what one should do with them, one has the power of growing nettles, or discarding them like a good gardener. We can select our thoughts. We know what they are only through long observation, and we know where they lead us in the internal psychological city, that is ourselves. Now, one way of getting out of a bad thought is by putting your attention into something. If you simply leave your life to the automatic work of associations, you are not in charge of your life. If you notice, if you can by self-observation notice, that you are coming to a wrong place in your inner city of yourself, you can come out of it by attention. Now, if you have some understanding of the work behind you and some evaluation of it, this may prevent you from going down the slums of yourself, but as regards that, you must have an aim of some kind, and you must get into that aim, and it will save you from going to Soho or Whitechapel or Limehouse in yourself. You must not think that the work becomes easier as you grow older. Quite the contrary. But you must find by that time that you are holding on to something that you want to do and give your attention to it. And in this connection, never think that death ends life. Amwell, Easter, the 8th of April, 1950. On the formation of a psychological body. I have seen several misstatements during the past few months about the four bodies of man. Figures mean nothing. Diagrams mean nothing, unless you understand the principle. I might as well say there are 8 bodies called 1, 2, 3, etc. That will help no one. Before the 4 bodies are even formulated, we have to begin with the principle, which is as follows. Man is given by the universe an organized physical body which works, but not a psychological body. The physical body that science and medicine try to study is ordered. When a child is born, it has this organized body that works in a marvelous way. The child is born with its heart beating, its blood circulating, with a digestive tube all ready to work, and so on. This really is a marvel. Now a child grows up and becomes surrounded by personality. It begins to have a psychology. So we all grow, but our psychology is not organized into a body. In fact, psychologically we are a kind of chaos, as opposed to order. We have no psychological body organized, or in any way comparable with that of the physical body. I mean, the physical body is ordered, but the psychological body is not. From one explanation of the further bodies we start from the idea that a man has many eyes entirely contradictory when he should have one eye which controls them. This I would call the first glimpse of what second body might mean. I am talking of many eyes, as a man's ordinary psychological state, which is not that of an organized body. Life will not give us an organized psychological body. It is a luxury. Only through esoteric teaching and work on oneself does the formation of an organized psychological body become possible as distinct from the physical body. Understand then the principle of another body. It is a possible development. As we are mechanically, we have no psychological body. We are unfinished, incomplete. If you understand the principle behind the idea of the formation of a psychological body, I will go on to quote what Mr. Ouspensky, quoting G., says about the subject. These four bodies are defined in different teachings in various ways. The first is the physical body, in Christian teaching the carnal body. The second in Christian terminology is the natural body. The third is the spiritual body, and the fourth, in the terminology of esoteric Christianity, is the divine body. In theosophical terminology, the first is the physical body, the second is the astral body, the third is the mental, and the fourth the causal. In the terminology of certain Eastern teachings, the first body is the carriage body, the second body is the horse, feelings, desires, the third the driver, mind, and the fourth the master, consciousness, will. Ordinary man does not possess these bodies, or their corresponding functions. The chief difference between the functions of a man possessing the physical body only, and the functions of the four bodies is that, in the first case, the functions of the physical body govern all the other functions. In other words, everything is governed by the body, which, in its turn, is governed by external influences. In the second case, the command, or control, emanates from the higher body. In the first case, that is, in relation to the functions of the man of physical body only, the automaton depends upon external influences, and the next three functions depend upon the physical body, and the external influences it receives. Desires or aversions, I want, I don't want, I don't like, that is, functions occupying the place of the second body, depend upon accidental shock and influences. Thinking, which corresponds to the functions of the third body, is an entirely mechanical process. Will is absent in ordinary mechanical man. He has desires only, and a greater or lesser permanence of desires and wishes is called a strong or weak will. In the second case, the automatism of the physical body depends upon the influences of the other bodies. Instead of the discordant and often contradictory activity of different desires, there is individuality dominating the physical body and its desires, and able to overcome both its reluctance and its resistance. Instead of the mechanical process of thinking, there is consciousness, and there is will, that is, a power, not merely composed of various often contradictory desires belonging to different I's, but issuing from consciousness, and governed by individuality, or single I, a single and permanent I. Only such a will can be called free, for it is independent of accident, and cannot be altered from without. In search of the miraculous. Finally, at this season of the year, I will quote St. Paul's words about the resurrection. But some will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? Thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened except to die, and that which thou sowest it may chance of wheat, or some other grain, but God giveth it a body, as it hath pleased him, and to every seed his own body. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, for one star differeth from another in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It has sown a natural body, it has raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. And that which thou sowest not that body, that shall be, but their grain, it may chance, etc. Amwell, 15.4.50. The ray of creation. Recently there has been talk about God. Some people say, why do we not talk about God in a direct fashion? The ray of creation illustrates God. It is a diagram of God. In the ray of creation all proceeds from the Absolute, which means the unconditioned. The ray says that everything starts from this unknowable called the Absolute, which divides into three forces, and then into the law of seven. That is why it is said that God is hard to understand, because he is first one, and then three, and then seven. I do not understand why some say that the acceptance of the ray of creation is nothing to do with reason, but must be an act of faith. The ray of creation says that we are all part of something else. Taking it quite literally, that is, sensorily, or naturally, is it not quite true that our sun, or solar system, is part of our galaxy, and is composed also of planets, of which we take one called the Earth with its child the Moon? I do not see that the ray of creation is unreasonable to the logical senses, and has to be accepted as an act of faith. Someone asks, what does divine intelligence mean? Is it not the intelligence of God himself? No, not of the Absolute. Now we pass from the literal meaning of the ray, as it is shown to the senses. We must understand that our external visible sun is really part of the external visible galaxy called the Milky Way, and designated in the ray as the node lot, our own sun being designated appropriately as Sol. But the sun is also in us, as I said. We must pass now from the physical meaning of the ray to the psychological meaning. Taking the ray of creation psychologically, it represents levels of being rather than external physical objects. A person who is on the level of being called Sol would have divine intelligence in comparison with our own, but in comparison with the intelligence of our galaxy, the intelligence of the sun is not divine. And the intelligence of all the galaxies united must be very close to the intelligence of the Absolute, which embraces all. In speaking of this, Mr. Ouspensky said on one occasion, that to a dog we have divine intelligence. We can make things, we can open doors, we can cook food, which to the dog is absolutely marvelous, namely, divine to the dog. So the dog sees divinity in his master, that is, divine intelligence in comparison with his own. But for us to imagine that we, as we are, could get directly in touch with the intelligence of the Absolute would be foolish. Is it not said in Scripture that man's intelligence is foolishness to God? Notice that we are taking the ray of creation not only as an external thing visible to the senses, but as an internal thing existing in ourselves as levels of understanding, comprehension, and intelligence. So we have the task of ascending ourselves. The ray of creation is within you up to a point. One person says, God is all-power for good. But the creator of the universe, the Absolute, may have quite different ideas from yours as to what is good for his immeasurable creation. Once you use the word God too familiarly, I fancy you really mean what you want. Remember that the Absolute in manifestation becomes three forces, two opposing forces, and a neutralizing force. I have already called attention several times recently to these three aspects of the Absolute, one creative, one preservative, and one destructive. If in creation there were no destructive force, there would be no meaning in it at all. In fact, it would be impossible. the sea would become solid with fish in a year or two. However, we are allowed to catch fish and eat them, and other aspects of the destructive side kill us too. From the point of view of the Supreme Intelligence, all this is necessary. It is all good to keep the machinery running. Do you think this is a very difficult thought? If you do, reflect on it, because the work says that everything eats everything else, and it has. We should try to be eaten by the right people, namely, archangels, rather than devils. But of course, if you are sentimental, and in consequence not able to think very clearly, you will think it horrible that a cat kills a mouse. Yes, the work says we must try to be eaten by the right influence. If we serve life only, however successfully, we shall be eaten by influences which are wrong for us, because we were hiddenly constructed to come under a different neutralizing force from life. Life does not develop us. Do you not think a farmer, who sees weeds growing amongst the wheat, and feels sentimental about them, will be a very bad farmer, unless he does something about them? And we are told not to let negative emotions have too strong a growth in the mental field of ourselves. What are you going to select in this mental field? What influence? What God? You have got to check many things in yourselves, and you have got to do it, as you will see for yourselves. You have got to make a nurse stop about thoughts that lead you down to the slums of yourselves. You do not have to save the weeds, but eschew them, that something else can grow up in the psychological country, the field of your mind, a little better than what was there formerly. So therefore God is selective, and if we want to understand on our level what God is, reflected down the ray through increasingly mechanical laws, we must understand, we can only understand through esoteric teaching, what it is we have to do to obey God. That is, follow certain influences. The divine intelligence of the Son is, as I said, God for us, and I suspect that this intelligence throws out every form of negative emotion. This is clearly not like our intelligence, which so easily harbors negative emotion of every kind. But after a time in the work you will find that behind all you are trying to do there is another intelligence, in you, an onlooker, which is really in yourself. I suppose I have never been more conscious in myself of this other intelligence which stands behind and looks on at what I am trying to do with Nicole, and all his devils. Yet I cannot get in direct touch with this real intelligence, but I am aware of it. It is entirely uncritical, and yet when I feel the presence of this intelligence I know that I am wrong in myself. I realize that all this time I have mistaken who I am. Now this feeling of another intelligence behind any intelligence that I have is the beginning of the feeling of rely, and, as G once said, behind rely lies God. But G added that not all the ray is represented in us. As you know, the work says we are covered with many overcoats, or, as Ibsen says, man is like an onion with many skins which can be peeled off, and G used that image. Christ said, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and therefore God is not outside you but within you, and the pathway of the work is to reach the real I, behind which lies God. If you have anything real in you, if there is a kernel in the onion, this thing I mean that questions life, without being bitter, by peeling off these goats or onion skins, you come closer, and closer to what is really yourself. I do not say that this God that stands behind relay is the absolute. It is for us relatively God, i.e. divine intelligence compared with our own. Would you like to meet the absolute, who is controlling the whole of creation, who is conscious of every movement in every galaxy, every moon, and every atom, and who keeps the whole thing going? Would you care to meet an intelligence on that scale? Don't you see it would blast you? For us, if we could rise to the intelligence of the sun, which is a small body among celestial beings, it would be far and away enough for us. Now every expansion of consciousness leads to a development of intelligence, leading to more consciousness of ourselves and of other people connected with us. This is a development, a growth of intelligence, and if we practice this long enough, and undergo all the temptations, all the attacks of eyes in us that do not wish the work, and hate it, if we defend the truth of the work, and are passive to attacks on it, then after a time we will become aware of this intelligence that I spoke of, that is behind everything that you do, and is at present an onlooker, quite uncritical, quite impersonal. This, as I said, means that you are approaching real life, behind which God lies, i.e. the God that belongs to our level of being and is divine in comparison with our own level. Each higher note in the octave of the ray of creation, when we try to ascend it as by a ladder, is divine to us, as we are, and therefore God to us. If you will handle the ray of creation intelligently in yourselves psychologically, you will see what I mean. Speaking in terms of the ray, we have below us the note tree, represented externally by the moon, and above us the note fa. Fa therefore represents a relatively divine intelligence compared with the note mi, and again Sol represents a much higher intelligence through the development of inner understanding, and I fancy that most of us would be marvelously content if we could sometimes touch the intelligence represented by Sol internally, and the sun externally. But try to conceive for a moment what preparation would be necessary. If our higher centers came through, we would go mad. So, the work says, we must work on lower centers, and prepare them for the possible reception of higher centers. Higher centers are God to us, but notice they could destroy you if wrongly approached. Amwell, 22.4.50. Unwilling what you have to do. People often say, what is this work about? What should I do? The general answer is, you should give yourself the first conscious shock. Then people say, what is the first conscious shock, which I understand is self-remembering. And then they quite naturally go on to say, what is the self-remembering? The first conscious shock in terms of the diagram means that you have to bring in carbon-12 to transform incoming impressions. I have often told you that this carbon-12 which should intervene between impressions, and how you mechanically take them, is really the work itself. As has been said, if you could see incoming impressions before they act upon you mechanically, and put the work itself between your reception of them and your mechanical reaction, you would begin to know what self-remembering means, which really is psychotransformism. Today I will speak to you about one method of self-remembering in terms of the following work phrase: try to will what you have to do. I once said by way of commentary, that when the telephone rings you must not let it take you to it, but go to it. By this I mean, will it. To will what happens to you has a most marvelous issue in your own relationship to second force. Of course, if you are going to the telephone sighing, and groaning, and saying, why should I have to do this? Do you not see that you are making life full of second force? On the other hand, if you will what you have to do, for instance, scrubbing the scullery, as I had to do at the Institute, peeling the potatoes, lighting the fire at dawn, and all the rest of it, if, I say, you will it, there is no second force there. So if, therefore, I will what I have to do, I will reduce second force, but if I hate what I have to do, I will increase second force, possibly so much that I will become a nervous wreck. When I was a pupil of Dr. Jung in Zurich, he said one day, I have to go and address Zurich University in psychiatry. He was a professor there, on the idea of psychological factors in insanity. This was the beginning of what was then called psychoanalysis. After we had been talking for a long time in his villa, he stood up and said, "Come, Nicole, I have to give a lecture tonight at the university. Of course, it will be hopeless. No one will believe what I say. But come, Nicole, let's go to it." Now, I ask you all, was that willing what he had to do? How many of us, when we have a job of any kind, really say to it, "Now, we have to do a job, let's go to it"? This is one form of self-remembering, to take your life from the standpoint of always being up against second force, in which case you can do it quite easily, and you do not suffer afterwards. Now this is all I have to say about this aspect of self-remembering, namely, taking in impressions more consciously, in fact, transforming them by willing what happens. As regards myself, I find I have to will that I am getting older, that is, I have to will that I cannot lift, build, dig, etc., and instead of feeling up against it all, I have to will the fact that I cannot do these things. I was talking to some people about this idea of willing what happens to you, and one person said, "Don't you think it applies to the smallest things, willing to wash the dishes, to do the stove? For example, if you have children, you have to will their existence. Suppose you have practically no money, you have to will the fact that you are a poor man. As another example, I will give you this. Say you are sneezing, try to will yourself to sneeze. This is for discussion. Some experiments were made about the power of yawning as imitation of moving center. People were told they must try to yawn in imitation of the first yawners, and no one yawned. If you make a thing more conscious, it is less liable to upset you. So we are told in this work that we must bring a more conscious attitude to the whole of our lives to will what is inevitable. This work is called psychotransformism. What does psychotransformism mean? It means psychological transformation. What does psychological mean? It means how you behave psychologically. Yes, but what does psychology mean? Say you hate a man, a woman, that is psychological. Say you like a man or a woman, that belongs to the psychological side of yourselves. Is this clear? Can you now distinguish between your physical body and your psychological body? Now, if your psychological body is based on hell, that is to say, envy, hatred, malice, etc., then that is where you are, wherever your physical body may be. Now understand that you can transform incoming impressions. Your formerly dear friend, woman, or man, is an impression. How you react to that incoming impression is up to you. Amwell, 29.4.50. What we have to observe in ourselves. We were talking last time of the many different meanings of the first conscious shock, that enables a man no longer to have a mechanical reaction to life, but a more conscious reaction to what happens to him. We spoke about willing what you have to do. Now we will talk about what we have to observe and separate from. Someone said to me recently, "I understand we have to observe ourselves, but why?" The object of self-observation is to observe yourself from what the work teaches that you must observe yourself from. People always imagine that they observe themselves already. Most of you have heard this many times. But in the selective self-observation laid down in the work, there are definite things that the work teaches you must observe in yourself. So, in answer to all questions about self-observation, we must once more come back to this thing endlessly taught, endlessly not understood. We must observe ourselves along the lines that the work teaches. People forget this, and so make self-observation useless. Now we are taught that we have to observe certain things in ourselves for the reason that if we do not see and separate from them, we will not get in touch with inner development, or with free lie, or with higher centers, which is the object of the work. This work teaches you to become aware of, to become conscious of, and so to separate from exactly what blocks you, hinders you, from getting in touch with what you really are essentially created to be, that is, what essentially you were created for in this developing universe. A person says to me, "Why should I have to go on observing myself?" I might say to him, "Yes, but what are you observing?" He might say to me, "Oh, I am just observing that, for example, I left the gas on, I forgot something. I gave tuppence to a beggar, I missed the bus, I did not like the report in the Daily Mail of that play," and so on. May I tell you that all this has nothing to do with self-observation in the work sense. What we have to observe from the work point of view is that we are asleep and mechanical, and in that connection, through this shrewd self-observation, the realization that we do not remember ourselves slowly comes in. Of course, people can fight against this, and even go out of the work, when they are told that they are machines, and do not remember themselves. Yet the first line of conscious selective self-observation laid down by the work is to realize gradually that we are asleep, that we have no center of gravity, that we are controlled by outside events, and that we swing between hating and loving, liking and disliking, yes and no, in everything. However, this is difficult for us to realize. It is a supreme realization, and may mark a turning point that has to do with reversal. But it is gradual, a long process not attained by any shortcut. So let us pass to an easier thing that the work teaches as regards the necessity of observing oneself according to what is taught in the work. The work says, for example, that we are always identified with everything. No sooner does one thing happen, such as a rise in your investments, and you feel rather good, and the next moment a bull, or bear, or whatever it is, comes along, and you feel depressed. Does not this mean that to this extent we are a function of what happens in external life, and eventually that external life controls us? Yes, it means simply that we have nothing internal, yet that can resist the ups and downs and swings of the pendulum of external life. We have no mean in ourselves. In brief, it means that we are identified with life, and not distinct from it. Yet we deny this owing to false personality. This is a very happy field in which to observe yourself, and will give you many results, if you observe yourself, but always in the name of the work, for this gives a trace of self-remembering. Then we have another great field in regard to which we are told to observe ourselves, and this is the vast field of being negative. We are, for example, told, in regard to the practice of self-observation from the work point of view, that we must observe our negative states, and really observe that we are negative for quite a considerable part of our daily life. And it is said in the work that unless we separate from negative emotions we cannot get any help from higher centers, and that means from higher intelligences, above us in the scale of being indicated by the ray of creation. Yet we refuse to understand this. Then again we are told to observe ourselves from the point of view of not always self-justifying. I suppose that none of us has really perceived deeply enough through internal self-observation that whenever we are accused of anything at all, rather than see the truth of the accusation, we always want to justify ourselves. Is there anything more tedious than to listen to a person who is always justifying himself about something that everyone knows he did wrongly. So we have all these wonderful things, for example, like the Sermon on the Mount, that has to do with the poor in spirit. Can you imagine a man rich in spirit, who always justifies himself ever seeing he is in the wrong? Then again comes in the tremendous factor of observing yourself, when you are internally considering. Consciously to observe yourself internally considering is one of the most interesting things you can follow. You must remember that all internal considering is based on thinking that other people have treated you badly, and you have treated them extremely well, and this is a great source of blocking our passage, our way to inner development, that we all feel we are lacking, without understanding what it is that is lacking. And then comes in the observation of when you are lying. Of course, self-justifying is lying, internal considering is lying, and really almost everything we say is lying in a way such as saying, I. Now intelligent self-observation means that you become conscious of what you were not conscious of before, so the work, when followed and practiced, will supplant what we have in us already, the acquired conscience, and make us see this deep buried conscience that we all have inherent in us, because we all have the materials of the work in us, but we have forgotten. We have fallen asleep. Once we knew them, and then we fell asleep, and now we have to wake up and get them all back again. I will only add this: if you are unaware of a thing, if you are not conscious of a thing, how can you change it? You cannot, because you are it. So the exercise and discipline of what the work teaches is to make something awaken, so that we can practice inner separation. And here I especially mention once more separation from negative emotions, so that we can come in touch with what we once were, and touch that. All the things mentioned are what shuts the mind internally to light from higher centers. Amwell, 6.5.50. Entropy Introduction. I will talk to you first of all about the idea of entropy in physics. The older physicists thought that the universe was necessarily dying, because the sun was giving out heat, and the planets were warming up gradually, so that the time would come when there was no interchange of energy, in the form of heat, between the sun and the planets. Now the work taught at the beginning of this century that the sun was getting hotter, and everything was growing, not dying. It is clear that if the sun were getting colder, and the earth getting hotter, after a time they would be at equal temperatures, and no exchange of energy would take place. This condition is called maximal entropy. It means that there is no interchange of energy between two things. The older physicists taught a continual increase of entropy, until a maximum was reached when nothing could happen, for, in order that anything can happen, a flow of energy from one thing to another is necessary. This is a brief note to introduce a short paper about decreasing entropy by work on oneself. The idea of entropy taken psychologically. We speak once more after a long time about entropy. We have already noticed how occasionally modern scientific ideas and conceptions correspond in a way with the esoteric ideas of this system, as, for example, the idea of a growing universe, increasing in energy and size, which is common to both. Now if you have a kettle full of hot water close to a kettle full of cold water, in an enclosed space, the hot kettle will give its heat to the cold kettle, and after a time they will reach a similar temperature. That means that no exchange of energy will then take place between them. Such a condition as was mentioned is called maximal entropy. No one can define what entropy means, but we can see that minimal entropy will initially be present when you have something at a very high energy level, so force will flow from one to the other. When no further interchange of energy takes place between the two things, you have maximal entropy, and therefore, so to speak, death. Yes, and psychologically speaking, I mean psychological death. Now supposing that we try to translate this into psychological language. Here is a man who no longer takes in impressions. He is uninterested. He is bored, and hates everything. What is the state of his psychological entropy? It is nearly maximal. I mean, he does not exchange anything with either the outer world, or his inner world of thoughts and feelings. If you call the outer world the hot kettle, and the inner world the cold kettle, then as long as he is bored he will not take in impressions or force from the hot kettle. After a time the outer hot kettle and the inner receptive kettle no longer have interchange. Once they are brought into equilibrium, there is no interchange between outer and inner, so his entropy is maximal, and so he is psychologically dead, which means that there is no interchange between outer and inner. This can easily happen even in middle age. On the other hand, you can find a person who is getting old, and who is still interested in rare stamps, ceramics, pictures, etc. His entropy thereby is lessened. In other words, one should keep up interest, however old one is, in something or other, or one's outer and inner kettles get to the same temperature, and no interchange of force between them is possible. Now supposing the work is taken in by a person. He can find a new source of energy. He begins to observe himself, he begins to apply the work ideas to himself, he begins to exchange energy with the work. He ceases to be, say, so self-complacent. He feels more empty, more in need. He begins to see that life is not what he has taken it as. Why does this man begin then to grow again? Because he has reduced his entropy now. He no longer has the entropy coming from false personality and imagination about himself. He begins to see that he is not the person he thought. Instantly energy begins to flow between outer life and inner life into him. A person who is full of self-complacency and filled with his own self-admiration will soon get to a psychological state of entropy which is maximal. As long as he is like that, he will begin to die psychologically. But if he ceases to be so full of self-admiration, and makes a place in himself, where new ideas can enter, the interchange will no longer be the same, because there is a quite different state of himself, and he will get interchange of energy, which means, not death, but life. Do you know a boring person who is quite content with himself? As long as he has no relationship between the outer kettle and the inner kettle, there is no exchange of energy passing. Once such people begin to see that they have to change themselves, undergo metanoia, no longer regard their inner kettle as they did, they will be beginning to give up an internal psychology which has prevented them hitherto from taking in any new impressions. I remember Mr. Ouspensky once saying to someone, he is so full of self-admiration that he cannot take in anything which might go against his self-admiration, and I think that some of you can realize that state. But if you begin to observe yourself sincerely, from the work point of view, and realize that you are not a good, virtuous woman or man, you will find that you will decrease your entropy, and you will find that you are not a good, virtuous woman or man. You will make yourself more passive, and so energy will flow in from the other sources, and give you new energy. All this work is to reduce entropy in yourself. Thinking that you are always right, for example, will increase your entropy, and so approach spiritual death. The Sermon on the Mount is to reduce entropy. Study it carefully. The more you see you are not what you think you are, the more is entropy decrease psychologically in internal life. Every time you see you are wrong, you make it possible for new energy to flow into you. There was a long time ago a school called kenotics. Kenosis means to empty yourself, to let something in. This work also teaches this idea, and the practice of it leads to the reversal spoken of in some of the diagrams. So begin by trying not to be so full of your delightful and charming self. Become passive through self-observation, and you will reduce entropy in yourself. Amwell, 20.5.50. Note on self-observation. One object of self-observation is to make us feel distinctly our own existences. We are carried along on the tide of life in a state of sleep. We scarcely feel our own existences any more than does a machine. But although we have become asleep, and like machines, there is one great difference. The machine cannot become conscious of itself, but we can. Now, unless we observe ourselves, we will keep on doing the same thing over and over again without knowing that we are doing so. Only a special memory can show us our mechanicalness. Some people still think that by self-observation they can at once arrest or change what they observe. I assure you it is impossible. But continual self-observation will make you gradually more and more aware that you always do this, or always do that, or always react like this or like that. A special memory is formed. This is why the work says that self-observation should be uncritical. It is, as the work teaches, letting a ray of consciousness, namely, light, into yourself. It gradually reveals, not criticizes. But it will take a long time before this ray of light let in by self-observation will lead to any inner change in yourself. You must not think that simply because you observe for a moment that you are negative that will make it impossible for you to be negative again. Amongst many ideas that I have had connected with self-observation, one stands out in my memory. I once said to Ouspensky something as follows: do you not think that the realization that we are always repeating our behavior, our emotions, our thoughts, which we take as conscious, becomes distasteful only when we realize that we are machines? Everyone thinks he acts consciously at every moment, but when he realizes it is the machine, not him, that causes him to act as he does, he dislikes the idea. I then said to him, "Some man has a fundamental hatred of feeling he is a machine?" He said, in so many words, "That is exactly the point." A human being who takes himself as conscious in everything he does, or thinks, or feels is greatly shocked when he realizes that he is nothing but a machine that always behaves automatically in the same way. The work teaches us that man is not born a machine, but he becomes one without knowing it. If he realizes that everything he does, says, thinks, and feels is the work of a machine in him, he will hate being a machine, and wish to be something different. This gives him force. But only self-observation over a long time begins to show us that we do behave mechanically as machines, and that we have been doing this for years and years. It is then that change is possible in a deep sense, because the self-love weakens, and so force is set free, and not bound up in the self-love. Now observe your centers. Observe how you behave mechanically in each center. Again, observe your most mechanical eyes, they dwell in the most mechanical parts of centers. Notice them, and keep on noticing them. Gradually something will alter. Self-observation is the knife that begins to separate, to remove, what you take, as you, from what is real. Everything real leads to real I, everything false leads to false personality. But it is the dislike of being mechanical that gives the force to separate from the false. The illusion that we are conscious cleverly prevents this, and keeps us asleep. The self-love will not permit us to realize that we are not conscious. So we justify all our behavior. Amwell, Whitson, 27.5.50. Comments our review of In Search of the Miraculous. This is the season of Whitsuntide, which commemorates that point in the early Christian Church, when the disciples received the gift of understanding. It is said that when the disciples were filled with the Holy Spirit, they were able to speak to every man in his own language. Now we must understand that this was after the death and resurrection of Christ. Is it difficult to see the psychological meaning of this? The death of yourself as you are, and the resurrection of yourself in this work will make it possible for you to understand one another. What prevents us from understanding one another, as we are mechanically? This work says it is impossible to understand one another unless we have a common language which we learn in this work. The difficulty, of course, lies in the fact that we will not learn the language of this work, which makes it possible for us to get into some communication, and so not to quarrel but begin to make relationship to one another. But a certain death must take place first in order to enable this to become practical even on the smallest level. So the work says that one of its objects is to enable us to learn a common language from which we can begin to understand one another, and to do so we must die by successive stages to personality. Of course, none of us has gone through the spiritual experience of the complete death of himself and resurrection to a new individual. It can only be a gradual process. Now I was thinking about what I should write a paper. As I understand the work more, I find it difficult to know what to write about. There are so many sides and parts of the work. I was saying to someone today that it is like knowing something about France. What shall I write about concerning France? Shall I write about the wines, or about the different places that I have visited, or about what they eat in France, or what their customs are? Should I speak about northern France, or southern France, or about the casinos, or the cathedrals? And so, on opening the last number of the Times Literary Supplement, I came across a review of Ouspensky's In Search of the Miraculous, and I read it with some interest, and thought, let us talk about France, as it were, from this angle. This man who has reviewed Ouspensky's book was careful. Let us see where he is, as it were, right, or possibly wrong, in this review of the system, as written about by Ouspensky. First, I must tell you all that when Ouspensky was sent by Gurdjieff to England to start teaching, he gave Ouspensky the task of putting Gurdjieff's teaching in writing, and in the earlier chapters of the book, which belong to the earlier days of the work in England, Ouspensky gave a very good portrayal of Gurdjieff, and how he met him, and what he was taught by him. He wrote these chapters, which it was then our task to vet, so to speak, chapter by chapter, as regards his language. That was in the earliest days of the work in this country. Now let us consider the review of the Times Literary Supplement. I will quote the opening paragraph. No doubt some future student of the spiritual situation following upon 2 world wars will tell us why the second of those periods threw up so few new teachers, whereas in the early 20s the European scene was crowded with them. True it is that M. Sartre, with his somewhat sterile doctrine, is always with us, but who is there with whom he could share the burden of prophecy? After the First World War we could feast on the Teutonic gloom of Herr Spengler, or on Kaiserling's extravaganzas, follow in the esoteric footsteps of Rudolf Steiner and Krishnamurti. From Russia emerged Nicholas Berdyaev, a formidable intellectual personality, and last, but not least, there appeared, also from the Slavonic depths, George Gurdjieff and P.D. Ouspensky. Now I will just make a little comment here myself, namely, that Ouspensky was Slavonic, but Gurdjieff was Caucasian, a Georgian, and he did not know Russian properly. The reviewer goes on to speak about the people who followed these teachers, in a manner not exactly critical, but rather condescending. He notes apparently with surprise that Ouspensky's book will add to the number of his disciples. Although In Search of the Miraculous purports to be an account of its author's collaboration with Gurdjieff, the reviewer finds that there is quite as much of the author himself in it, and this seems one of the rare cases where the commentator proves almost more important than the subject of his observations. He says, In Search of the Miraculous is undoubtedly a tour de force. To put an entirely new and very complex cosmology and psychology into fewer than 400 pages, and to do this with a simplicity and vividness that makes the book accessible to any educated reader, is in itself something of an achievement. The reviewer goes on to explain that the basis of the Gurdjieff-Ouspensky doctrine is the ray of creation, and the division of the universe into 7 cosmoses, each of a 3-dimensional nature. Further, he speaks of the idea that the moon feeds on the organic life of the planet Earth, and the idea that at some distant future our Earth will become a sun. So you understand that this falls in very well with modern physics, which says that the sun is getting hotter. To quote further, he says, however startling such contentions may be, they form a logical, even inevitable part both of Ouspensky's cosmology and psychology, for the laws that govern his macrocosm are identical with those to which every microcosm is subject. Thus he attributes to every entity, organic or inorganic, however large or small, its individual intelligence. His fundamental law of life is the law of octaves. Man is for Ouspensky an unconscious automaton with no power of independent thought or action. Though in his normal state a mere machine, he can become conscious, provided he can make himself realize that he is asleep. Only then can he make the effort to break out from his prison of sleep. Self-remembering and self-observation can gradually enable him to displace his sleep personality by his true essence. What Ouspensky aims at is a transformation of man sufficiently complete to bring him into a close and conscious relationship with the universe at large. It is impossible either to accept or to dismiss Ouspensky's book on purely religious or on purely scientific grounds. While he employs the logic demanded by science, only those who can reach out beyond the limitations of science and throw off the blinkers with which materialism inevitably narrows our field of vision will be able to accept him. On those who hate having their conventional conceptions disturbed, the book will act with the force of dynamite. But whether we accept Ouspensky's system or dismiss it, at time of so much spiritual weariness and intellectual stagnation, we should be ill-advised to neglect it. You will notice that by the end of the review the Gurdjieff-Ouspensky doctrine has become in the reviewer's mind Ouspensky's system. It is interesting to see what this reviewer says about Ouspensky's book on Gurdjieff's teaching. You can all see that he is inclined to take the point of view that it is important both for scientists and religious people. I am not going to add any comments, because I think all of you in the work should be aware that these ideas expressed in Ouspensky's In Search of the Miraculous are beginning to make a certain link between what is called science and what is called religion, which are at present at variance. Amwell, 3.6.50. On trying to see without negative associations. We have heard on many occasions that if we could see without mechanical associations laid down in us, we would really see what things or people are like. Unfortunately, impressions fall on a network of associations, and prevent us after a certain age from seeing the essential meaning of things. We see life, as it were, through a thick network, a spider web, of associations. And in consequence we never really see anything, or anyone. Most of these associations lead down to negative parts of centers. When we have a moment of love, we may be exalted above the negative power of emotional center, and anything we see falls on centers themselves, and not on the network of associations overlaid on the centers. I remember such a moment in which even the buses, the uproar, the rain, the traffic, and the grim faces of the people, did not touch associatively any part of negative emotional center. I was free momentarily. That is why this work says that we must work on negative associations, because so many impressions stimulate this negative part of us, which, if it is not separated from, shuts all higher centers and their influences off from us. Now one cannot, say rather artificially, look at anything without associations. And if this could be done, we would lose ourselves completely. But we can gradually see things without so many negative associations. On the occasion when I experienced this momentary state I mentioned, I perceived nothing negatively, and so knew at once that I was in a special state which would very soon fade, but which was quite wonderful while it lasted, because it gave a sense of freedom. At the same time I did not see everything without associations, because that would have been very startling and frightening. I once had a patient who had undergone some war strain and wounds, who sitting, say, by his fireside with his hands on his knees, would look at his hands, and not know what they were, and look at his wife, and not know who she was. This terrible experience usually ended in some sort of fit. Now I am not going on with this conversation about associations. I will only add that to make an aim not to see what you see always through negative associations is a very good aim for all your life, and gives you a feeling of living more consciously, the feeling of being more conscious of what you are doing and thinking. In this connection I want to speak now about attitudes. The work teaches that we have to put something in between the reception of external life as sense impressions, and the way we take these impressions. This is fundamental in the practical side of this work, and has to be repeated again and again until we begin to see what practical work on oneself means, i.e. the transformation of impressions. If no consciousness intervenes between the reception of impressions and the effect that they have on us, we are technically asleep. Yes, we can live, talk, argue, quarrel, eat, move about, but all the time we are nothing but machines worked by sense impressions coming in and our unchallenged mechanical reactions to them. I think from my experience that after many years one suddenly begins to see what it means to work, that is, to give oneself the first conscious shock. Now attitudes prevent us from working. We are full of attitudes acquired through upbringing, and the influences acting on us in our earliest youth. The work, amongst other definitions, defines an attitude as something that makes you react without thinking. A man who puts his elbows on the dining table may be a wonderful musician or poet, but all that you can take in about him is that he puts his elbows on the table, and therefore an acquired attitude causes you to judge him in an inadequate way. The attitude works without thought. But in this work we should think. I will quote once more what Ouspensky said. He said, "Attitudes never think. They originate in the intellectual center, and work by themselves. They work automatically." For example, a person's intellectual center, such as it is usually nothing but fixed attitudes, and almost always negative attitudes, so that the intellectual center cannot be used for individual thinking. Attitudes work automatically. When a person is speaking from attitudes, you should know at once. You become bored, you begin to yawn, you feel you must make some excuse to get away. Why is this? It is because he is not thinking from himself. If you see a person full of attitudes, and nothing else, you will know at once that it is impossible to speak to this person. In short, you will know that you cannot free his or her thinking from these acquired attitudes, that have blocked the intellectual center, and made it impotent. Now, to close this paper, we can understand that to free ourselves from negative associations, we must try to observe our attitudes, as they are usually negative. Amwell, 17.6.50. On knowing and observing how we behave mechanically. Recently someone commented on the great difference between knowing and observing. We can say, "I know what I said and I am perfectly certain I never said that," but suppose that what you know you said is reported in detail, you will find out that there is a tremendous gap between what you know you said and what you actually said. The next thing is that it does not particularly matter that you did not observe yourself at a certain moment, unless you assume that you did observe yourself. For example, a person will know that he was cross, but through lack of real self-observation he may have no idea what he actually said, and will of course be naturally very surprised when he is told what he actually said, which he did not observe. In other words, he did not know what he said from the intellectual center, but he observed dimly that he was angry emotionally. Observing what you say from a certain negative emotion is quite different from merely knowing that you were cross. It is observing from two centers instead of one. The simultaneous observation of all centers is of course beyond us at our present level, but we should try to observe our emotional center and our intellectual center together. If all of you could only observe what you said in a certain emotional state, when it triggers, you would have that strange feeling that consciousness gives, namely, that you have said all this before. This will begin to take the force out of the negative state. In other words, you will begin to disbelieve in your mechanical self. Every negative state, every negative emotion, connects up at once with certain gramophone records in the lowest part of the intellectual center, so that you say over and over again the same typical things that belong to this particular negative state. And you do not observe it until you suddenly one day say to yourself, "Have I not said this before many times?" This means an increase of consciousness. This works as that we are what we are, because we are not conscious, and yet attribute consciousness to ourselves. When, for example, I become conscious that I have said all this before, I receive a shock, because we are all born with an inner dislike of being purely mechanical people, and we hate to think that we are saying something that we have said over and over again. So the gist of this paper is that we should observe not only vaguely our emotional state, but the words or gestures or expressions that accompany this state, and this means to observe two centers. Amwell, 24.6.50. Knowledge and being. Someone said recently at a group that the work teaching that knowledge and being are different is very difficult to understand. Now the work teaches that understanding is the most powerful force we can create in ourselves. Also it says that we can understand more if we are willing to make the effort to do so, to know and to be are different. To understand what you know will begin to link your knowledge to your being. But merely to know will not change your being. To change your being it is necessary to receive new knowledge, such as being told that you are asleep and cannot do. Because you are not one enduring permanent I, but many shifting I's, which all have their own will at the time, and make you act according to their own temporary will. So you say and do all sorts of silly things, because these I's with their own will have got charge of you for the moment. Yet at the time you think you have a real I, and a real will. This is your illusion of being always conscious in everything you do or say. You think that I does, whereas it does, namely, this machinery of I's that you take as yourself. All these illusions must be destroyed, however much your false personality suffers, because the work is to overcome illusions about yourself, such as I am very kind-hearted, I only wish well to everybody, and especially the idea that you are a good man, or a good woman. The beginning of overcoming illusions about yourself is by seeing that you think you are good, always wishing well, without observing that you probably also hate and wish evil even towards the same person. You may be perfectly certain that if you are identified with your false personality you think you are kind and generous. That is, you have a picture. So to overcome this illusion you have to see that in practice you are nothing like this. Your illusion of being always conscious must be destroyed, however much your false personality suffers. This, indeed, is useful suffering, and leads you to inner change. But all useless suffering, such as standing on your head, or slimming, or eating coal, leads to nothing but an increase of false personality, which feeds on merit and self-praise. That is, it supports imaginary I. The gradual attack that the work, once received, makes on this imaginary I. That is, the illusion that you are a person with a real, permanent I, is deeply interesting to watch in yourself. It takes years, yes, all your life, to observe the slow switch over from imaginary I to the beginning of real I, and you certainly have to undergo shocks and painful moments in the process to attain an unalterable stability. So much has to be stripped off, so many skins, so many coats. She used the onion and the many overcoats as a symbol, or rather, illustration, here. Some of these skins or coats belong to one center, others to another, but they are all subservient to the cruel Lord, as it is called in the Old Testament, Isaiah XIX, namely, false personality, that makes your life miserable and unhappy, because it is not you, and causes you to feel hurt, and is so full of sharp thorns. To return to the original statement, namely, that it is difficult to see the difference between knowledge and being, let me ask you this question: do you be what you know? Suppose we are speaking in ordinary life language, and have been lucky enough to have received some good education. Let us also suppose that we are at the level of good householder, that we are relatively responsible people, and realize that we have to take some share in life, and play a part in it, instead of thinking we should be helped over every stile, and commiserated with upon every little setback. Now if we are not the tramps or lunatics that the work speaks of when it refers to people who are not at the level of good householder, then we have some slight knowledge that we must not do certain things that will hurt, or at least incommode other people. We realize that to cosh your grandmama is not quite right, and so on. Also we realize that to lift a few silk or satin underclothes off the counter is again not quite right. So we have a certain life knowledge acquired from patient parents and teachers. Yes, but can we be this knowledge? In a way, yes, but if life standards vanished, would we? Possibly we might. But in this case your being is a life being, and not a work being. Now, to come to the knowledge of the work and change of one's life being. Knowledge of this work, such as that we are negative, and must struggle to the end of our lives not to fall into the open hell mouth of negative emotions. I say, knowledge of this work is clearly one thing, and life does not teach this special knowledge. But your being will not change as long as the knowledge of the work lies simply in your memory. This knowledge must be understood before we can be what we know. For example, no one can ever remember himself unless he understands, through self-observation, that he is asleep. To try to self-remember without understanding that one is asleep is useless. It is only by applying the work to oneself in one's own particular case that one can realize what self-remembering is. If you do not know what it is to observe you are asleep, how can you remember yourself? In this connection I will add something. Try to observe what particular person you go most asleep about, the person with whom you are most negatively identified. Once you have acknowledged this, that you are identified, that you even do hate, try to make this particular occasion of being asleep an occasion of self-remembering. You cannot just remember yourself in general about nothing, so to speak, for there is nothing to work on. You cannot just go about looking down your nose and thinking you are remembering yourself. This is most important. You cannot remember yourself unless you know through sincere observation that you are asleep in some specific sense. Then you must awaken in this part of yourself and try to be what you know. It is necessary to be what you know by working on yourself. All this brings us to the octave of the work, one note of which is the application of the work to your being. This leads to new being and its refreshment. The subject of the work, each one of you, is yourself. So, unless you observe yourself, there is nothing to work on. The link between the work taught on the blackboard and your being is self-observation, without which you can never join the knowledge of the work to your being, and be it. Negative emotions are the greatest curse of life in yourself and others. Humanity is governed by them. Observation and separation are necessary all your life. Yes, but can you be the work? In short, can you live the work, not merely remember it? If you try to live it, it will feed you all your life. Amwell, 1.7.50. The middle compartment in the three-story factory. Let us take today, in studying the everlasting subject of negative emotions, which, as you all know, lead down to violence eventually, the idea of man as a three-story factory. Man takes in ordinary food, air, and impressions. Now let us trace the fate of the transformation of ordinary food into higher hydrogens. Food comes in at the number 768, which is derived from a level in the ray of creation, or rather from the 3 octaves of radiation, which are nothing but a brief, contracted resume of the ray itself. Ordinary food comes in as a passive dew into the body, meets the transforming forces in the stomach, and is digested, that is, transformed from, say, a beefsteak into much subtler molecules which can enter the bloodstream. I am speaking very roughly. It comes in as a passive substance, and is acted upon by an active substance called carbon, the result being that it passes from the state of matter 768 to the state of matter designated by the number 384, by being acted upon by carbon 192. Now let me remind you all that no transformation is possible except with a passive substance which is called in the work an oxygen. If, for example, a man starts from the idea that he can do, no psychotransformism is possible. Now let us continue. The substance designated 384 is acted upon further and becomes 192, and then again is acted upon further and becomes a substance alchemically designated as 96. Now this is placed in the middle compartment of the three-story factory. It is called Fa 96. We are speaking of the transformation of literal food into hydrogens in the three chemical laboratories, namely, the lowest compartment, the middle compartment, and the upper compartment. Now supposing the middle compartment is negative. If you are negative, that is, if your middle compartment is negative, it is comparable to a laboratory, that is, as it were, drenched with water, or even poison. Therefore Fa 96 will not be made properly, and you will lose vitality. But suppose that Fa 96 becomes Sol 48 in the upper compartment. This means that the beefsteak has become a substance that can be used as thought. Then, mysteriously enough, it has to come down again to the middle compartment, as La 24. Now, if it comes down like that into the middle laboratory, and if you are very violently negative in the middle compartment, it is comparable to an explosion in the laboratory, so the substance called La 24 is broken up and cannot go down to its real destiny, which is to develop itself fully to She 12. Therefore, with this brief note about alchemical hydrogens in the body, you can see how very dangerous it is if the middle compartment of the three-story factory is governed by negative emotions. It will interfere with the uprising octave, and interfere with the downgoing octave which goes into the lowest compartment, as a highly developed substance called She 12. From this we can see without much meditation, that being negative will on one side decrease your resistance to illness, and on the other side weaken your sex. It is most important to keep the second compartment pure. As G said, most illnesses are due to psychological causes. So we can understand that indulging in and enjoying our negative emotions will interfere with our physical health and sex energy. Amwell, 8.7.50. The difference between mechanical and conscious effort. We understand that the general idea in this work is that man is asleep, but that he can awaken if he makes the right efforts. Let me ask you what you understand about effort. Supposing you come to a difficult passage in something you are reading, you have to make an effort to understand it, otherwise you will simply pass it over and go on to the next paragraph, which is perhaps more easily understood. Effort, therefore, means concentration of some kind. How often do I cast aside an article on the cosmos from the scientific point of view, promising myself that I will study it later? And how many times do you think that I do study it later? I can't say quite truthfully, practically never, but occasionally. Now consciousness does not grow from mechanicalness. Increased consciousness, which is the object of this work, can only grow through effort. You may think that you all make efforts such as getting up in the morning, cooking eggs, or making meals, catching trains, but these are not efforts, although you might connect them with efforts. They are mechanical efforts. Do you see that from the standpoint of the work a mechanical effort is not an effort in the work sense? It is your mechanicalness, that makes you do these things. If you don't catch that bus, you will lose your job at the office, and so on. So you can see that you are not making the effort, but it is making the effort. Now, for heaven's sake, don't think that to make conscious effort is not to catch a bus to the office, not to cook eggs, etc. This is quite a silly idea of effort, such as many people used to have, standing up in empty buses, or eating Coke, or some such absurdity. We have got to study in this work what the work means by effort, as distinct from mechanical effort. One said that the whole of nature has to make effort. The hard-working birds have to lay eggs, rush about all day finding food, feed their young, and then as often as not fly to Africa, and many of them will die. But this is mechanical effort, and therefore not effort in the work sense. It is nature driving them. It is laws. It is necessity in the same way as our lives on this imperfect planet demand necessary effort in order to exist. We have to do what we have to do, and if we do what we have to do, we may get to the level of what is called in the work good householder. But the work starts from another level in its definition of what efforts we have to make. Suppose you are running for a bus to your office, and you are cursing and swearing, then, do you understand from what you know of the work already, that you are negative? Now, where then does the work effort come in? We must make extra effort to do such things, without being negative, and without being identified. Life does not demand this extra effort, this other kind of effort. Now today I want to talk to you about identifying, which is so closely related to being negative. We do not realize how much we are identified, and so under the power of things. What is the opposite, or let me say, antagonistic state to being identified? The beginning of the power to remember yourself. Now all work efforts lie beyond mechanical necessity. They are extra. They are not necessary for the living of ordinary life. They belong to another level of ideas. Work efforts are connected with what the work teaches, and we must gradually distinguish between needful mechanical effort, and these extra efforts which the work teaches us to make and life does not. Life wishes to keep us asleep. So try to distinguish in your mind between necessary mechanicalness, and the extra efforts which are needed to change the level of being, that is, awaken from the sleep in which we are caught in the vast machinery of mechanical life called nature. We can serve nature, or not. To serve nature is not to work. I will add one thing, namely, that if you will consciously what you have to do out of necessity, you will be in a different state right away, and will be working on yourself. But I leave it to all people who are teaching this work to explain what the conscious efforts are that we have to make, and of which I have talked so many times. To repeat them all once more would mean I should have to repeat the whole work. As said, the only emotion we really know is the emotion of being identified, and that we have no real emotions, because we are always identified and worried, anxious, negative, about everything that happens to us. To have pure emotions would mean not being identified. How marvelous! To will and to be identified are different. So try willing what you have to do out of necessity, and working on necessity. For instance, you can will to catch that bus. Mechanical effort out of necessity is not conscious effort, but the willing of it will make it conscious. To will what happens to you will lift you above mechanicalness. To will a thing is not to complain. To complain about your life is not to work. I do not mean only externally, in speech, but to think in your spirit. To argue from the senses is, again, not to work. Physical sight may be the clumsiest way of understanding things. Esoterically, sight means insight, that is, understanding. Taking things as you see them will make for complaining, and complaining is not understanding. Amwell, 15.7.50. The idea of balanced man in the work. Let us talk today about that strange figure that the work speaks about called number 4 man, or balanced man. In order to do so it is necessary to refer to the first 3 categories of man, number 1, number 2 and number 3 man. The work says that the centers in the lowest compartment, i.e. the sex center, moving center, and instinctive center are the basis of mechanical life, and I would add, from my observation, especially number 1 man, whose center of gravity lies chiefly in moving center. Consider how many people in this world are occupied only in moving matter from one place to another: lorry drivers, coal miners, and builders, and so on. This all belongs to the functions of moving center. I remember when I was at Bart's we had an excellent physician called Gard, who said once to us, "Is it not extraordinary how so many of these patients are simply engaged in moving something from somewhere to somewhere else?" Then of course you get number 1 man, who bats balls, which is again removing matter from one place to another. Golfers and footballers and hockey players and tennis players all move the ball about, and cricketers endeavor to hit it as far away as possible. In number 2 man the center of gravity of his being is in emotional center. This may mean artistic creation, if he is developed, and if not it will mean liking, or disliking, swinging to and fro. Let us consider number 3 man equally briefly. Such a man approaches everything through an intellectual theory. He feels that logic and reason govern life, or should do so. Now all these types can be said to be one-sided, but number 4 man, the strange figure called number 4 man, balanced man, can use all his centers for their appropriate functions. If he has to clean out a pigsty he does not use emotional center. He simply sees a mess of filth, and sees that he has to remove it, and realizes that reacting to it emotionally is not advisable. However, when he has washed and dressed, he may enjoy a conversation about the work. But the average farmer is a number 1 man, and he will be too tired to develop his other centers. He may be thinking of that corn, or that pig, etc. You cannot imagine a plowman behind a single horse trying to think of a good, dramatic play, because he would be in the wrong center for his job, and his furrow would be crooked. The idea, then, of number 4 man is that he can use each center for its particular job. Now there are several teachings, apart from ancient ones, about this idea of balanced man. My first teacher, Dr. Jung, teaches that man has 4 functions: intuition, sensation, thinking, and feeling. Now this is also what the work is talking about, although it does not refer to Dr. Jung's 4 functions, but tends to speak of 3 functions: intellectual, emotional and physical. This work says that your undeveloped functions, whatever they may be, namely, your undeveloped centers, must be made to grow before you can approach the state of being called number 4 man. That is why the work teaches you to consider whether you are sure that you are approaching a situation with the right center. So if you have to pick up a match off the floor you have to use moving center. Suppose you think someone else ought to do it. You are using emotional center, and you will not pick up the match, or you might drop it, especially if it is not a match, but a teacup or plate. And then of course you will utter the usual modern complaint, "Why should I?" The grip of personality wrongly formed by mechanical associations is really a terrible thing, once you begin to see it for yourself. As long As you are under the power of false personality, you are worked from outside life. But suppose you begin to see that whatever your job is, you have to do it yourself, and not pretend to be what you are obviously not, then you can begin to understand the path or way to become balanced man. I said the other day that a man of great being is a man who never complains, and therefore a man or woman who is always complaining has small being. What is small being from the work point of view? It means that you do nothing from yourself by seeing the necessity of it from yourself. Once you get to this way of dealing with life from yourself, you begin to move towards number 4 man, or balanced man. I would add from my own experience with myself that this is the beginning of trying to live more consciously. If you have not your own conscious motive, you are a mechanical figure governed by the change in circumstances of external life. Once you take a grip of yourself, you realize that whatever the circumstances, you have to do your job, you have to do what you have to do, and you will do it much better if you thus will it. Therefore we were talking recently about willing what happens. Now such an attitude will begin to develop your other functions. So I say to you, and that a developed man must be able to employ all these 4 functions. Will what you have to do in daily life. Will the necessity, and that is the extra effort that will make you balanced man eventually. In other words, I mean, left to yourself in a situation that demands the use of another's center that you do not usually use, try to use it, and then it will develop. Otherwise you may always call on someone else to do anything. Now, to conclude this short paper on this mysterious figure called balanced man, which can only be reached by constant effort in everything we do, let us take all 3 types of mechanical men, as follows: 123, 132, 231, 213, 312, 321. All these types have to develop to move towards balanced man. 123 has to develop 2, and then finally has most undeveloped function 3, and so on. Amwell, 22.7.50. The position of man in the ray of creation. As long as the work lies only in your memory, it will not have any effect on you. For that reason it is necessary to think for yourself about the ideas of the work which lie in your memory. To think about the work means that your inner self thinks about what lies in the external memory. Then what happens is that your inner spirit, which is the part that really thinks for itself, begins to connect with the ideas of the work. In other words, it is necessary to reflect on the ideas and make them your own, as far as you can, in your inner thinking. You have, for example, the idea that man is asleep, and possibly that you are also. As long as you have this down only on the blackboard of your memory, you will never see what the idea means, i.e., it will never make your inner man think, I mean, the essential man, the spirit of your thought. Having lost contact with higher centers long ago, we have to be taught the ideas of esotericism through the senses. And if you make what you are taught through the senses combine with your own inmost thinking, that will begin to change you and re-establish connection with what you have lost. So you will realize that one of the things that we have to do practically is to think deeply internally about the teaching of the work. One of the things that the work teaches is that we are part of organic life. Organic life is like a sensitive film of living substance spread over the earth, and its object is to form a link between Fa and me in our little ray of creation. Let us think about what it means to come between Fa and me in the octave. As you know, it is said that there is always a gap between Fa and me in a descending octave, or, if you like, between me and Fa in an ascending octave. Organic life is a pain factory that transmits the force between the planetary world as a whole, to me. That is to say, organic life as a pain factory is deliberately created to be a connecting link between the upper part of the octave and the lower. For that reason, organic life is called a nitrogen, or neutralizing force between the upper and the lower parts of the octave. Sometimes it has been said in the past that man is the broken rung in Jacob's ladder, or, if you prefer, in the ladder of increasing being. We must understand that this Jacob's ladder is not a straightforward ladder. At a certain point of it a volte-face is necessary. This can be seen very clearly in the table of elements. Put as simply as possible, it seems to say that man is both heaven and earth, and when he reaches a certain point in his development in life which is called good householder, which we might represent as being at the level of me, he cannot grow unless he turns his face the other way, and begins to take in the spiritual meaning of this work. Yet at the same time, owing to this possibility, he must hold both earth which is below him and heaven which is above. But it is now necessary to add that man does not really appear in the vast ray of creation save through the influence of what is called the sun, which sends down little side octaves starting with do at the level of the sun, and sounding she at the level of the planets, and on the earth level sounding 3 notes la sol fa. Now that strange thing called la sol fa is what is called organic life on this earth, the sensitive film of suffering and pain, which enables the force to pass from the upper part to the lower part of the octave. The work mentions this strange idea, that the level of being designated by the sun would not have created this sensitive connecting machine, so as to enable the force to pass from fa to me, unless it got something for itself, namely, man's development, up to its level. For that reason, that level of being represented externally by the sun made man a self-developing organism, so as to save him from the groaning creation of organic life. As St. Paul says, the earnest expectation of the creation waiteth for the revealing of the sons of God, and the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together. VII.1922. It is possible to think that this means that the putting down of man from the level of being called the sun was not done unless there was a way of escaping from the pressure of this groaning creation. For that reason esotericism was sown into the earth from conscious influences, and man was made capable of receiving these esoteric influences, and thereby was not bound to suffer the general fate of fishes, birds, insects, and animals that belong to the pain factory itself. So if you reflect on this, you will see that man need not suffer uselessly if he once learns how to suffer consciously by following the ideas of this work in his inner understanding, and not purely externally. Now you cannot receive this teaching unless it belongs to you. We know very well that good householder is simply good householder. But if he has magnetic center, he is above simply being good householder. That means, his level of being is higher than is necessary simply to be a mere good householder, of which there are millions. Who is looking for something? Who has felt from his earliest age that something is wrong and life does not explain itself? Such a man has magnetic center. Such a man may by force of circumstances, or perhaps not really that, be led into this work without knowing that he has the possibility of magnetic center, but once he has met this work, and considered it, and reflected on its teaching, he will develop his magnetic center. All I have said is to make you reflect on the peculiar position of man on this earth, namely, that he is between two things. Amwell, 29.7.50. Positive emotions. The work says we do not know positive emotions. We are taught that the ordinary emotions that we have, such as feeling rather happy, can easily change into their opposites, whereas positive emotions cannot change into any opposite, because they come from higher centers which include the opposites. Just in the same way, higher mental center does not think from yes or no, but from yes and no together, so emotions that come from higher emotional center have no opposites in them. We are also taught that positive emotions come as rewards. We cannot induce them. But if we have worked at non-identifying against negative emotions, and so on, and also tried to remember ourselves at rather critical moments, when everything is going wrong, then we may have, sooner or later, a flash of this reward called a positive emotion, which is utterly unlike any of the ordinary emotions that we experience in life. We are told that this work has to do with the preparation of lower centers for the reception of the influences that are coming from higher centers all the time, to which we are not tuned properly so as to receive them. As I have often said, our lower centers are really receptive machines, and they should hear the continual messages or influences that come from higher centers. But there is something wrong with them. They are wrongly connected, they are filled with wrong attitudes, wrong ways of thinking, wrong responses to external stimuli, and so on. And it is especially the emotional center that is all wrong. It is said of the emotional center that it is rather as if you put your radio machine under water and expected it to transmit aright. For this reason I have sometimes said that we have to squeeze out this wetness from the emotional center by a kind of pressure on ourselves, by a to and fro movement, sometimes going in one direction, sometimes in another, until it becomes dried, i.e., until the water is wrung out of it. What is this water? To continue the analogy, this water is being identified with your negative states all day long. Take complaining, for example. I prepare something carefully, and someone else lights the fire with what I have carefully prepared. I become furious. Do you not see that I am caught? Do you not see that the state of my emotional center is based really on violence? Because we understand from the teaching of this work that negative emotions simply lead down to violence. For that reason the work says that man will never have peace on this earth as long as he is based on violence, no matter what external modifications in the circumstances of his life are invented. In other words, the work teaches that unless a man changes internally he cannot expect to escape from the prison house of this life. In short, he cannot come under fewer laws, but must remain under from 48 to 96 orders of laws, and if he is very negative you may be sure he is under 96 orders of laws. So we must understand that although we have great possibilities afforded us, we have not got the technical apparatus to realize them, and the work indicates the general direction in which a man or woman must go in order to get this disorder state rightly connected up so that these possibilities can be realized. This is one way of thinking about the work, and it is extremely useful to use this way of thinking what the work is about when you consider such sayings of the work as man is asleep, man cannot do, and in consequence everything happens in the only way it can happen. People say, why does not everyone wake up so that we can have a new world? Now can you all see the answer? Do you find it easy to stop being identified with the tasks of daily life? Do you find it easy to stop self-justifying? Do you find it easy to stop internal considering, in fact, to flee from it? Do you find it easy to externally consider, to put yourself in the position of other people with their difficulties? No, of course you do not, so what is the good of saying, Why does not everyone wake up? If you find it so difficult to apply the technique of the work to yourself, so it is necessary to connect yourself with something that will always remind you what this work is about, and if you reflect with the inner spirit of your thought upon the meaning of the work, and give it time and space in your mental life, and also try to practice it both in your internal life, and your external life, and your relation to other people, you may get, quite in a haphazard way, a flash of positive emotion. And then you will know that the work is true, and then indeed you will have a point in the work which nothing can move. As G once said, I want a man to reach a stage of understanding this work so that he can be bent, twisted and turned, and yet he will always point in the same direction. I will add only one thing: you must not let this work grow cold in you. The alchemical teaching of the work said, you must not be more than 8 hours absent, otherwise the work gets cold. Only now can we work, and if you say, I am going to work tomorrow, you will not be able to do it. But unfortunately we have so many misleading eyes that are always saying things to us, such as, you are so tired, and the trouble is that we believe in these eyes, and so fall asleep again even from the tiny level of awakening that we have reached. It is necessary to observe eyes that want to mislead you all the time in this work because they hate the work, since they know they will eventually die. Amwell, 5.8.50. A new way of thinking. One way of understanding the present situation of the world, especially in Western Europe, is that people want new associations. The old associations by which we used to think no longer mean anything. What used to have some value now no longer has the same value. In other words, everyone wants something different from what was. I must first of all draw attention to the fact that we all think from our acquired associations, due to what we are taught in early life. Once upon a time these associations that govern our words and thoughts were truth. As many philosophers have said, truths last only for a certain time, and ultimately become worn out. One of the teachings of this work is to get new associations, new truth. I find myself at my stage of the work very dead, when I think with my old acquired associative thoughts. No doubt this was one reason why I was to find new truth, and therefore new associations, and therefore new ways of thinking. However, you will all understand that a person over a certain age hates anything new, that is, new associations in his mind. In such cases it is no good to try to change anything. In regard to the fact that we all think through our laid-down associations, which may be very effective at the time, it gives us a glimpse into what mechanical man means, i.e. man who thinks from his old associations always. It is the greatest mistake to believe that an ordinary man can think apart from his mechanical associations. And I fancy that here lies a great deal that we do not understand about other people, whether older or younger than we are. Each age has its own associations, whereby everyone thinks, and yet none of us sees it. The problem therefore is to change these associations in order to develop our own thought, and our own understanding, and, as you know, the work is about metanoia, or change of mind, which means thinking from quite new associations. And I will add that so many people do not see that this is the case. In short, that the meaning of the work is to change the way you think, and to change the way you think is to change the usual associations, whereby you have hitherto thought. So if we try to look at the whole world in a visionary way, we see that all nations probably are feeling the desire to think differently, and not according to the old paths of their associations, in which they were brought up. Why does communism, for example, have such strength? Simply because it gives new paths of association. Or again, for example, surrealism means the seeking of new associations accompanied by hatred of old associations. So the surrealists put an eye in one corner, and a leg in another corner, in an attempt to break the old associative paths. Behind this blind impulse we must understand there is the attempt to find new associations everywhere. In short, surrealism is an attempt to find new associations, and to get away from the old ones which are now worn out, and so it belongs to this universal impulse to get away from old thoughts. I read the other day a definition of surrealism which seemed to be fairly clear. It goes as follows: the idea of surrealism is based upon belief in the superior reality of certain forms of association previously neglected, in the supreme power of dreams, and the disinterested power of the mind. This is rather interesting, if you can hear it with your mind. There actually are higher associations. It means, in so many words, the search for new associations, so that one thinks differently. Again I remind you of the fact that one of the great objects in the idea of psychotransformism is that we must and can acquire new associations, whereby to think. This means that your old associative mentality will be no good for you if you want to undergo psychotransformism, that is, to transform your way of thinking. So once again we come to this question of metanoia, which means thinking in a new way. Now this teaching about metanoia is very ancient, but it has this peculiar quality in it, namely, that it is based upon a new way of thinking that is quite different from madness, and not haphazard. Haphazard or mad ways of trying to get new associations, from the standpoint of this work, are useless. But people go mad to get out of associations. You can, for example, wear your boots on the top of your head, or put your suit on the wrong way round, or put an eye in one corner, and a leg in the other corner of your picture. Yet at the same time one can comprehend that this is a blind attempt to get new associations, but it is an attempt without any goal behind it, and so is meaningless. The new way of thinking which belongs to the new man in this work is a definite discipline leading to a goal, which is contact with higher centers which think quite differently from our lower centers. For example, to realize that one is asleep and has no real gives rise to entirely new associations about oneself and about life. In short, this is right surrealism. Try to think for yourselves of new associations that the work teaches us, and see for yourselves what psychotransformism means, in the work sense. We are coming into a new eon, a new age. An eon lasts about 2,000 years, and then its truth wears out. Then it is necessary to find new truth whereby to live, with new meaning, because the old meanings no longer conduct any force. But esotericism has always known this, and has always taught new meanings. And so we have amidst us the beginning of a new formulation of the ancient teaching, to give us new meaning for life. Consider for a moment what the work says, that you have no real I, and you are nothing but a mass of mechanical reactions to life. I say, think about this, and think about it deeply, and you will begin to see what the work is about. But of course, if your ordinary associative paths of thought are never challenged by yourselves, you cannot progress. Do not think that this new teaching can be based on your old associative thinking. This work is about an entirely new way of thinking, both about others, about yourself, and about life. Once you begin to see that, the work will become a source of strength and meaning within you. Amwell, 12.8.50. Certain sayings of the work. Serious conversations in my experience do not seem to be much good. A person says to me, "I want to have a really serious conversation with you." The trouble is that so many values attach to this word serious. What do you mean by this word serious? And again, what do you mean to have a serious conversation with someone else in the work, or with me? At one time I used to go down to West Kensington to have a really serious conversation with Mr. Ouspensky and found myself drinking a bottle of Montrachet with him, while he looked really beautiful and said, "How, Nicole? What do you want to say? Have another glass of Montrachet?" And of course by that time I really had something lifted from me, because he had put me into another state, in which all these dark and evil thoughts, that belong to the general idea of being serious, were gone. In this connection, what we do not understand is that we have certain states a little higher and certain states a little lower, states a little more conscious, and states a little less conscious, and we do not understand ourselves because we take the present state or mood as representative of ourselves. In other words, we say, "I" to the state we are in. We give it the sentiment moi, the feeling of I, but practically all our states are different forms of illusion which really base themselves on internal considering. A man to be free, a woman to be free, must not go with internal considering, i.e., with making accounts against someone else. Now I am going to give you some of the sayings that were put up on the walls of the theater that we built at Fontainebleau, and decorated interiorly with colored glass windows, and all the rest of it. G had these sayings put up, in English, I think. The first one that I will quote is based on the idea that if a man gives up internal considering for external considering, he begins to be free. Now before I quote the saying of G, I would like to say to you, how much is all your life stuffed full of indigestible material such as thinking you have not been properly appreciated? The chief implement for living felicitously in life is to have the ability to consider externally always, internally never. Now let us suppose that a man, or a woman in this work always wants to be properly treated according to his or her illusion to moi, their idea of themselves. They will collect, at every moment, negative impressions. Why? Because the whole object of the school at Fontainebleau was to destroy this internal considering which gives rise to so much jealousy, and so on. Of course, you must all understand that unless you begin to give this up you cannot do the second line of work, externally considering other people, and not always being negative about the way they treat you, or the third line of work, which is getting quite beyond your private grievances, and helping the general idea of the work. And helping me, I still fancy that many of you do not study yourselves from the standpoint of internal considering, or making accounts against other people for not having treated you quite rightly. In such a case it is absolutely necessary that a further step in the work be taken to give this up. Now I consider the above translation of G's saying a bad one, and I would suggest the following interpretation, to make it clear, because I hate the words implement, and felicitously try to observe when you are making internal accounts, through thinking that someone else has not treated you rightly, and begin to think of the other person, and of his or her difficulties. Begin to cease to make internal accounts which are endless, and get onto a new level of thinking about how other people exist, and about their difficulties, and how you might help them by giving up your internal accounting, otherwise everyone will be your enemy. Now let us take the first saying on the list. Work here is not for work's sake, but as a means. I would like to ask you all, do you not think it is meant that you must not take things externally, but see what effect they have on you so that you can work on yourselves. Work here is not for work's sake, but as a means. And so you must understand that coming down here where you get hit by me or by someone else has to do with this first saying. If you get negative, you will not see what it is all about. Amwell, 26.8.50. On taking in impressions. Impressions are food, not physical food, but psychological food. We can understand that, in eating physical food, we can reject things that taste unpleasant and select things that are more agreeable. Unfortunately, we'll, when immersed in life and worked by it, feed on negative impressions freely, and if we do not seek to escape a negative psychology, we will tend to listen with pleasure to unpleasant things. If you are always going to pick out something rather disagreeable that you have heard and communicate it to other people, you will do yourself serious injury, just as if you always picked out rotten food for your physical stomach. The mind is a stomach. What are you going to feed your mind with? Are you going to feed it with nasty stuff? Now a discriminating gourmet will put aside olives that do not taste right, caviar that is rather smelly, and so on, and he will select what he thinks is good food. But as regards the psychological food of impressions, do we apply the same elementary and obvious rules for the selection of what we are taking in from what we hear and see? Some of you are talking badly amongst yourselves. I notice that some of you are full of scandals about this and that. Well, if you go on doing that, you will have a very bad stomach in your mind. One has to select impressions that one will accept just as one selects food and rejects bad food. You must learn to pick out reasonable things from what you see and hear, and reject the dubious, unpleasant things. You are not a man or a woman in the work, unless you can do this, and select what you will accept from all that you hear through your senses, and have power of discrimination as regards your food of impressions. As regards taking in negative impressions about a person whom you do not particularly like, notice if you are always eager to hear bad talk about this person. Now if you just accept this bad talk in an excited way, you will be furnishing your mind with bad food. That means that your mind cannot grow. Unpleasant thoughts, unpleasant hearsay, make a very bad food for you to grow within this work. Strangely enough, so many of you, who are more or less new to the work, simply cannot see what is meant here. That is, you do not see that you have to filter everything given you by your five senses, and select, and discard. What is more easy in life than to whisper? What travels more rapidly than even light itself? Scandal? Now if you do not understand that a person is many-sided, and has many likable sides, you will not be able to discriminate about this person. In the same way, unless you see that you have a lot of unpleasant eyes, and also better eyes than yourself, you will not be able to discriminate between what you hear about this person, and what perhaps you think about this person. But as long as you take yourself as one person, you give torture to everyone else regarding everyone as one person, which is the greatest foolishness, as you will admit. You are many different eyes, and the other person is many different eyes. Certain scandals that you may hear about this person may apply to certain eyes, but you will not judge this person if you know that you yourself are many different eyes, some good and some bad, and such thinking, such understanding, gives you the power of mercy, that is, of understanding. You may be able to say after a time, yes, I know that he or she is like that on one side, but from my view of the person, knowing that I have the same troubles with myself, I will not judge the person, knowing that I am the same. You cannot judge another person, unless you have seen and judged yourself. You cannot be conscious of another person, unless you are conscious of yourself. I said recently that there is no growth of being without an increase of consciousness. Mechanical being should not judge mechanical being. Otherwise it leads to hatred. More conscious being does not lead to hatred. But what is the starting point of more conscious being? It is being aware that you are not one person, one permanent person, called I, but you are an imaginary I. The trouble in life is that one imaginary I judges another imaginary I. Can multiplicity judge multiplicity? Are you always right? Can imaginary I judge another imaginary I? In social life everyone is talking about everyone, and in the end it comes to the fact that they are always right, and the other person always wrong. Now as long as you all take yourselves as having real I, or permanent I, you will think any other people whom you judge also have real, permanent I, so you will not forgive anyone. Where's your mistake? You are taking the other person as a fully developed, conscious man or woman who knows exactly what he is saying or doing. You judge them on this basis. This is the cruelest torture that can happen. What is the remedy? Self-observation, seeing that you have not got this permanent I that you imagine you have, which in the work is called real I. Once you begin to see from self-observation that you are full of contradictory I's, and there is no such thing called I in your psychology, you will be much more merciful to other people, and you will not pick out scandal as your favorite psychological food. The whole point is to pray for the neutralizing force of the work, which comes only through self-observation, and then you can forgive others, and be more at peace. Amwell, 2.9.50. A B and C influences that act on man, on this planet. If you think only from the senses, you have a certain type of mind which is not the same mind that the work teaches you to create in yourself. Thinking that the sun obviously goes round the earth, and all the starry hosts accompany it, is thinking based on the evidence of the senses. This gives you a mechanical or natural mind. That is, you have the evidence of the senses as the ultimate criterion. But this mechanical or natural, external mind based on the evidence of the senses is not the mind that this work seeks to make in you. Everything that the work teaches, if you come to reflect on it, has little or nothing to do with the external senses, or with that form of mind which is built up in us all from this source. Do you know that the sun does not go round the earth every day, although the evidence of the senses makes it look like that? This life's 5 windows of the soul distort the heavens from pole to pole, as Blake said. The kind of mind that the work seeks to create in you is a mind withdrawn from the evidence of the 5 windows of the senses. A man in this work who has begun to observe himself no longer has the same feeling about the meaning of life. Why? Because the development of the inner senses through self-observation will make him see that there is another life not based on the evidence of the senses. So we must distinguish between what for the moment I will call a sense-based mind, and a mind based on the work. The work teaches, for example, that if you are evil in motive there is something wrong with you quite apart from whether what you are doing brings more money. The external mind thinks, this is a good thing, let us get onto it, and make some more money. But, if you have begun to develop an internal mind, you see that you are doing a lot of harm to others possibly. In short, you are telling lies which work very well in life, but these lies, that seem so easy, especially if you are a clever businessman, will not lead to your internal development, and you will not be fulfilling the central point of the teaching, i.e., that we were created as self-developing organisms, and of course you all understand by now that self-development is an inner process, and that you have to separate lies and truth interiorly. I often think that this is one of the most important things to understand, but although it has been emphasized for a long time, I agree with you that it is very difficult to see the difference between what the external or natural or sense-based mind thinks, and what we are supposed to do in this work, i.e., to observe that we are lying, and to try to alter our inner psychology, which I call the psychological mind. The swamping, overpowering rush of life prevents us from being able to do this work by self-observation. In this respect, let us take influences. The work teaches that there are three kinds of influences that play on us. One kind comes from the conscious circle of humanity, called the kingdom of heaven, which sells in material, that can develop us internally, and make essence grow in the right way. The misfortune is that ideas coming from the conscious circle of humanity, composed of number 7 man, in passing into life are bound to be changed into what are called B influences. As you know, in the Gospels you meet traces of C influences, but they are turned into B influences, which can be very misleading. One said something like this, that it is as if some servants, who are serving at your table, and hear thoughts, ideas coming from conscious people, who are, so to speak, dining together, which means eating the same psychological food of truth and goodness, can only carry it away in distorted fashion. Owing to their level of understanding, they miss a good deal of what is said, and distort it. This, said, is how C influences are received by man, who is not in touch with higher centers. Now let us come to A influences. The work says that A influences are created in life itself, and have no connection with B influences, and therefore none with C influences. What are these A influences that keep people fast asleep? I used to ask us sarcastically. Look around at what attracts people very much, he said. Why do people swarm in thousands to football matches, and so on? You may think it incredible that the influences keep people asleep. Look around. I would like you to discuss what are these hypnotic influences that keep people asleep. Would you say they were collective influences in which everyone loses his individuality? Take a howling mob of people, as G once said about war. When people are hypnotized by war, they lose even the small amount of consciousness that they have been allocated. Have you ever seen yelling crowds, and do you see that they have given up the small amount of individual consciousness that they could have? Now G said in his solemn way that they are all feeding the moon, that is, something below them. O said, take the crowd at one of these yelling football matches. The whole lot of them are feeding the moon, because they have lost the individual feeling of themselves. All these mass phenomena, all this screaming and shouting, mean that they lose the individual consciousness to which they all have a right. An excited man in a crowd ceases to have any meaning, and is no longer the individual that he was created to be. He then becomes part of a mass phenomenon, and therefore ceases to exist and loses the power of development that was given to man, as distinct from the animals. Owing to this loss of individual consciousness which typifies the sage, people are throwing away all chance of individual development. This means that the God of this world has got the upper hand. A man must rescue himself from the hypnotism of life in order to do this work, and if he does not, if he feels that the only thing to do is to be in the swim, he loses his possible identity, and in place of it he has an identity card. How curious it is that nowadays no one can enjoy himself from himself but must belong to something, and sign a paper in order to exist. That is, people throw away their individual feeling of being distinct people. So I would like you all to consider what are influences in life, i.e., influences created by life itself. The whole point is that influences keep humanity asleep. Magnetic center, if it tries to get in touch with B influences, can to a certain extent distinguish between the two influences. Amwell 9.9.50. The hypnotism of life. Whatever you enter into in life you get caught by. You cannot, for example, take up anything in life without being caught by it. All the things in life can be regarded from one point of view, as influences. I was talking to someone recently who was taking up journalism. I said to him, "Well, that is excellent, but you will be caught by it." Another man said he was taking up business. I said, "Excellent, but you will be caught by it soon." Or, let us say, a third man said he was going to become an artist. I said, "Excellent, but after a time you will be caught by it." What does it mean, this phrase, "you will be caught by it"? Of course, if we could really practice non-identifying, whatever the jobs offered to us in life, they would not catch us. But if I have just taken up journalism as a freelance, I find myself absolutely furious that my report was not accepted by my newspaper, but some other journalist had his report accepted. These are the many traps in life. But you have to be caught. You are no good unless you have been caught, otherwise you will not learn anything about life. There are so many traps in life of this kind, that I would not like to try to enumerate them all. But I would ask you to try to see from this vision what life is like in this respect. Now you know that the work says that the object of life is to keep us all asleep, and to prevent us from waking up. That is why life is constantly changing, and nothing can be done to get us straight. One moment it is like this and the next it is like that, and we are like mass hypnotized people who shift our heads in one direction, and then in the other, because we cannot help it. To distinguish one thing rightly is a very difficult thing to do. We are all perfectly certain that we can do, that we know more about one subject than anyone else, so we are caught by this hypnotism of life. What is this strange hypnotic sleep that we are all in, about which Gurdjieff used to speak so much? There are two things that we are told are different: hypnotism and suggestibility. Although it has been said many times over the last few years, I don't think anyone has tried to see the difference between them. So let us approach it in the easiest possible way. Have you observed that you are very suggestible? Some people say that advertising on the hoardings is a matter of hypnotism. Here you are, taking your inflamed feet along the queue, and you see, why not use so and so's ointment for sore feet? And you decide to try it. Is this hypnotism or suggestibility? It is not hypnotism, it is suggestibility. I would like some of you here to give examples from your daily observation of yourselves to see where suggestibility comes in. Say, I am not feeling too well, and someone says, I have never seen you looking younger. Is this hypnotism or suggestibility? Why, of course it is suggestibility. And possibly we have no idea how prone we are to act or react from suggestibility. Hypnotism is quite different. Now what do you think hypnotism consists in as distinct from suggestibility? I said hypnotism was quite different from suggestibility. When I used to practice hypnotism in my early days, I once hypnotized a woman, and she went right off into a hypnotic trance. I could see that she was really hypnotized. I said to her, "When you wake up you will sneeze in 2 minutes, from the time you wake up," and she did. Now you cannot suggest to a person a similar thing. You can resist suggestibility up to a certain point, but if you are really hypnotized, as far as I can make out, you have no resistance. Now let us come back to the fundamental idea that our second state of consciousness, the so-called waking state, is really a hypnotic state, and that we are deliberately hypnotized to be in this state. You remember the 2 farmers that control this earth. But perhaps I am going too far, so I will come back to say that there are some things that we are so convinced about in regard to ourselves that it is really hypnotism. A man will say, "I am convinced that I can do, that I have will, that I have full consciousness," and really nothing will be more offensive than for him to be told that this is all illusion. Here is where the study of hypnotism comes in now through the power of self-observation, and the power of the work. You will be able to see this hypnotism, that preys on everyone so subtly, and thus you will be less under its influence. The hope of escape for humanity is this work, and it begins with the application of the ideas of the work to oneself. This gradually begins to release you from the hypnotism which belongs to humanity. Of course you have heard that the object of this work is to awaken us from this strange state of sleep, which we call the waking state, and, as Gurdjieff once said, in so many words, the hypnotic power of life is so terrible that we have to think of strong antidotes to wake people up from this hypnotism. And I will only add one thing, that when there is suddenly given to you, if the work has chosen you, the extraordinary revelation, that you are not what you thought you were, and that you are quite different from your pictures of yourself and your self-meritoriousness, etc., then you will begin to wake up from this hypnotic sleep which is called the so-called waking state of man. The conscious circle of humanity is always trying to wake us up from this hypnotic sleep. In short, the work is to wake us up from this state of sleep in which we are so deeply immersed, and in which we are so unhappy. Amwell, 23.9.50. On making personality passive. Let us speak today of one of the most fundamental ideas of this work. I say one, because there are many great and fundamental ideas that the work teaches in regard to approaching man, and his situation on this earth. The work teaches us that our task is to make personality passive in order that essence can grow. Personality is acquired by life, and therefore is not essential. But the work says that personality surrounds essence gradually in such a way that we feel after a time our center of gravity, as being in personality, and not in essence. In other words, we mistake our feeling of ourselves owing to the strength of the acquired personality. The work also says that to change being is to change essence, and not personality. If you can get a development of essence by making personality passive, in one direction or another, the energy that would otherwise go into your acquired personality would be deflected into essence, and cause a growth of essence. This growth of essence is called change of being in the real sense. It matters not what acquired personality you have in life, as a successful businessman, doctor, actress, and so on. This will not cause a development of essence. Essence is born in us at birth. We are nothing but essence, but it is undeveloped. The difference is that by itself essence cannot grow beyond the primitive state, so that the first stage of life is to develop personality, but the second education is to work against personality with the aid of the technique of the work, and that will make personality more passive, and will allow essence to become more active. Personally, I have never found this difficult. No one can work on essence directly, but only via the personality, i.e. by self-observation, and working against certain features of the personality, which is purely acquired psychological material in you. Therefore we are taught to try to observe our personalities, which are full of purely acquired attitudes, opinions, and so on, which we take as ourselves. Now in trying to make personality passive, let us say, more passive, we are following the work, and making it more possible for essence to begin to grow at the expense of personality. Personality surrounds essence, as the flesh of a nut, of an acorn, surrounds the germinal growing point. It is the same in the case of an egg. An acorn cannot grow into an oak tree by increasing its flesh. It has to die so that the germinal point can grow at the expense of the flesh of the nut. Except a grain of wheat fall into the ground, and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it beareth much fruit. John xi.24. So our general task is to make personality more and more passive, so that it does not take so much energy, and keep us in a prison of itself. You must understand that all of you are in the prison of your personalities, with all their buffers, negative states, opinions, and conventional thoughts. If you employ this work as a tool, as a technique, you will soon see what you have to work on at all moments in yourself. False personality belongs to personality, and it is, as it were, the guiding devil of personality. Personality drives us into life. Personality makes us behave in 1,001 ways, and if we have any inner feeling in us, we realize that it makes us feel very uncomfortable simply because we feel we are being used by something that is not ourselves at all. That is why this work tells us to make personality passive, so that essence can grow, that is, become active at the expense of personality. Your personalities are the cause of all your unhappinesses. One person has acquired one form of personality, another has acquired another form, owing to their different upbringings. So in life personalities clash with one another, and all the unrest of the world follows through this. To make personality passive is the great task, and this task cannot possibly be undertaken unless each one of us begins to see what his personality is like, and what it makes him do, and how it makes him behave under different circumstances. If we were developed from essence, there would be no such clash. It is our personalities, guided by this devil, the false personality, that make us so unhappy, and at variance with one another. So try through sincere observation to see, to become aware of one or two characteristic features that belong to your personality, and try to separate. That is, try not to let the energy of your daily life run all the time into the familiar mold of personality. You cannot save energy until it ceases to run down the familiar channels of everyday moods, behavior, everyday mechanical speech. Unless you do this, you will remain in the prison of your acquired personality, and will never quite understand what the work is about. Once you begin from inner insight to work on personality for your own sake, you will begin to deflect energy from its usual paths, and that energy, if you have the work in yourself, will be transferred to the development of essence, and you will begin to feel an inner strength that you have not experienced before, and you will begin to feel the development of essence as distinct from personality. The great task therefore is to make personality passive, as I said, and you cannot do this until you can observe your personality to some extent, and see where it impedes you, and drains you of force. The first step to this is to dislike the way you behave, because you all behave from your personalities which are acquired, and not really you. So in this work one has to go inwards, and get behind oneself little by little, so that one sees the personality acting, and does not agree with the way it acts. This is the first step. Take yourself for granted, and you will never get anywhere in the work, because if you justify everything that personality does mechanically, and do not begin to feel dislike of the way you behave, you will be identified with personality, and remain external, and you will not have any possibility of changing. In other words, personality will still run your life at every moment, and you will agree with it at every moment. I ask you all finally, who of you has ever quarreled with the way you behave, or who of you has seen your mechanical moods? I say to you, unless you begin to dislike some of these, you cannot make essence grow. It is only from essence that we can get understanding. The terrific noise of personality with its guiding devil, false personality, will prevent us from doing the work. Our task is to make personality passive little by little through observing it, and if any of you say you do not seem to understand this great fundamental teaching of the work, I will tell you that our task is to make personality passive so that essence can grow. Some people say that they do observe themselves. They say, I see that I do this and I do that, and think that is all that is necessary. I would say that this is the first step certainly, but that you must begin to dislike behaving in this way, and it is just this dislike of yourself, which strikes at the root of your self-admiration or self-love, that is the beginning of making personality less active, and therefore essence less passive. To justify what you observe is quite useless. Something has to pull you up sooner or later. That is, another emotion apart from self-love must begin in you, and this emotion belongs to the nourishment of essence. Amwell, 4.11.50. On the idea of happiness. Why do some of you think that what matters is whether you are what you call happy, or not? Why do you place your aim in that? That is not the point. It is not that the work is to make you unhappy, but that work on yourself will change your idea of what it is to be happy. It is an undoubted fact that if you are in the work, and have worked on yourself, after a certain time you will find inevitably that what made you happy before is not what makes you happy any longer. When you become a little more interior through self-observation, your hitherto forms of happiness become undermined, and you begin to see that they were not real forms of happiness, but having your own way. What matters is not whether you are happy or not, but whether you are at peace with yourself. What used to make you happy will not continue to make you happy. Mechanical eyes that belong to the idea of being happy are not necessarily the eyes that you ought to follow in the work. In fact, you will find they make you unhappy, because if you compare your present state of increased consciousness with your former state, you will say, I used to be so happy, but since I'm at the work I do not feel nearly so happy. Of course, these so-called happy eyes belong to some of the illusions that characterize false personality. For example, someone says, he always used to be so nice to me. Whenever I wanted a new hat, he used to buy me one. Whenever I was sad, he took me out to dinner. Now I will leave this subject of being happy, and talk about something connected closely with the change of being. Very superficial, trivial people ought not to be in the work, because they will always sing this song, I used to be so happy. This is a false idea. In fact, it is an illusion about what used to be. Even if he did get you a new hat, and take you out to dinner. Now your happiness is, by derivation, what happens to you. This means that it is nothing to do with you but with how external life behaves towards you. You are happy when things go according to your wish, and unhappy when things do not go according to your wish. If you are like most mechanical people, you are very unhappy when happenings go wrong. We all think that what happens to us should be good, even without earning it. Now the world of what happens to us is a very dangerous world to trust, because things may happen that do not make you happy at all. For this reason Mr. Ouspensky, when talking about this word happy, said that he disliked the word, that it was a word of no density of meaning, when people said, "All I want is to be happy." If you understand this work, you will see that happiness does not depend entirely on whether things go for or against you. If that is your situation, you are entirely dependent on the events of external life. This work is to make something in you independent of what happens to you. How can you think that inner peace depends on what happens to you? A machine will behave in that way, but not a man or woman who is trying to become more conscious and tries to meet all daily events, whatever may be their complexion. Therefore you see, the work is about making some point in yourself more or less independent of the happenings of daily life, and the apparatus of this work, and all that it teaches you about self-observation, self-remembering, and so on, has to do with making a point in you distinct from the machine that is governed by happenings. I like very much to see a person with whom things have gone a bit wrong still maintaining a feeling of the work, a person whose feeling does not depend on what happens to him or her externally, but who has an other center of gravity which does not respond to the ups and downs of life. Now there is a certain happiness that can take the place of mechanical happiness, which depends on whether we can meet the unhappy situation, and not identify. Here the quality of happiness deepens, and becomes not an external thing dependent on what other people say or do to us, but something independent of external life. This is the only path whereby we can get real light from higher centers which seek to make us nourish and create in ourselves something a little bit independent of external circumstances. A person who has begun to find this can distinguish between internal happiness and external happiness, and the happiness that is found is not external, but belongs to inner peace, or inner stability. In everyone there is a tremendous battle between truth and falsity. For us as WCR, the work stands for truth, but being negative stands for falsity. I have spoken to you many times about the psychological country that we inhabit. If you dream after being negative, you may find yourself in the slums in considerable danger from toughs. This is simply a warning from higher centers that you are in a bad place. Now if you are in a bad place in yourself interiorly through being negative, do you think that anything in life will help? No. You have to get into a better place in yourself before you can expect any inner peace, or, if you like, before you can be happy again. So you see, the work is telling you things about yourself and where you are in yourself. There is no other teaching that I know of that lays such emphasis on what the work lays emphasis on: negative emotions. That is why the work says being negative brings you close to hell and falsity. What do negative emotions do to us? They make us see everything falsified. If you do not agree with this, observe what thoughts and emotions you have when you are really negative, or, let me say, after a phase of being negative. Do you not often wonder how you could have felt that, or thought that? It seems so incredible afterwards to see how you could have written or thought, or felt that, when you are free from the negative state. but we are only saved by truth combating with falsity, and, if we retain little point in the work, we know we are behaving badly. We know that we are saying something, and we do not quite believe in the suspicious negative emotions that arise. That is why we must overcome falsity with truth. Now do you see how each of you is an arena of truth combating falsity? You understand what temptation means when you see everything from the negative emotion, and yet retain in yourself the point of the work so that you will not give way quite to your negative states. Here lies for me the battle of the work. Of course, if you do not know when you are negative, but simply are, you are a long way from seeing what this work is about. But no one applies this to himself, because for many years in the work people are convinced that they are never negative. It is only by the development of inner taste that one knows one is negative, and people who have magnetic center have this inner taste and can work eventually on negative states. Inner taste is connected with inner conscience, or buried conscience. This means not acquired conscience, but a deep conscience that belongs to the fact that we are born as self-developing organisms. Now do you think that if you are born a self-developing organism you can waste your force in being negative? And don't you think that one of the most important things is to realize and see for yourself that you are being negative, and that negative emotions are making you say and think what you are saying and thinking? Some people are very happy being negative. Is not this a strange happiness? But if you have reached that stage of inner development through the force of the work, that you can say, I am not happy because I am negative, then you are a person who has begun to work, and are you not a person in whom whoever has taught the work will feel a certain inner delight, because you are beginning to understand what the work is about? Amwell, 11.11.50. Judgment in the work. One of the deepest remarks in the Gospels is the saying of Christ, Judge not, that ye be not judged. Matt. VII.1. Christ says these words in his discourse about what it means to become more conscious. Now supposing your time body is full of judgments, supposing that you are in the work with other people, and after a time you find that your judgment of them is entirely wrong. We are talking a great deal nowadays about our time bodies, and I would like to ask you, do you think your time body is full of judgments? I fancy most of them are negative judgments. So you see, you may have a very intolerant time body, and therefore may be very touchy and difficult. One reason why your time body may be so touchy and difficult may be because you have judged others, and you have done this quite freely, thinking that you have some right to judge others according to your own small standpoint, I might say, according to your tiny standards of judgment. Now you know that the work teaches that when you judge the other person you must try to find what is wrong with yourself. What is more paralyzing to your ordinary automatic judgment, and the work teaching that if you judge anyone you may be projecting what you do not see in yourself onto the other person. People project unaccepted psychology onto others. Let us say that a man is a liar. He does not see the liar in himself, but he thinks that other people are liars, and curses and swears at them in the most impassioned way, but he is projecting his own psychology. He cannot see that he is a liar. Some people project the whole of their psychology onto other people, onto politics, and so on. Listen to these phrases, all of you. We tend to project our unaccepted psychology onto other people. Why is this? Because we have no means in ordinary life of seeing what we are really like interiorly. We won't accept that we are liars, so we project our lying onto others, and accuse them of being liars. And it is on this basis that we judge others. We judge others because we think that they are full of faults, and we do not think that the things that we are judging in them are things in ourselves. I would like to ask some of you, if you have been in the work for some time, and have begun to observe yourselves, and find out that you are not like the persons you imagine you are, is it so easy to judge others in the way you used to? Therefore this very deep remark of Christ, "Judge not," has enormous depth behind it. I would not like to suffer my time body again with all its wrong judgments, unless I had become far more conscious about myself and had seen I had judged people wrongly. You can alter your time body in any place through consciousness. Do you know that seeing something that you have always attributed to others, seeing that the fault lies in yourself, means an increase of consciousness? By becoming conscious in this work sense you can change your time body. Every act of consciousness can alter not only the future, but the past. The whole time body is a living thing, sensitive to what you are doing now. Amwell, 18.11.50. On the selection of thoughts. It is very important to select your thoughts, that is, the lines of thought that you will think along. People complain that they cannot think. The reason why is that they do not start from a thought or an idea. In order to think you must have a definite thought or idea. But these thoughts or ideas come to us as a kind of inflow, and we can only select which to go with and which not to go with. For example, if you have a thought or an idea entering your mind, say, the thought that no one likes you, it is just as well not to think this. So you must understand that you may have a thought, but not think it, just as you may have a sword in your hand, and not use it. When I left the institute I went up to my grandfather's manse, and read some of his theological books, in one of which it was said that a man is not responsible for his thoughts. I was astonished that among the Scottish theologians one could have such an emancipated idea put forward. It is exactly what the work teaches. You are not responsible for your thoughts, unless you think them. And if you can see that the thought is false, you certainly will not think it, that is, follow it out to the conclusion to which it leads. When you are negative you receive nothing but false thoughts, in short, evil thoughts. But although it is your fault possibly that you are negative, it is not your fault that these thoughts come to you, because they belong to that realm of the mind which is called hell, and from which we have to free ourselves if we are given the possibility of doing so. So, thoughts are good and evil, but many of us do not understand this. One follows an evil thought and becomes depleted in health and strength, and in every form of being inwardly awake. Evil thoughts are continually attacking us, and even if you are not negative, you can witness this for yourself. It was said many times, always observe which thoughts are closest to you. If you have good thoughts close to you, you need not bother much. But if you notice that there are poisonous or depressing thoughts just outside waiting to move into the center of your consciousness, be careful. A trace of impatience lets them in. These thoughts belong to eyes in you that only wish to destroy you, because there is much in the psychological or spiritual world that wishes to destroy men utterly. We are not concerned with the battle between good and evil in the world except in this way, that we have to find in ourselves what is going on in the world, for what is going on in the world is also going on in us. Now if you have evil thoughts and ideas, and identify with them, and think, To them, you are connected with the evil state of the world, but if the work is acting on you, you will resist these evil states and thoughts, and then you will be connected with the good. Every man is a little world in the midst of the great world, which is reflected in him, and in which he takes a part personally and individually. The curious thing is that we do not understand what evil is, so the work begins with negative emotions as the supreme evil, and does not bother at first about giving up smoking, or something like that. So, when we use the work in connection with our thoughts, as something that discriminates between good thoughts and evil thoughts, we are really using something of the supremest importance as regards our own inner development, because, apart from what the work teaches us as to how we must work on ourselves, we have no clear guide, and with the best intentions may go entirely in the wrong direction, and make our inner states worse and worse, believing we are developing. Amwell, 25.11.50. The work idea of mechanicalness. The work speaks about mechanically good men and mechanically bad men. A man can be mechanically good or mechanically bad, and yet, strangely enough, the work teaches that both are the same. In what sense are they the same? They are the same according to the work teaching about mechanicalness, and cannot help behaving as they do. One man sees a bag left by a woman, and steals it. Another man returns the bag to its owner. But both do what they do mechanically. When I was first with Dr. Jung, he said a very difficult thing to me, and he said it with great doubt in his voice. Do you know that an engine driver, who has an accident without meaning to, is not on the same level as an engine driver who deliberately has an accident, knowing the consequences? This extraordinary remark often used to come back to me, and I did not know what it meant until I began to realize the great teaching of the work about mechanicalness. The engine driver who deliberately has an accident is doing it consciously, that is, he is not behaving mechanically. I told this to Mr. Ouspensky, and he said, yes, he has the idea, but is the engine driver calculating the consequences of his act? Now, leave this difficult example, and return to the idea that there are mechanically good and mechanically bad men, who, from the work point of view, are the same, because they are mechanical, which means that they cannot behave differently. When the work first started in England, and people heard about how they had to go against their mechanical behavior, as I have often told you, they stood up in empty buses, and ate coal, etc., and this they called going against their mechanicalness. Do you think that they understood anything about self-observation? It is by self-observation that we have in this work to try to alter our mechanical reaction to things, to go against the mechanical tracks that have been laid down from our earliest upbringing. Of course, this tremendous teaching of the work about mechanicalness cannot be understood, save in a pessimistic way, without the corresponding idea that man is a self-developing organism, and has in him the possibility of making entirely new associations which are quite different from those laid down in him by his narrow upbringing. The study of the brain and its enormous silent areas opens to us vast possibilities of entirely new ways of reacting. Therefore you will see for yourselves that the idea that man is born with the possibility of self-evolution depends on the fact that he has something in him undeveloped, which is verified by the findings of the neurologists, that we have an enormous part of the brain completely unfurnished, and therefore ready for new connections and thoughts and actions. When we are introduced to the work, and after many years begin to feel there may be something in it, we are close to the possibility of acting from the work ideas instead of those ideas that have been laid down in us automatically, and a person awakening to the work and evaluating it will begin to think in a new way, that is, to undergo metanoia. Now to think in a new way means that you have new associative paths in your brain. The mind, working through the brain, is capable of infinite development, and its basis lies in the fact that we have these enormous tracts unused in the frontal lobes. If we connected the frontal lobes with the truth of esotericism, we would no longer be people who are dependent on the few small associative paths in the brain. So the work emphasizes that we have to think in a new way, which means, neurologically speaking, in terms of the physical brain, to lay down an entirely new set of associations in dealing with ourselves and with life. Now ordinarily a person says tut whenever his or her trim associative patterns are upset by a new idea. It is better for most people to remain asleep mechanically with their little patterns, yet the work will say that whether they are so-called good people or so-called bad people, they are, from the work point of view, both mechanical, and there is no difference between them. The difference nevertheless lies in this: the mechanically bad person cannot be taken into this work, especially if he is an evil man or a criminal, but a mechanically good person can be taken into this work. But for the mechanically good person the problem will be how to make him or her consciously good, instead of automatically good. For such people can be in this work year after year, and never realize that their goodness is mechanical, and this is a very difficult problem to deal with, for their very goodness prevents them from understanding the work. Now what is the first step for a mechanically good person to take in order to change? The answer, of course, is to observe himself or herself. As you will find by experience, the mechanically good do not observe themselves because they take their goodness for granted, and what a person takes for granted he never observes. One said, when you live amongst mechanically good people, it tends to drive you mad. You see them all behaving in a good way according to mechanical goodness, and you feel they are asleep, and do not know what they are doing. He once asked me, "What irritates you most?" I began to talk vaguely, and he said, "No, you are wrong. It is mechanical behavior in others. When you are angry with someone in this work, it is usually because you feel that this person is in the work and is merely behaving in a mechanical way, which is irritating, whether it is good or bad. Why is it irritating? Because there is no one there. It all happens mechanically. The emancipation of ourselves from mechanicalness begins with self-observation, with slow insight into the fact that whatever you do, however you react, is mechanical. Here is a religious man, mechanically good, who behaves fairly well, and is at the same time a great nuisance. Why will he irritate you? Because he does not see that he is a nuisance, that is, mechanical, nor does he see that his goodness is mechanical. Now suppose such a person through self-observation becomes aware that he is a nuisance, that he behaves in such a way apart from his real behavior, he will instantly be plunged into a severe conflict, which of course it is the object of the work to produce in everyone. He may even begin to see his contradictions. As G said, a man lives with the greatest contradictions in him without knowing them, and the reason why he can live apparently at peace with himself is because of buffers in him which prevent him from seeing his contradictions. He said that if our buffers were suddenly taken away from us we should go mad. Any real increase of consciousness helps us to see our mechanicalness, So a man undergoing regeneration begins to cease to be a mechanically good man, because he sees he is no such person. After a time in this work your mechanical goodness, or otherwise, ceases to be simply a bit of machinery acting at the moment. In my case, Nicole is the mechanical person with whom I have to deal, and you all have to deal with whatever you call yourselves. If you do this, you will begin to understand why the work is so harsh about mechanical goodness and mechanical badness. But, as I said, people who are not capable of regeneration had better stick close to what they think is good, and in that case they do not know what this work is about, because it takes years and years to know that this work is about yourself. They will never understand that goodness means acting in the right way, which may be in one way, at one moment, and in another way at the next moment. They think it means acting always in the same way, instead of realizing that goodness is infinitely flexible, and is different at different times. A rigid dissociative path laid down in the associative center gives a rigid sense of what is good and bad, and it is from this that we judge others inflexibly, without understanding or mercy. However, the work makes it possible for us no longer to live such rigid and sterile life, because, seeing in ourselves the things that we judge others for gives infinite flexibility in our associations, and this gives rise to mercy, forgiveness, and all that really belongs to good and truth. We can then hear about the most grievous faults, apparently, in others without saying tut, because we know we have them in ourselves. But this development of esotericism belongs to conscious work, because life does not give it. Amwell, 2.12.50. Work on being. The work says that what is essential in a person never annoys you, but what is mechanical in a person annoys you. The situation is like this, to use a bad illustration. A dog is a dog, and a cat is a cat, because they have different essences, and it is absurd for you to think that a dog should behave like a cat, or a cat like a dog, and if you impose your will on them you will reduce them to a state of imbecility and fear. But this illustration is too easy, so let us return to what the work says about what annoys you in another person. The work says that another person's mechanicalness annoys you very much. It means, of course, that we have somewhere in us a sense or feeling or insight that we should not behave mechanically. Let me explain what has been said again and again in the past years. A man and a woman are mechanical, as they are brought up gradually in mechanical life. But the work also says that our mechanicalness annoys others, and shows us that we have somewhere in us something that does not wish to be mechanical. To behave consciously in a situation is utterly different from behaving mechanically. If you are always going to lose your temper at a certain point, that delineates the limit of your being. It means that your being cannot stand things beyond a certain point, no matter what knowledge you have. Work on knowledge is one thing, and work on being a different thing, which many people do not begin to comprehend yet. I mean simply that they learn the knowledge of the work, both psychologically and cosmologically, but they never think of applying it to themselves. That means that they do not ever see that they always behave mechanically, always lose their temper at a certain point, and so they never work on themselves. What does it mean, work on themselves? It means work on their being. Some people have very small being which gets rattled very quickly. Others, by enlarging their self-observation, and seeing that they have in themselves what they attack in others, especially mechanicalness, can begin to have a development of being. Amwell, 9.12.50. A further note on work on being. Last time we spoke of being. It was said that there are two different lines of work: work on knowledge, and work on the application of the knowledge to your being, which is work on being. That was said, and has been repeated, so many times. It takes a long time for most people to see that they have to apply the work to their state of being. In a letter which I received recently, the writer said that he suddenly understood that because he was feeling depressed he had to work on this state now, and not simply wait until he got better before he could work on himself. This is a curious idea that people have, that when things are better, and especially when they have time, they will work on themselves, observe themselves, try not to identify, and once they have time to do all this, they will feel better. Now the work says nothing about this. The work says you must work on yourself now, however you are feeling, and especially when you feel pretty bad, as we all do at times. How often do people say they have no time to work on themselves, and if only they had a little more time they would be able to work on themselves, that their situation is not like that of other people, who have plenty of time to work on themselves. Can you imagine anything more false, a more distorted idea of what the work means in regard to the work on one's state of being? Every moment we are in a slightly different state, owing to the turn of the wheel of events, and if we think that we do not have to work on that, and have to wait until we feel much better, and have more time, is not our idea of the work a travesty of what the work is about? Is it not strange to carry about the idea that very soon your life is going to change for the better, that things are going to be much easier, and so on? It is this illusion which is wrong, and you should understand that the work is about your state now. Stop identifying now, stop internal considering now, and so on. As I say, this strange illusion still remains with people. They hope that a day is coming when everything will be more comfortable, and they will have time to work on themselves. So work on being is work on your state of being at a particular moment, to apply the knowledge of the work to that state, and to try to separate from identifying, internal considering, and so on. If you can do this, the power of the work can be terrific. But do not say, when I have time, I will work on myself. Amwell, 16.12.50. The importance of memory in the work. Towards the end of his life Mr. Ouspensky said that memory is something very important. We can observe our memory as very faulty. Yet at the same time we accept it as a criterion, a standard of judgment. People are perfectly certain that they are aware of their lives, that they are aware of what they did, and thought, and felt, by standards of what they call their memory. Of course it would be better to say that none of us remembers anything at all, practically speaking, and that what we do remember is entirely wrong. Let me give you an example of what it might mean to educate memory, which is one side of the work. Someone acts nicely to you, and you feel very pleased. Then for some time nothing else happens. Then again this person acts nicely to you, but in the meantime you have quite forgotten how this person has acted nicely to you before. This means a very weak memory that has to be constantly supplied with encouragement. Some people can remember very well when they have received benefit from someone else, but in others the memory, a little tiny cloud surrounding their tiny consciousness, peters out very quickly, and everything has to be done again in order to restore the feeling of confidence. Some people have long memories, and some have shorter ones. Some people who have long memories have long negative memories. Is this true? Hostile feelings of revenge can be remembered far longer than pleasant events. Do you agree, or not? In any case, to see one's life through memory is to distort it completely, as it were, looking through a mirror that is entirely a distorting mirror. What causes this mirror to distort? We have been speaking recently about our mechanical associations, and about the necessity of trying to overcome the mechanical brain, i.e. the mechanical associations that have been laid down through our upbringing. You must understand that what we remember is so much distorted and colored by our emotional state. When we remember the multiplication table, we usually remember it quite rightly without emotional distortion. But if we were objecting very much to the number 9, for instance, when learning the 9 times table, we might have difficulty in remembering it accurately. Now the emotions that distort this mirror that memory should be are the self-emotions. What are the self-emotions that we have to struggle with in order to reach real external considering, which in Christian terminology is something to do with love of neighbor? These emotions are self-esteem, self-complacency, self-righteousness, feeling one is always right, self-meritoriousness, self-admiration, self-worship, all the various forms of thinking, "Thank God I am not like other people." On one occasion in the old days of the work, Mr. Ouspensky called together a small meeting, and asked us to define in English the self-emotion that prevented us from ever breaking through our false personality. Various people suggested words like self-love, and so on. I had just recently been reading a book by a writer called Mandeville, which was to me extremely interesting at the time, and he used the word self-liking to describe our fatal emotion, the emotion we could not break away from, and Mr. Ouspensky said something like that. In other words, apparently he thought it was closest to what he was talking about. I remember in Essex at the farm we heard the local phrase, "He does not like himself today." In any case, we live ordinarily in an atmosphere of self-liking, and this is just as well, because we would otherwise go mad. With the help of self-justifying we can continue to like ourselves even although deeper down we know we have behaved wrongly. Now, owing to self-liking, if we can call it that, our memory is very much distorted, because, owing to the action of self-justifying, when we look back on the past we still are able to like ourselves, whatever we said or thought or felt. In short, our memory is completely distorted by our self-emotion. I will remind you here about what the work says, that owing to the action of buffers in us we are quite unaware of any contradictions. The function of buffers is to prevent us from seeing that we are ever wrong so that we can maintain our self-liking. But the work says that if buffers were removed from us we would go mad. Of course, some of you have guessed that this work is to do with seeing our contradictions through self-observation. No one can grow in the psychological or spiritual sense unless his self-liking is disturbed. How is it disturbed? By means of self-observation, through the work point of view. And yet people still say, from what can I start in the work? The answer always is, observe yourself over a small period, and then you will begin to see that you become uneasy, and only through this uneasiness about yourself can you begin to work and change your being. Now memory, if it is based on self-observation, is a very powerful thing. Conscious memory only begins in you when you begin to observe yourself consciously, and remember what you observe. Some people cannot do this, sometimes because they do not want to, and sometimes because they have no power of introversion, and cannot see themselves at all. They can see buses, and read books, and eat dinners, but they cannot see themselves internally. Now all esotericism is internal. It has nothing to do with buses or beefsteaks, or the stock markets. Esotericism is about something quite different, and begins with self-observation according to special directions and special efforts which do not happen mechanically. The first effort we have to make, which is not mechanical, is to observe ourselves and remember what we observe. It is the only way to reach objective consciousness, a long journey. It is comparable with squeezing out all the subjective elements of memory, and this leads to objective consciousness. Our memory is like a wet sponge full of self-emotions, which have to be squeezed out through a long period, until we get flashes of objective consciousness. When these flashes begin, as they do in people whom the work has chosen, they then have a new kind of memory, like the mirror without distortion. They see things as they are. They see their illusions. Objective consciousness is attained when the memory is cleared of the subjective element. Amwell, Christmas 1950. Contact with higher centers in regarding the work as preparation of lower centers for the reception of higher centers. We have a definite statement, but one whose meaning we have to ponder on all our lives. You see at once that such a formulation of the work indicates that there is a higher level of understanding accessible to us from which we have fallen away, or, if you prefer, with which we have not yet attained contact in our personal evolution. You will admit that, if evolution is possible, there must be something to evolve into, and, looking at man as capable of a personal evolution, this idea permeates the whole of the work, this idea that man is inferior to himself owing to his potentialities. We begin by experiencing life through the external senses, and endeavor to attain some position and stability in life, but life will not satisfy us owing to this curious and strange composition that belongs to us. I am speaking now, of course, about those who have magnetic center, about those who have always found something strange in life taken by itself. The development of this undeveloped side of ourselves, represented by the possibility of contact with higher centers, is not reached by further and further extensions into life and its opportunities. Something else is necessary, and the something else is quite different in regard to its quality and direction from anything that belongs to the fulfillment of life ambitions. Strain as I will to attain a higher position in life, I will not add a cubit to my stature, that is, I will not come closer in contact with the continual messages which proceed from higher centers. We can say perhaps that higher centers are continually trying to change us, only we cannot hear them. Yes, but change us into what? What are they up to? What is their message? In order to grasp to a small extent what their message is, we must consider what the work teaches, because the teachings of the work are designed by conscious minds to intimate what we would know, see, and understand at once if we were in contact with higher centers. And very few people assimilate the teachings of this work either in their minds or their hearts, but leave them in their memories, where they are useless, and, as a result, the teachings of the work do not change their ways of thinking, that is, they do not produce metanoia or change of mind. With our usual ideas of life gained through contact with the senses, we cannot undergo the transformation, or new birth, that the work indicates. New ways of thinking are necessary, and the work gives them to us, but the trouble is that we do not think with them. We just put them down in notebooks. We have to have quite new forms of truth to reach higher centers. We have to have a new language. We have to have new ways of thinking which have nothing to do with the world as seen. The truth that is coming from higher centers continually cannot reach us because of the falsity and pretense which only insight resulting from self-observation can penetrate. But other powerful factors can come in here, such as sheer ignorance and totally wrong ideas of ourselves and our meaning on earth. For these latter the ideas and teachings of the work become a remedy, but only if they find a soil in which they can grow, and so change the mind, that is, the whole way of thinking. This, as you know, is metanoia, which means change of mind, and is so wrongly translated in the New Testament as repentance. If the ideas of the work lie only in the memory, they are useless, or rather, the man is useless. The work cannot help him even if he knows it from beginning to end formatorily, nor can anyone help him. One of the work octaves put forward by Mr. Ouspensky was mere realization of one's own difficulties. Reapplication of the ideas of the work to oneself. Due hearing the ideas of the work, evaluating them. If you leave out the application of the ideas of the work to oneself, you will miss the whole point of the teaching. The work will not pass into your will, and so cannot change your being. You will still continue to think that you can do, that you are one, that you have will, that you are conscious, and so on. In other words, you will remain mechanical, and continue to have the same mechanical psychology, if such a paradoxical phrase can be used, as you always had. Nothing from higher centers will get through. You will continue to move, live, and have your being in the stench of your own mechanical life. You will not take hold of yourself through any point that connects up with the work, and really try spiritually to begin the great task of getting rid of yourself, you a person called Mr. X or Mr. Y, and even if you work for a short time, say, for a few minutes, and gain a viewpoint that is outside yourself, and begin to see your intonations, your habits, and so on, you will in a moment go back to your old intonations, and quite forget that you long to be freed from them in that moment of insight. But if you constantly feed your lower centers with the ideas of the work, constantly reflect, read, meditate, practice, little by little the weight of the work, and you will eventually counterbalance the moon, that is, your mechanicalness, and change may begin to be possible. But it will only become possible through your own inner choice, by seeing that you prefer not to be such a slave to yourself, who is your greatest enemy, and the cause of all your trouble, because it is only in this freedom that you can change. And if you do change in this direction, you will begin to hear after a time the voices of higher centers. Now there is plenty said about what work on lower centers means. It is especially on the emotional center that we have to work, because in its present mechanical state it prevents the contact with higher centers. It is nothing but a mass of self-emotions which already lead to negative emotions. When we see negative emotions in this light, it will perhaps strengthen us in our struggle against them. It is quite simple like this. This work has a definite goal, the connection of the lower centers with higher centers. If the intellectual center remains under the spell of the sensory world, and has no new ideas, and so no new ways of thinking, and if the emotional center remains under the power of self-emotions, self-love, self-pity, there will be no possibility of attaining the end of which this work speaks. Amwell, 30.12.50. The sphere of being. It is necessary to understand that the conception of being is not easy to grasp. In one of the formulations about being given by the work, it is said that your being attracts your life, but this formulation, like most of the other formulations in the work, has great density of meaning, that is to say, one cannot understand it superficially, because meaning after meaning will appear to you, the more you reflect and study what being is, and especially in yourself. The study of your own being is essential to working on yourself. I mean, you cannot ignore your being, and take it for granted, and yet say that you are in the work, and doing your best to work on yourself. Such an attitude is sheer nonsense. As O said, quoting Soloviev, everything has its being, a stone has its being, a flower has its being, an animal has its being, etc. That is of course quite true, but what do we mean when it is said that a stone, a flower, an animal, has being peculiar to itself? Then again, what do we mean when it is said that our being attracts our life? Here, for example, is a person who attracts people of a certain kind. What is it that attracts these people? What attracts these people is that person's being. Of course we do not see it in this way. We may, under certain circumstances, think it is unfortunate that this person attracts these people. What we do not understand is that the sphere of this person's being attracts only certain things, and repels others. But at first we have no idea of this and even complain about it. Now let us think that being exerts a certain sphere around it. The sphere has its own kind of intelligence. Let us take, for example, the sphere of being of a pigeon. Included in this sphere of being is its power of finding its way back from great distances. Or again, let us take the sphere of being of a dog. It can pick out its master from among a crowd of people, or it can find its way home when its master cannot. This belongs to its sphere of being. Or take a bird that builds a complicated nest, brings up its young, and then migrates to Africa. All this belongs to its sphere of being. Every animal possesses a sphere of being which is, so to speak, its life, and through which it is acquainted with regions of the world that a man does not know anything about. Then also in connection with the particular sphere of being with which they are endowed they have their own forms of happiness, their own forms of pain, distress, and so on. We must imagine, therefore, in reflecting on what being means, that it is something that surrounds a person, like a sphere, and brings about what happens to him. Of course, if a person is placed in a nunnery or a monastery he is cut off, to some extent at least, from the sphere of attraction that his being would exert when he was in life, and so one realizes that such isolation has its origin in the idea of changing being almost by brute force. Whether such discipline has its effect I cannot say. It may be so in certain circumstances. In the fourth way the method is different. In the fourth way it is knowledge that must precede change of being. That is, through knowledge of one's being one can begin to separate from certain elements in it, so that eventually one has changed being so that it does not attract the same things as formerly. But this metamorphosis only begins through metanoia or change of mind, because, if there is no change of mind or new knowledge, there can be no metamorphosis or change of being. If we could see being through some spiritual vision, we would see clearly that certain elements in being cause all the trouble that a person complains of. In spiritual vision we would see, as it were, that something was in the wrong place, or that something was exaggerated very much, or something lacking, and we would also perceive that as long as this construction of being remains as it is, it will increasingly attract what it has attracted in life. Here is a man, for example, who gets violent, who is very proud, and so also very suspicious, who exalts himself in his own estimation, and so feels he is surrounded by enemies. In such a case we would with spiritual vision see that the trouble lies in the structure of his being, and the sphere it exerts on everyone around. All animals, insects, and so on, have intelligent spheres of being and attract the life that they are supposed to lead. It is only man that has not an intelligent sphere of being, and that is why he must study his being, and learn to attribute to himself any unpleasant things that recurrently happen to him, and not blame other people, which is the mechanical thing to do. How then can we change being? By applying the knowledge of the work through self-observation to ourselves. And remember that you do not change by being told what to do. You can only change through seeing what you have to do when you realize what your being is like. Amwell 6.1.51. Differentize in being. In continuing this difficult subject as to what the being of a man is as distinct from the given being of a cat, or a dog, or a horse, or a stone, or a blade of grass, we have to remember that man is a three-story creation. As distinct from animals, he has three centers, one above the other, so therefore he is called a three-story house, and because of this he is capable of a development that animals cannot undergo. Most animals' being is characterized by the fact that they have only one story, or possibly two, but none of them has three. That is, no animal, even one highly developed, like a dog, can speak to you, because it has not got intellectual center. Dog can speak to dog in its own language or bird to bird, but an animal cannot think as man can. A dog cannot write a book. A dog cannot saw a bit of wood and join it to another, as man can. In the case of men and women, through the intellectual center they endeavor to exchange ideas, to communicate with one another through words. One might say it would be better if they could not, because all speaking is lying. Our being, then, is divided into three parts: intellectual being, emotional being, instinct-moving being. A number one man in the work sense is a man who has developed his instinct-moving center more than all the other parts of himself. In this respect his being in the instinct-moving part has developed to a certain extent. He can ride, and hunt, and shoot, and leap over hurdles and run races, and so on, or, more clever, he is a craftsman or juggler. He is a 1-2-3 man, say. Therefore, reviewing the difficult question of man's being, we can see already that man has very complex being. If he has a good intellectual development, he is developed in one part, up to a point, but he may have no emotional development, in which case he will perhaps be 3-1-2 as regards his being. Again, you must remember that each center is divided into three parts. This complicates still further the idea of being in man. Now each division of the center, passing from the mechanical or moving division up to the more conscious, has different eyes inhabiting it. Most people have many eyes in the mechanical, formatory part of intellectual center, and when they are under the influence of these eyes they really think they are thinking. But it is all clichés. Some may have several eyes in the higher divisions of the intellectual center, that is, they are at a higher level of being through these eyes. But they may easily fall down and follow mechanical eyes. Again, in the emotional center, the first or lowest division of the emotional center is where mechanical liking and disliking lie, and development in this part of the center alone gives us low mechanical being. Conscious love cannot exist in the mechanical division of the emotional center. It really only begins to exist when you begin to make a conscious relationship with someone else in the work, a work aim, not a life aim, and then it may be that the highest part of the emotional center may receive a touch of the higher centers themselves. The mechanical or lowest divisions of centers can never get in touch with the higher centers. Let me put this more clearly. The intellectual part of the intellectual center, the intellectual part of the emotional center, to take only these two centers, are capable of hearing a little of these messages from higher centers, that is, of comprehending a little what they are saying by inner perception, not by thinking. Higher centers are speaking to us all the time. Because we are living in the basement of each center, we cannot hear them, and do not believe they exist. This work is about separating from mechanical thinking and mechanical emotions, because they limit our being. These two centers have to be changed before anything else can happen. To try to change your being by means of extraordinary exercises, as standing on your head, does not give any result by itself, because you have left out the two most important centers that have to be worked on and changed first of all. In fact, these exercises may crystallize you out. Unless you undergo some stage of metanoia, change of mind, unless you think from the work ideas, nothing can change your being. So the first change is to think differently, to think beyond your present mechanical thinking. What is the result? That is, if you can begin to think from the work about life and yourself, you will begin to occupy higher divisions of the ordinary intellectual center, and through this maybe you will change the state of your being. Amwell, 27.1.51. Work on identifying. Let us remind ourselves once more of some of the things that have been said about identifying. Identifying, said G, is the greatest enemy that we have to overcome. It is through being always identified that we are kept asleep, and therefore have to live in a world where nothing can ever go in the right way as regards the interests of man. What is said about identifying in the Gospels? In the Gospels the rich man was one who was very identified. We are told that the rich man cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. By kingdom of heaven is meant the higher circle of humanity belonging to man number 5, 6, or 7. In the full sense, the kingdom of heaven means the seventh circle. You must understand that mechanical man, i.e. the circle of man number 1, 2, and 3 has absolutely nothing to do with the conscious circle. The aim of all esoteric teaching is to connect through inner development mechanical man with conscious man, and this is only possible through certain kinds of work on oneself, which in this system are very carefully defined. But the greatest work is to lessen this state of always being identified, and to become pure in spirit. Someone once asked whether Christ taught the fourth way to which the work belongs. His answer was that the way of Christ was something much bigger, but yet when we study any one of the four Gospels, in the light of the ideas of this work, we will realize that there are many similar things said in the parables and sayings of the Gospels that correspond to the teachings of this work. Now if we identify, we are not giving ourselves the first conscious shock. We are controlled by the events of life. That is, we are controlled from the wrong end, by the things of the senses, and the fantasies that arise from them. Self-remembering, which has such a variety of forms, means moving inwards. It means becoming conscious at a more internal level. For example, in becoming more conscious of Nicole, I begin to feel distinct from Nicole, and realize that all my life I have been identified with Nicole, and that Nicole is not really me. But such increase of consciousness does not take place in a moment. It certainly may come in a moment of illumination. But for such an increase of consciousness to become a permanent state, a long time must elapse until one can make effort to be in work eyes, and not identify with the continual cares of life which life eyes find so interesting, and in which they delight. Indeed, sometimes one is led to think that these identifying life eyes long for unpleasant things to happen, long for horrible sensational things to take place, and I am afraid this is quite true. Look how people's faces light up when they begin to hear something unpleasant. Now this is one form of being identified, and it is certainly not a form of remembering oneself. Try in practical work to see what you have been most identified with today or yesterday, and try to separate from this particular form of being identified, and try for the time being to make an aim to remember yourself at such times. Certainly you will not be able to carry this out for long, because you will find that your efforts become mechanical so much so that you cease to understand what it is you are doing. There is nothing extraordinary in this. It is everyone's experience, so do not be downcast. Try to make effort in some other direction until that becomes mechanical. That is why O said, we must have many irons in a fire. Amwell 3.2.51. Further work on identifying absence of resentment, and the practice of considerateness. In the practical directions given in the Sermon on the Mount, after poor in spirit comes the word meek. This word, piety, in Greek, means not to resent your enemies, hence the strange expression love your enemies, do good to them that hate you becomes more understandable if it means not to resent what they say or do. In this work we might say, not to react mechanically. Last time we spoke of poor in spirit chiefly from the standpoint of not identifying. But a resentful man is continually becoming identified through resentment. We were speaking of poor in spirit as the contrast to the rich man, which Mr. Ouspensky defined as the identified man, meaning that the rich man is the kind of man or woman who is very identified with everything, with their virtues, goodness, meritoriousness, charitable actions, talents, cleverness, appearance, position, possessions, and so, per contra, with their setbacks, negative moods, failures, etc. In short, they are identified with the prevailing pictures of themselves. These they carry in the album of themselves, and constantly glance at even in the most crowded moments of life, aided, as often as not, by an actual mirror. By the way, notice how you look in the mirror. What is really you is not that. It always weakens self-remembering, because it causes identifying. But it also can correct your picture. Now if a rich man, that is, psychologically speaking, a man who is very identified could change his feeling of I, he would cease to be very identified. But this idea applies to everyone in the work, i.e., that it is necessary to change the habitual feeling of I, which can be compared with a center of gravity. Or better, to a single room, brightly lighted, in a large house, where the other rooms are in total darkness, or dimly lit. Such a man's energies are not spread over his being, but localized to one part of himself, as it were to one room, in the great three-story house of himself. So he or she identifies through not having a balancing of centers, whereby forces are equally distributed throughout the physical and psychological organization. In such a case, to quote one of the sayings of Christ found comparatively recently on the west coast of the Red Sea at Oxyrhynchus, the person has not made the sides of himself all equal, if ye make not the below into the above and the above into the below, the right into the left, and the left into the right, the before into the behind, and the behind into the before, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of God. As we are, things are not equal. One side is bigger than another. One preoccupation absorbs too much force, and becomes an obsession, or some form of fanaticism, and starves something else, which is quite contrary to the idea of balanced man. Number 4. Man. Before a man can enter the conscious circle of humanity, he needs to study for long in what respects he is not balanced, and that is to study what in himself takes too much, and what in himself receives too little. Only in this way can he begin to submit to the balancing forces coming from higher centers via buried conscience, which we gradually hear better if we can bear to be changed, which few can. Now, to return to the word piety, translated as meek, in the instructions about how to attain the inner peace or bliss which belongs to the conscious circle. Blessed are the meek. This refers to an inner state, not to an outer posturing, a modest look. It means a state of absence from resentment. To add, if we resent, as we largely do mechanically, we cannot practice external considering. This work word appears in the New Testament as considerateness through absence from resentment, and the practice of considerateness, for no one is considerate towards a person whom he resents. There is revealed that form of love called in the work conscious love, which is represented in the New Testament by the word ap. It is through this chain that a man reaches first absence from resentment, and second, as a result, conscious considering, so that he can love his enemy. He will certainly be no longer one-sided and so unbalanced. Much will have developed in him. Many rooms will be now lit up. His former feeling of I will be transformed, his consciousness increased. Conscious love clearly implies consciousness, and we have all listened to some of the means of attaining it, beginning with self-observation. Amwell, 9.2.51. The necessity of living the work on wrong imagination. It is necessary to live the work, for otherwise it becomes a pillar of salt. Its truth becomes sterile. For a truth to be a truth for you, you must see the good of it. If you think it is no good, then its truth becomes something dead in you which may not be a desirable condition of yourself. But if you try repeatedly to live according to the teachings of the work, then you will experience the good of it. Then the good of it and the truth of it will form a marriage, the esoteric marriage of knowledge and being. What does it mean to live the work? Take an example. Amongst other things, the work teaches that we must struggle against imagination. Imagination is a tremendously powerful force. Moreover, it is capable of satisfying every center. G said, its function was to keep humanity from awakening. If one part of the solar world develops too quickly, it has to be delayed. If the development of that being represented in time and space, as the earth is outpaced by the development of man on earth, something must be done. G put it in his own way. He said, so the power called in the chief engineer, and told him what was taking place. They asked him if he could suggest a remedy. The chief engineer, after reflecting, said he could arrange everything. So he invented imagination, and gave it to man, and from then on, instead of awakening more and more, man fell more and more asleep. Well, that is the story, and so we are told that one of the things we have to do, if we will to live the work, is to struggle with imagination. The question will then arise in the mind, what is meant by imagination? What do you think yourself? Do you believe that imagination is all of one kind, or are there different kinds of imagination? And again, what kind of imagination do we have to struggle against? What particular kind of imagination did this chief engineer put into man to hold him back from awakening? Let us begin with thinking about negative imagination, and that is imagination arising from negative states. Or again, let us think about imagination arising from fear. Whether these two kinds of imagination are one and the same I do not know, but I am quite certain that these are two forms of imagination that we have to struggle against. Let us take the latter first. When you are afraid that your little child may not come back on a dark stormy night, you suffer from a form of imagination that is extremely difficult to resist. Of course, if you could believe in God, whatever that means, and in His providence, you would never have such fears. That is, if you had faith, you would not fear. The trouble is that we do not have faith. Faith is belief in something which the senses do not show us. Faith is based on what is not sensible to us. What is sensible to us under these circumstances is that our little child is missing, and what is happening to her? Well, fear of this kind is only cured by faith as far as I can see, and faith is something that we do not know. As the unknown writer of the Epistle to the Hebrews says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Heb. Z.1. Now let us turn to imagination connected with negative states. I will tell you one reason why I think it is connected. When the little child runs in, does your fear stop? But can you say that imagination arising from the negative part of emotional center stops? Can it be stopped so suddenly? It cannot be. Then again, you have been taught that this imagination working in negative states keeps them going. I should say the chief engineer was concerned in this. Do you know one definition of negative emotion is that it is self-running? This means that you do not have to wind it up. It goes by itself. It may go on all your life and its fuel is the imagination. It is therefore here that we have to think about what imagination means in connection with the phrase that we have to struggle with our imagination. Of course, taking a larger view, we have to struggle with imaginary I, which we all mistake for real I, and whose existence in us puts us into the wrong center of gravity, that is, into a wrong place in ourselves, so that the whole of our psychology is distorted like a wheel, whose axle is not in the center. We cannot struggle with this form of imagination directly, because we cannot believe it. We have gradually to become aware of the existence of this imaginary I, which is composed of imagination about ourselves and about many other things. Now if a man can use his imagination for a directed purpose instead of being used by his imagination, as, for example, when he is negative, he will find that his imagination is a great gift. Therefore it cannot be this kind of imagination that can be meant when it is said that the chief engineer inserted it into us. No one can do without right imagination. No one can build a bridge without directing his imagination, and trying now this bridge, now that bridge, in his mind, until he finds the right kind of bridge to build. But everyone can do without the kind of imagination that attaches itself to negative states, because this form of imagination can lead people to insanity, if they are not checked and prevented from going under. Therefore we can say briefly that directed imagination is quite different from imagination that directs you, and that therefore the kind of imagination with which we have to struggle is the imagination that overpowers us and makes us its slave, as distinct from the imagination that is directed. Now we spoke at the beginning of this paper about the necessity of living the work. That means, not merely hearing about it, and storing it in our memories, but actually willing what we are taught. We have taken one example of trying to live the injunction of struggling with imagination. We have in this paper indicated one definite form of imagination connected with negative states, and also mentioned another form that is only conquered by faith. So if a man or woman wishes to live this injunction in the work, struggling with imagination, it is necessary to observe and also to notice when the imagination has come from negative states, and try to separate from it. This is a very interesting form of work, and can lead to insight into our mechanical psychology, which enslaves us, and makes us do things that the internal man, in us does not wish to do. Further, let me add that if you do not remember the work, you have no conjunction with it, and if you have no conjunction with it, you forget it. The work can only help you if you remember it. Amwell, 17.2.51. The body as the ultimate degree of oneself. When we take ourselves as our bodies, we get a wrong impression of ourselves. This impression, acting as a cause, produces, as an effect, the idea that we are nothing but our bodies. Now an effect cannot persist actively, if the cause producing it ceases. If we begin to get another impression of ourselves, the idea that we are not only our bodies may replace the former idea. The replacement of the former idea by the latter idea is important. Actually, it is of the greatest importance in regard to anyone's psychological development. In this work, we cannot work if we remain in the belief that we are only our manifest bodies. We will then be one with our bodies, that is, we will have no feeling of ourselves distinct from our visible, physical bodies. And it is extraordinary, and only realizable very gradually, how we cling to this physical concept of ourselves. One can scarcely call it a concept. It is a percept. We can see our bodies, perceive them. We look in the glass and perceive our bodies, and so mentally we take it that we are them. We leave out one little thing, namely, what sees our bodies in the glass. If you say, we do, then do you mean that body sees body, or what? It seems strange that a thing can see itself in a glass, without the aid of something else. I do not think that even the gilt chairs in the mirrored drawing room spend their idle time in seeing themselves. How are we to take our bodies, if we are not to take them as ourselves? The question is connected with notes in octaves, or degrees, which are the same. The physical body is the most external degree of ourselves. That is, it is the lowest or ultimate degree through which all higher or more internal degrees, such as belong to thought, feeling, and will, manifest themselves. The body does not think. The spirit of man thinks, and communicates through the body. The body is in touch with the external world, and it is also our own external world. One seems incongruous, the other at least more congruous. The external world of trees, clouds, mountains, streams, and oceans seems foreign, and so, incongruous. You cannot do much with a lovely view. But even our own bodies can seem strange and incongruous at times. These fingers, nails, teeth, this hair, nose, mouth, this head, this wart, so much so that for a flash you may sometimes wonder if it really is you. All the same, it is you, but only the lowest or ultimate degree of you, that enables you to be in touch with this external world. If you take the lowest degree as the whole of yourself, you will, as said, miss something of the greatest importance. You will not be able to remember yourself. You are not your body. You look through your body into the external world, which you would not see if you had no body, because the lowest or ultimate degree would be missing. In that case the next degree would constitute your lowest or ultimate degree, and you would see another world, and where you are in it, as is sometimes possible in dreams, or even by direct perception. Try, then, to feel at times that you are not just your body, but that you are looking through it and seeing things and people in this world by means of it. This gives a feeling of self-remembering. Why is this so? Amwell, 24.2.51. Further note on the body as the ultimate degree of ourselves. In referring to the great and inexhaustible subject of self-remembering last time, It was said that we tend to take ourselves as our physical, visible bodies. This fallacy is one of the many fallacies of the senses that do not assist us to remember ourselves. Many people pay great attention to their bodies in different ways. But I do not think, however, that an athlete remembers himself by the very fact of being one. Nor do I think that an emaciated hermit covered under tent sackcloth remembers himself through the very neglect of his body. Both the athlete and the hermit could remember themselves if they knew how, quite apart from the state of their bodies. Self-remembering from one aspect is the practice of a certain relation of consciousness to one's body, and through it to the world, as rendered by our senses. If we take it like that, then there are three things: 1. Consciousness; 2. The body with its external senses; 3. The external world of things and people. If you can reach and maintain this relation, you will experience quite definitely the taste of self-remembering. You will taste it as long as you can maintain the triple relation: I, looking through the machine of my body into the apparently colored and moving world of things and people. But it requires practice to do it, and the power of doing it is soon spent. It is no use trying to do it heavily, or seriously, or solemnly. I had almost said it is no use doing it on purpose. Bear in mind that the work says that we should not work for results. One reason is that if we do, we identify with the result, and perhaps not getting one, like those who complain of God for not answering their prayers, become indignant. In a state of being identified, without any resistance to it, we cannot work at all. We cannot separate from our usual feeling of ourselves, which in this case has to do with taking our visible bodies as ourselves. Have you ever had the passing vision that you are really invisible, and that we all live in a world of invisible people? Now, it was said last time that the visible body is the lowest degree or note in the octave of man. Man, like any other manifestation, is the result of three forces, and the law of the octave, the law of 3 and the law of 7 stand behind all creation, and cannot be resolved further. Now, the law of the octave is the law of order, as distinct from chaos. Nothing can work aright unless the things composing it are in the right order. Curiously enough, we do not notice the continual revelation of the law of 7 as being the law of order, although when we have to learn something we are learning also the right order in which to do it. Now, order implies scale one thing below another, or one thing above another. Take end, cause, and effect. Those three are on different scales, like, say, do, she, la. If la represents effect, then she represents cause, and do represents the cause of the cause, that is, the end or aim. When you have an end or aim in view, you cannot have an effect, unless in between you find a cause to produce the effect. Then the end through the cause brings itself into the effect. This bears the possibility of much reflection, which helps in understanding something about the law of octaves, especially when we realize that the ultimate effect is on a lower plane or note than the intermediate cause, and that the primary end is on a higher plane or note than the cause. They make therefore a scale or ladder of discontinuous degrees. If I will to lift a book, I must find an efficient cause to bring about the desired effect, and this I find in the muscles of my arm by means of which I raise the book. The will as the primary, the muscles, the mediary, the raising of the book the ultimate. It is clear that the will is not on the level or note of the muscles, nor is the effect of the risen book in the same sphere as the living muscles obeying the end, lying in the will. To return to the idea expressed in the last paper, that the body is the ultimate or lowest degree of a man. In right order, the end or primary is obeyed by the cause or intermediary, and this is obeyed by the effect. Each intern is on a lower degree, because the higher cannot rightly obey the lower. As said, if there is no right order, nothing is effected. So in the case of the whole man, when there is no right order, and the body is in control, nothing right is effected. The effect takes charge, and as long as a man will not practice self-remembering, he will be in the effect, and take it as himself. But if he begins to remember himself, he will become conscious in a more internal part, and a still more internal part, and will see the body not as himself but as external to himself. This tension or right order is the express object of the work. It is awakening, and has not always got an agreeable taste. When practicing it, one sees how the familiar or easy relaxes the tension, and how everything tends to prevent it. In my own case, when I am in this tension, and so conscious on the level of cause rather than on the level of effect, I can watch Nicole and my body endeavoring to attract me back to my habitual state, which they do not find very difficult, as a rule. Then the focus triple tube telescope shuts up and the three lenses merge, so to speak, into one, and body again works me, that is, the ultimate works me, so I am in the wrong order. I am asleep, but quite sure I can effect anything. Note on diagram: in regard to this diagram, it must be understood that high is also equivalent to more interior. If we put the diagram horizontal, then the body is the outermost and the other parts are more and more interior, which is the same thing as higher and higher. When a person makes an aim, he has an end in view, but in order to carry out his aim, he must find an efficient cause to produce an effect. If one forgets one's aim, then the cause dies, and the effect dies, because the effect cannot continue, unless the end continues. End is defined in the dictionary as that at which one aims, that which one hopes, or intends to accomplish, and so, aim, object, purpose. In this sense, end is first or primary, and it must find its efficient cause to produce its effect. If my end, or aim, is to change something in myself, I must find out how to do it. Otherwise it will have no effect. In other words, what is so interesting in the work is that for years one makes an aim, say, to change something, and does not see the necessity for finding out how to do it, i.e., how to cause this change, and so no effect is produced. And if you reflect, you will see that aim must be stronger than cause, and cause stronger than effect. Therefore a weak aim produces no effect. Amwell 3.3.51. Where are you internally? It is necessary eventually that we work from realization, and not from repression. To realize why I should not think, do, or say a thing is quite different from simply repressing it. To understand why something is undesirable is quite different from merely resisting it. The results on ourselves are quite different. The inner or essential side of ourselves can only grow through understanding. The work teaches that understanding is one of the most powerful things that we can cultivate. Let us try to see the difference between a man who acts as he does from fear of loss of reputation or of the law, and a man who acts from his understanding. On one occasion Mr. Ouspensky said to me, when I asked him what a more essential man or woman is like, that such people go on acting in the same way in spite of external circumstances, because they act from principles. A man is awake when he sees the psychological meaning of truth, and then will act from his inner perception of truth, whereas a man who is not awake will act from the truth, that derives from what he is told to do, say, to keep on the right side of the law. When a man understands from inner perception why he should not murder his neighbor, and acquire his property, say, gold, then whatever happens in regard to external circumstances in the world, he will not do it. This means that, even if the world of law and order has no power, and there are no critics, no police, etc., yet he will not murder his neighbor, and take his gold. Why? Because he knows internally that to do that is not following psychological truth. When men and women have psychological truth, they are acting from something inside themselves, and that understanding will make their essence grow. But if the way you act is entirely a matter of personality, and of course of false personality, you are not behaving from anything internal, but only from what is external to you. This inner perception of truth, the seeing the meaning of truth for yourself, gives you the power of doing good rightly, that is, if one has any good in oneself, but to try to be good to everyone indiscriminately is quite wrong. This is a very difficult subject, however, and we must leave it, and go on to something else. The main point is that if a man behaves rightly through fear of consequences, such as losing his job, or his reputation or respectability, he is governed by consequences in such a case, and such a man's essence will not grow, because, you must all remember, essence is more internal, more deep, than personality. To be good from personality will not make essence grow, but seeing for yourself how, let us say, being negative is wrong in itself, and so not being negative for this internal reason, makes your whole life different. Those people who behave well externally, and yet go home, and talk vilely about other people, but in the open are very polite, have a bad internal, and a polite external. All this work is about making the internal right, whatever your external may be. A man who has reached a psychological development in one sense is a man who has developed his internal side, and therefore will not act in the same way, when life circumstances change, as a man who is externally governed by personality, especially by false personality. Remember, personality is formed by life, and has to be. This is our first step on this earth. But a man who acts from his psychological or spiritual understanding, as distinct from his acquired buffers, attitudes, life customs, his fear of consequences, is a quite different man from one who acts from the external checks of life. In fact, he begins to be a new man, because he has developed an internal side, namely, the second step in his development. If you never show your negative emotions, because you are afraid that I may attack you, yet have them, and enjoy them in private, and with others, then you are not developed internally. You do not see yet how negative emotions destroy you internally, as Lang does. Here I would bring in once more the question of where you live in your psychological world, as distinct from where you are in the external world in time and space. If you like negative emotions, but do your best not to show them externally, these negative emotions will put you in bad and even loathsome places. When you realize that your negative emotions will put you in a bad place in your psychological country, and therefore attract the unpleasant eyes that live in the psychological slums, when you realize, and therefore understand that this is so, then you will for your own sake want not to be negative. I repeat, you will realize this for your own sake. In short, you will understand why negative emotions are bad things, because you can see that they do harm to you, and put you in bad places in yourself. Manners, external manners, are one thing, and a person may repress the manifestation of his negative emotion, say, from fear of losing his job. but he does not realize how negative emotions destroy the inner life, and if he begins to be aware of his psychological world, and begins to see for himself how he must not be negative because it destroys him internally, then, acting from this, he will become a psychological man. Most of us may be very careful in the external world, how we behave, but we do not behave carefully in regard to our psychological world, in which we behave as well as we can so that we do not lose our reputation, etc. But we do not see that we are not acting from inner perception of truth. All of you to whom the work begins to speak internally will be shown that even if you are sitting under an apple tree, in the country, and are full of negative emotions towards everyone, you are in great danger as regards your psychological development. You can appear, as was said, most holy and pious, and at the same time have psychologically the most infernal internal in you. Essence cannot grow except from your internal side. This is very well worth thinking about a great deal, in fact, for the rest of your life. This work must be authentic in you in the sense that you do it internally for the sake of it and not for anything to do with reputation. You might be able to teach this work very well in an external way, but not believe it inside for a moment. That is why so often people cannot think in this work properly, because, as you know, the work says it is necessary to think in a different way internally, and you only think according to what you believe. If you do not believe this work really inside, you cannot think about the work, and in that case you only teach from memory. Amwell, 10.3.51. Your place in your psychological world. We speak once more about where you are in your psychological world, as distinct from where you are in the material world. You can be dining at a most beautiful restaurant in the physical world, and be in a very unpleasant place in your psychological world. No matter what you are offered to eat, you feel hateful inside. I fancy some of you do not quite see the difference between where you are in the psychological world, and where you are in the physical world. You can even be the best dressed woman in the restaurant, and yet feel frightfully jealous. All this work is about where you are in your psychological world. I know you have heard this many times, but I think it is very difficult to grasp that one is in an outer world perceived by the senses, and an inner world which is called the psychological world of your states. It is necessary for us to begin to relate ourselves to our inner world through self-observation. Self-observation is to make us see where we are internally in our psychological world. Suppose you observe you are in a very bad negative state, although you are surrounded by external luxury. Will you be happy with these external luxuries? Why not? Because you are in a very bad place in yourself. And do not think that I am exaggerating when I say that we all tend to be in a very bad inner place in our psychological world. Let us suppose that you are driving a car. You can turn two ways, down this road, or down that road. Now suppose you take a wrong turning, and come to a low-class place, and get out and have a meal amongst evil people. Do you know from your experience of life, that you ought to leave this place? Be careful that when you come out of the restaurant your car has not been stolen. Now take this physical car and apply it to the psychological world. Suppose you have your car stolen through not having kept an eye on it, which means noticing where you are going. Then you might find that you are in a very bad state for a long time, and if you have any sensibility towards the work yourself, you will wonder what has happened, and feel lost. What has happened? You have gone and done in the psychological world exactly what corresponds to losing your car in the physical world. So one has to be careful about how one behaves in the psychological world, and this is the supreme task of working on oneself through self-observation. Now I sometimes think, why does a person come here in a negative state? That means, in a very bad place in his or her psychological world. Do you understand that such a person is a great nuisance to me? You should be responsible not only for driving your car in the external world, but for driving your own car in the psychological world. Now this is a very short paper on what I have been speaking about for some time, but I fancy that some of you are not responsible for your inner states, and do not see what it means. So therefore we have to learn how to drive our psychological cars in the psychological world, which is much bigger and more dangerous than is the external world. I assure you that you cannot afford to be badly negative for more than a very short time, otherwise you may probably be in trouble. That may open you to all sorts of disasters that would never happen to you if you were aware of your inner states through self-observation. Negative states always lead to violence eventually. Not only that, but they always lead to internal unhappiness. No one who is negative can have an real feeling of happiness except from love of being negative, and that means to be in the worst psychological place in your psychological world. Now we have spoken enough about where we are in the psychological world, and perhaps we will not talk about this for some time, because we have so many other work ideas to discuss. But if some of you have not grasped what is said, then you will not understand what else is said to you. Amwell, 17.3.51. Good householder. Let us review again how the work defines man. As you know, the definition of man takes various forms in the work, such as moving center man, emotional man, and intellectual man. But today we will recall another way of looking at man from the work point of view. Man as he is on earth is divided into good householder, tramp, lunatic, and hasnamus. You have heard many times that people must be at the level of good householder if they are brought into this work. I will give you some actual words of Mr. Ouspensky in this respect. He said, good householder really means in the work sense a man well orientated to life, who does not believe in life, but sees the real value of things. Such a good householder has magnetic center. We see therefore from these definitions that good householder can be of two kinds. There is the householder who believes in life and can deal with his affairs reasonably, and again there is the householder in the work sense who is well orientated to life and knows his job, but who does not believe in life. That is, he does not believe that life will get him anywhere in the direction in which he wishes to go, and has the feeling that life is not real, although he continues to do his duty. That is, he sees the real value of things. In other words, he sees how false the aims of life are, and how, in so many cases, nothing is attained. Now we will talk about the next definition, man, as being a tramp. This man is quite different from good householder, whether we think of good householder as a man who believes in life, or as a man who does not believe in life, and yet in both cases does his job. Mr. Ouspensky said, amongst tramps, you will find many artists and poets, etc., who despise good householder, but who are really at a much lower level, and have no feeling of responsibility towards anything, and do not understand what a fool is in themselves. We all have a fool in us. Now let us take the third definition, i.e. people who are called, from the work point of view, lunatics. These, said Mr. Ouspensky, on this particular occasion, are like politicians, people who think they can do, people who think that they can change life by means of themselves, people who, if they put their theories into practice, create greater disorder, because they do not calculate second force. This means that they think they can change everyone by some new enactment, and do not realize that to change a person is a very difficult thing. These are the lunatics, and again, they do not see the fool in themselves. The fool in you is what does not calculate second force, or the force of resistance to what you want to obtain. Then lastly we have this strange word hasnamus. A man who is hasnamus, which is a word invented by Mr. G based on some Persian or Turkish language, is a man who is clever enough to see that he can gain power by means of tricks over ordinary people. Mr. Ouspensky said, hasnamus men are people whose well-being depends on the non-well-being of other people. At the time when G was there, he pointed out some dictators who were really hasnamus people. On the other hand, he said that they have always existed, that is, people whose well-being depends on the ill-being of other people. Someone once said to Mr. Ouspensky, was Napoleon a hasnamus man? He smiled and said, I did not know Napoleon personally. So we have to think of the answer for ourselves. You remember that Voltaire once said that history is a history of crime, and I fancy, if some of you read a little more history than you do, you would easily see what hasnamus means historically. Of course you must understand that hasnamus is built on a big scale, or a small scale. And so we have 5 definitions of man from this work point of view: good householder with magnetic center, good householder without magnetic center, tramp, lunatic, and hasnamus. Now what happens to the good householder with magnetic center, who is well orientated to his work in life, but does not believe in life? What do you understand yourself by this strange definition, and why do you think that such a man has a better being than all the rest mentioned so far? Mr. Ouspensky said in this connection, at the time of which I am speaking, he often disappears after having done his duty. He said, such a man often vanishes. People do not hear of him. He may have gone into a monastery, or he might have gone elsewhere to find out something different from life. Such a man, if he does this, may find something that makes it possible for him to develop. On the other hand, he said in so many words, that we can take it like this: the way of good householder is a very long way. It will take a very long time, and many lives for him to separate from himself and develop himself in the way he should by creation. Now let us talk about this good householder, and again remind ourselves that no one must come into this work who is not in some degree good householder. This work is not for tramps or lunatics, people who are no good at life, people who are mad in their theories about how life should be run, and imagine that by rules and laws people can be changed, are not good householders, and are not suitable for this work. Lunatics do not come much into the fourth way work, because they are perfectly contented with their own ideas and theories, but unfortunately tramps come in very often imagining that this work will make everything easier for them. But the quality of such people is not right for the inner discipline of this work. Immediately they find any difficulties, they are like those people spoken of in the parable of the sower and the seed, who, sown on rocky ground, wither away, because they have no fruit. Finally, may I point out to some of you that this place here, this group, that we are gradually forming, has nothing to do with a hospital, or a charitable institution. I want people who are some good already, and who know something about the difficulty of meeting second force, and seeing that the fault is in themselves. The fool in us never sees second force and lives in fantasies and imagination. Amwell, Easter, the 24th of March, 1951. The beginning of separation from the feeling of I in the body. Some of you, I notice, have some difficulty in understanding that if you identify with your body, and get every feeling of I from it, as a consequence you cannot remember yourselves. Some of the questions asked in the smaller groups have interested me. All esoteric teaching is based on the idea that man is not his physical body alone. A man who takes himself solely as his physical body is making a great mistake, because there is far more in him than is represented by his physical body. The work teaches that man is given at birth an organized physical body, and it is marvelous, as some of you younger people should reflect, how the complicated physical body, with its different systems, digestive, vascular, nervous, secretory, and all the rest of it, can be made in the course of 9 months of our time. One thing you must agree with is that in the primitive original fertilized cell from which our myriad-celled physical body is derived, there must be some organizing controlling principle that connects up to all its further divisions, and arranges them in order. Yes, life is order. Nothing can live if it is in disorder. Here you are given a brain with its 2,000 million nerve cells. You are given a liver, a breathing system, which can run itself, a muscular system, a digestive system, and so on. And yet we take all this for granted, and cannot understand the simple idea that life depends on order, which must have a higher order that controls it. Unless everything were ordered in us, from the highest to the lowest, we should not be able to exist physically on this earth. As I implied, very few people think about the miracle of existence, but simply take it for granted. When something goes wrong with this order in our bodies, we have to go to the doctor. All illness is due to disorder in the body. All illness is due to something not being in the right order, something that does not correspond to the fundamental order of the body, and its different functions, arranged in scalar order. We can see therefore without much disagreement that order is a principle on which all living organisms are based. If they are not in order, they die. The work teaches that this order is connected with what is called the law of octaves, or law of things in order, or law of seven, the supreme example of which is the ray of creation. Here you apprehend things are in order, one below another, and all in continual creation. In the ray of creation one is shewn that everything descends by notes from the unknown origin of all things, which is called the Absolute. The order of the body is therefore an octave, because it works. If the order of the body be wrong somewhere, then the law of octaves cannot work in it, because force flowing in from the highest to the lowest would be interrupted. That is, one would have disorder. Suppose, for example, that your brain were invaded by your liver. One can see at once that if this did happen you would die, because the brain is at a much higher level, and is the liver, and the liver is again at a much higher level, and the skin cells, that form your skin. Therefore all order is on the principle of higher and lower, that is, that which commands, and that which obeys, and that is the fundamental structure of all living organisms. Even the amoeba, this little living single cell, that we have to study in the laboratories, has structure in it, and has a nucleus in it that has to control the whole, and corresponds to the brain. But the body is not the highest in man. In man, as distinct from animals, we have a peculiar case. All esoteric teaching says the same thing, namely, that man is born incomplete, He is given his body as are animals. There is in him something that he can develop, however, apart from the physical body given to him. Animals do not have this possibility, but man has, so therefore man is a peculiar creation. He can develop another body apart from his physical body. In which direction, or where, do the possibilities of this development lie? In what we can roughly call his psychological part. This is not in order. Man is given an ordered physical body as a gift, but he is not given an ordered psychological body as a gift. He must develop this psychological body so that it becomes organized in the same kind of way, i.e. through order, as is his physical body. All this work is about organizing this psychological body, and indeed, up to the point when this psychological body, ordered in the right way, can not only control the physical body and its actions, but even exist independently of the physical body. So we find at first that it is difficult to discover what this work is about, and we ask questions, and we cannot understand the answers, and wonder whether we have got into contact with something that is just pure nonsense. But the work is not nonsense. No one can start the work and begin to see what it is about until he, or she, realizes that his, or her, psychological state is completely chaotic, and has no order in it corresponding to the body and its order. So work begins by saying things like this to you: you have got to realize that you are not one but many different eyes. You have no real, permanent eye, but a mass of changing eyes. At one moment one eye speaks through your telephone. That is your voice, and at another moment another eye says something quite contradictory. Why do we have to realize this through self-observation? Simply because it may break up our sleep, our self-satisfaction about ourselves, and make it possible for us to understand that our psychological life is not in any kind of order, but, on the contrary, in chaos. Now everything said in this work, everything you are told to observe, has one object, and one objective, which is pointing in the same way, that is, to the realization that your inner life is in a chaos, although you assume that it is not. As long as you assume, say, that you have only one permanent eye, that you have real will, that you do not swing on the pendulum of love and hate, and so on, you are asleep to yourself, although you may be a very astute man of business or person, who is cleverly adapted to external life. When a man begins to see his inner chaos through the light of this work, when he sees all this through self-observation, and sees that he is full of illusions about himself, such a man has begun to awaken, such a man has begun to do what he was really created for, and to awaken to what his inner state is like, that is, to see the difference between his external, careful and even ritual behavior, and what he internally feels. Afterwards, when he has awakened as fully as he can at his level, he will then wish to die to a small extent to what he was before, and only then can he be reborn in a small way. When he is reborn, he will no longer identify himself with his physical body, because he will have an utterly new sense of I, and what I means. In fact, he will be moving towards real I, which is really himself but far away from all of us. At Easter time we perceive what was enacted physically: the awakening, death, and resurrection. All that we can do at present is to try to awaken. Note on faith now, when Jesus had ended all his sayings in the audience of the people, he entered into Capernaum. And a certain centurion servant, who was dear unto him, was sick, and ready to die. And when he heard of Jesus, he sent unto him the elders of the Jews, beseeching him that he would come and heal his servant. And when they came to Jesus, they besought him instantly, saying, that he was worthy for whom he should do this, for he loveth our nation, and he hath built us a synagogue. Then Jesus went with them. And when he was now not far from the house, the centurion sent friends to him, saying unto him, Lord, trouble not thyself, for I am not worthy that thou shouldest enter under my roof. Wherefore, neither thought I myself worthy to come unto thee, but say in the word, and my servant shall be healed. For I also am a man set under authority, having under me soldiers. And I say unto one, Go, and he goeth, and to another, Come, and he cometh, and to my servant, Do this, and he doeth it. When Jesus heard these things, he marveled at him, and turned him about, and said unto the people that followed him, I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. And they that were sent, returning to the house, found the servant whole, that had been sick. For I am a man under authority. Christ was under authority. And I have men under me, and I say to one, Go, and he goeth, and to another, Come, and he cometh. Christ marveled that the centurion saw so deeply into what faith means. Never have I seen such faith, no, not in all Israel. Faith is seeing scale invisible, and by this vision mountains can be removed. Christ said, Only believe, only have faith, which means only see where I stand in the scale of being invisible, and under whose authority I am, namely, that of God, who is a spirit, and can only be worshipped in spirit and in truth. Faith is belief in something higher. Unless you have faith, you cannot remember yourself. Amwell, 31.3.31. Note on second force. People want the sun straight off, so to speak, and do not understand that they have to come up against second force and work very hard before they can get even anything. Let me ask this question, are they tramps, or lunatics? In one of Ibsen's plays is a description of a very unbalanced young man, who ends up his life by shrieking that he wants the sun. When I saw this play many years ago, I was impressed by the ending. I thought that here was something I did not understand. You must realize that it had never clearly occurred to me that there was second force in life, and that therefore everything requires effort. Some of you may remember how Icarus thought he could fly to the sun wearing the wings invented by his father, said to have been made of some kind of wax. As he rose higher and higher, the sun mounted his wings, and they came off, and he fell into the sea, now called after him the Icarian Sea. If you can understand what I mean, he had not calculated second force, namely, the difficulties involved in doing anything. But the case of Icarus refers psychologically to a man who thinks he can attain divine being, and does not understand that he has no strength, and no understanding, and takes the whole thing physically, using the wrong methods, thinking that by rising up in the air towards the sun, the external visible sun, he can change his level of being. He does not realize that externally the sun represents the higher centers in him, and that he has to work on himself a great deal to reach that level, represented in visible life. As the sun, he must reach the invisible sun in himself. He does not realize that development of being as an internal matter, and quite possible if one begins is to be taught how to achieve such development. In other words, he thinks externally, and thinks that by means of, say, larger machinery, he may reach the sun, or even the stars. All esotericism, all this work, teaches that you cannot be different unless you begin to change internally your level of being. No matter how many cars, how many Icarus wings you have, how many new plastics join the wings to yourself, you will not be able to get to the sun in yourself, namely, your higher centers. However, I suppose this is difficult for many to understand who still think they are only their bodies. Such people imagine that by going into space, and rising higher and higher in space they are changing their being, and that the kingdom of heaven is high up in the sky. But a person could change his being, without having an aeroplane or Icarus wings. He might change his being, even living in a small cell, by observing himself, remembering himself, and by not identifying. Is it not extraordinary that people believe that a change of outer circumstances, like another wife, another house, another car, another government, could make things different? Do they imagine that they could be different? Let me say that the work assures them that nothing would be different however they changed their external circumstances. The work says that to be different you must change your being, because if you do not change your being you will always attract the same circumstances, the same difficulties. Go up if you like into the stratosphere. Does that change you? All you will then do is to boast more than ever. If you fly to the uttermost parts of the earth, are you not the same fool? Now second force appears to be in two different situations, and to act on two different sides of our lives. First of all, second force seems outside you and takes, let us say, the form that you cannot get a job, or pass an examination, or it makes you feel that if only you had a better situation, a better house, everything would be different. This is second force seen externally, which will oppose you always. And please understand that second force, in this external form, is not a question whether you have money or not. Often when people get more money they find life more difficult than before. But second force also meets us whenever we begin to do this work. That is the point. This work begins with self-observation, and trying, let us say, not to identify so much, or not to be so negative. Here you will find second force in the most accessible, formidable way. You will find that you cannot observe yourself, or you cannot remember yourself, or you cannot help identifying. So second force is in two directions, it seems. For people who are not doing this work, second force will seem to exist only outside themselves. Suppose you make an aim for yourself in connection with this work, you will find at once that second force will get up against your keeping this aim. And you will find it very difficult to know how to deal with the second force for many years. Most people think that they could easily be what they wanted if they really wanted it. They are perfectly certain that they could be different if they wanted to. Let them try. The level of your being will always attract its own quality of second force. And no matter how you alter your external circumstances, if you can, and how much money you are left, and so on, you will have the same second force which arises from yourself. You have always been anxious about everything, say, and are now given plenty of money. You want to be happy, but as your level of being is characterized by always being anxious, you will continue to be anxious now perhaps about this new money. In this work we are given very stern orders, as far as we can make out, that we should not be anxious. Do you understand that you cannot change your being, if you still have the same thing predominating in your being, for example, always being anxious about everything? This is a psychological disease. The curious thing is that if you follow the work, and separate from the various things that the work teaches you to separate from, not only will your being attract a quite different inner life, but also your external life will become different. You will meet new people. So it seems to me that second force in life and second force in the work are related. Often, when you fail in external life, it is because you do not work or think enough from yourself, and this usually means that your being will attract failure because it is too lazy. Now many people think that God created the world just for our enjoyment, but God, you must remember, when He created, divided into three forces: active, passive, and neutralizing. This was in the nature of things. This means that everyone will have to meet second force in some form or other, whether he is in comfortable circumstances or not. Second force exists externally and internally, and unless you see this, you will always blame someone. Let me ask you a fantastical question. Suppose you had been God and had created everyone to do your will, would you not have become bored with everyone's behaving rightly? Do you not think that the serpent would have had to be introduced to make something go wrong? Some of you should really read this most interesting symbolic account given by Moses in Genesis about man, who was created in paradise, where presumably there was no second force. Have you noticed a little boy playing with his electric trains which all go beautifully? He gets bored. But if one truck falls off, he is at once interested. The whole point is that second force is in the nature of things, and is not an evil God, but an aspect of God, in which you have to fight with Him in order to develop. Perhaps you will understand that without second force no one could grow internally. When we struggle with our mechanicalness, and try to behave more consciously, are we struggling with second force in us? How can we expect, if we are created as self-developing beings, that we could develop if everything went as we wanted it to go? Amwell, 7.4.51. A note on buffers. If you are negative, you remember one lot of things. If you are not, you remember quite different things. This shows how the internal arrangement of our psychology or mind depends very much on the emotional state. Negative emotions, of course, belong to the emotional state, and, as a rule, they are practically the only emotions that we can experience. This is why so much work has to be done on the terrible state of the emotional center. Of course, if we loved God with all our hearts and souls, and our neighbor as ourselves, we would then no doubt have a different emotional center. In fact, I am certain we would. In the present state of darkness and obscurity of our emotional center, we do not love God or our neighbor. Have you ever thought about this? Probably not. To change the terrible state of our emotional center, as it is in mechanical life, we must have some idea of something higher than ourselves. As we are, we do not think that our neighbor is higher than ourselves, and we certainly do not think that God is higher, because we take ourselves as God, and only pretend to think that there is anything higher than ourselves. All this is very difficult, and it takes a long time to understand even a little about it. However, if we begin to break ourselves up from the illusions of ourselves, the illusion, for instance, that we are one, that we have rely and will, that we can do, that we are never negative, never identify, and have, in short, rely, that controls us at every moment, we will begin to see that there is something higher than ourselves. Once we realize this, we will know that these terrible imperfections, which we regard as being so excellent, are heavily concealed by illusions, and, as the work says, if you were suddenly to see what you are like, you would go mad. If, for example, you suddenly saw all your contradictions, you would go mad. Fortunately, we are not allowed to see more than we can stand. In fact, we are only allowed, in this work, to see a little way ahead, where, so to speak, we can stand what we see. But if we had all buffers taken away, we would go mad at once. Buffers prevent us from going mad, and give us the sense of being perfectly all right, day by day. A little child has the misfortune of being born among sleeping people, and at first it feels contradictions, but after a time all this is smoothed over by the formation of buffers. Buffers are, as G said, things that ease the collision of contradictions. So much so that one does not notice them. But a very small child has conscience in an obscure way, whereas sleeping people do not have conscience, I mean, real conscience. But of course they have acquired conscience, and social conscience. Now if conscience grew in us from the very first, we would go mad with the state of the world. We would see the contradictions. But we are not allowed to see them. Buffers take the place of conscience. No matter how big or little, grand or poor, you have all got this disease of buffers, and you will not face the truth. In short, you will always lie. So, therefore, we see from this short paper that really to have conscience we must see buffers, but it is impossible except with prolonged self-observation, and often, I must say, indirect self-observation, by which I mean retrospective observation. The work teaches that we all have real conscience quite apart from acquired conscience, which latter is merely a question of how we were brought up. G said, we all have real conscience, but it is buried. How then to bring it to the surface? Now listen carefully. The memory of observing eye is quite different from the memories of little eyes that pop up at every moment. Observing eye should, and does, eventually make it possible for you to remember what the other eye said lower down in the scale of your machine. Through the memory of observing eye, which I tend to call work memory, as you may have noticed, we see contradictions, and what is it that frees us? Conscience. If I become conscious through the memory of observing eye, begin to get freed from my buffers, it means that I begin to see my contradictions, and will become freed from them, namely, from what has prevented me from seeing them before. What has prevented me from seeing them before? Why, buffers have prevented me from seeing these contradictions. The memory of observing eye is now beginning to change. And then after a time higher centers will see that you are trying to work on yourself in a real sense, and will begin to give you traces of real conscience, which is utterly different from acquired or educated conscience. G said that real conscience is the same in everyone, whether they be pink, yellow, blue or green. What is my state then? If my buffers get a little weaker, do I feel so confident in myself as before? Or do I begin to see the illusion in myself which has haunted me all this time? If so, it will then begin to be possible for me to love God and my neighbor instead of myself. Amwell, 13.4.51. The necessity of having a point in the work. It has often been said that before we can feel that we are really connected with this work, in spite of the number of meetings we attend, we must establish a point in the work. This has already been said many times. But what does it mean, to establish a point in the work? To have a point in the work means to have something in yourself from which you start to think for yourself. Unless you understand something, one thing, about this work, you have no point in yourself from which to start, to connect with this work. And, not having established this point in the work, you can go from place to place, from meeting to meeting, from diagram to diagram, from teacher to teacher, and hear through your outer ears all about the work, and the different angles and approaches to it. But they will not give you a point in yourself from which you can start. Your notebooks may be full of excellent remarks, you may read Plato, or the newest book out about esotericism, the latest lecture, yet all this is quite useless. It is extrovert psychology, and will only remain as far as it does in your memory. We are all very comfortable in our memories owing to buffers, so memory will not stab us awake. A point in the work means that you suddenly see the truth of something that the work teaches. You see it for yourself. You see it from your own understanding. When you see any of the truths of this work for yourself, they cease to be questions of memory, but become much deeper things, because they begin to work on you. I assure you that a person may have listened to this work for years and years, and may even remember it, but nothing may have stabbed his spirit broad awake. I tried once to put this before some of you in terms of "Thou art the man." I return to this again. Has anything that you have learnt in this work begun to alter your life, or is it all still in your external memory? Now knowledge can rest solely in the memory. You have heard all about the teaching concerning negative emotions. But what makes the work alive apart from lying in the memory? Some people have very good formatory memories of this work, but they have never experienced it yet. Nothing has stabbed them awake yet in connection with the teaching. They have heard esoteric truth, but they have not applied it to themselves. They have not seen that they are the people concerned. I can quite imagine a person who speaks most angelically about this work, and knows all its connections, without having the slightest idea what it means, as a personal experience. For example, he has never seen his own negative emotions, and if he half notices them he begins at once to self-justify. He may think that by sending me very involved intellectual questions about the work he is doing the work. I can only answer that one must begin to understand what the work is about, namely, about you, about yourself, and those questions will then cease completely, because you will realize what you are up against in this thing called yourself, which has to be changed. Now Paul said, "Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, caritas, I am become as sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. ICOR. XIII. In what two directions of the work does this strange word translated as charity he? Obviously, surely in the second and third lines of the work. If you have negative emotions, and indulge in them without seeing that you are doing so, are you harming indeed all three lines of the work, i.e. work on yourself, work with groups, and work in connection with the aim of this work? Certainly, you are, and I have no doubt about it. If I know all this work by heart and I am negative without any correction of myself, have I got a point in the work? Why, of course not. I don't know what it is about yet as a personal experience. But, having had this personal experience, I may still be negative, yet I begin to be aware that I am responsible to the work for being so. Now look at anyone in this work, and reflect in yourself why he or she is in it. What are their introducers? You may be perfectly certain that the two introducers are love of self, and all that that means, and love of the world, and all that that means. I will tell you a story about this. When I first met this work, I began to imagine myself after a short time going around in a black cloak and a black hat, hypnotizing everyone at once. I give you this example to show that the truths of this work were being introduced by wrong love, by love of self and love of importance in the world. Now esoteric truths can never be rightly arranged from such love, and will always go wrong. I spoke to some of you about how the emotions can change the order of truths in yourself. I said, if you suddenly become suspicious, are all your internal arrangements altered at once? And when you realize that you are wrong, everything is rearranged. When you have a personal experience, then you have a point in the work, for then you understand something, and there will gradually collect round this point all the ideas that lie without order in your memory. You will form round you the work and all its teaching from what you understand in yourself. This will be quite a different orientation in you from that of a person who merely remembers things said in recent papers. If you have a point in the work, it will make it possible for you to form a crystallization of the whole work round you in the right order, and then you will have second body, and that is something that survives physical death. I would like to ask you how many parables in the Gospels refer to this. Take the parable of the 10 virgins. They all had lamps, that is, teaching, but half of them had also oil in their lamps. These latter were accepted, and the others were turned out. If you have a real point in the work, and understand it, and act from it, this is oil, in what you have been taught, which is a lamp. You have your own oil. But those people who have attended meetings so faithfully, and have no point yet, always going from place to place, they will not get anywhere. Why? Simply because they do not apply the work to themselves yet. They do not see that they are negative, and have to work on that, in place of hearing further talks about negative emotions. Such people are eventually no good in the work. They have not seen the good of the truth of the work for themselves, and followed it, which makes a certain heat in a person, and will begin to change the person. To suffer from the truth of the work by seeing its goodness is one form of suffering called conscious suffering, but simply to go every night, in sleet or hail, to attend a meeting, without the slightest idea of what you are hearing, as a personal experience, is absolutely useless. Better that you remain at home, and reflect on the kind of woman, or the kind of man you are internally. Amwell, 21.4.51. The arrangement of truth in the mind. I notice that some of you have not understood what has been talked about in connection with the ideas and truths of the work, and their arrangement according to the emotional state. Let us therefore recapitulate. Are you certain that when you are negative towards someone, all that you know about that person is turned in the opposite direction in comparison with what you know when you do not hate that person? I suppose this is difficult for some of you to understand, because you do not observe yourselves. It is the emotional state that arranges such truths, such knowledge, as you have, either in one way or in another. You may have all the knowledge that it is possible to get, and you hate everyone, and even hate the whole idea of esotericism, and all this knowledge will be arranged in the wrong way, namely, to confirm your hatred. All negative emotions cause misunderstanding, either of people or ideas. A suspicion arises in your breast that the other does not love you properly, or loves someone else does not. This beautiful little arrangement called love immediately ceases. So what does it all mean? It means that the injection of an evil thought can change everything in you. Why? Because it incites an emotion that is negative. All negative emotions, of which there are many, many varieties, will arrange truth in a wrong order. So therefore understand why it has been said several times recently that the emotional state determines the arrangement of truths and knowledge in your mind. From this you will see why so much importance is given to resisting, overcoming, separating from and struggling against negative emotions. This has been said many times recently. All the ideas of this work may be taught to you on the blackboard, but if your attitude towards them is negative, they will not fall into a right formation. In fact, quite the contrary. Emotions arrange our knowledge, and bad emotions, wrong attitudes, can destroy the efficacy of the work ideas in you, so much so that the more you think about the work, the more you become confident that it is nonsense. In short, negative emotions make nonsense of truth by their wrong arrangement of it. Then they connect with aim, because aim has an emotional side, since they hate truth, and your aim is to drag things down, as best you can. Negative emotions can only exist through false truth, through lies, or a false arrangement of truth. There is falsity in the intellectual center, and falsity in the emotional center. You can possibly see what I mean by false thinking, but can you see what false emotions are? All negative emotions are false, and the trouble is that they have great power over other people, who are not negative at the moment. A person filled with negative emotions comes into the room, and instantly it is like an east wind. Everything that we were talking about he will find fault with and delight to do so. This is because he is negative in his emotional part, and in consequence negative in his thinking part. Now a man who is negative in his emotional part, and his thinking part, is very close to insanity. I mean, simply, that the whole of his psychological life is useless. It is in wrong order. There is no point of growth anywhere in it. Such people must be turned out of the work as soon as possible. Now, to talk to people in the work, I am going to say that if you can observe your intellectual or thinking part as distinct from your emotional part, you may see how you are easily unhappy. A person says in his or her intellectual part, for example, "Oh, what is the good of anything?" That will instantly stimulate all the negative eyes that luxuriate in producing negative emotions in the emotional part, and after a time they will feel depressed, negative, unhappy. Why? Because they allow this thought, "What is the good of anything?" to take charge of them. Now, the other way round, you allow a transient negative emotion to take charge of you, such as that someone does not smile at you in the morning. Instantly, you will feel a slight rebuff, so a negative emotion in you has taken charge. From that you begin to think, "What is the good of anything? No one cares for me." I often can see for myself that the negative part of emotional center should be behind bars, like a pack of wolfhounds. Open one door and the whole pack comes out before you know where you are. Now, as I said, once you get negative, all your truth that you are holding on to in the intellectual center will be turned the other way round. So it is said in the work that we must try to have good attitude to the work, because truth can only grow through good emotions, and multiply itself through what is good, and if you have negative emotions, please understand that there is no good about them. They are evil, so how can you expect the understanding of the truth of the work to grow by means of negative emotions? Will not these negative emotions destroy the truths of the work that you have seen, and turn them round the other way, or mix them up? Say you have a person who has no goodwill towards other people in the work. Can that person grow in understanding? You remember the 3 lines of work: work on yourself, work with other people, and work for the work's sake. How can you, if you have bad attitudes and negative emotions towards others in the work, and only want it for yourself, how can you expect the work to grow in you? After a time you have to learn to work without help. This may be difficult for a long time, until you see what the work means in you. As I taught you, the work is an organism, and if rightly constructed can put you in touch with what wishes to help you from inside, namely, higher centers. And if you are trying to construct the work in yourself, and you do not notice that you are full of negative emotions, you will be working in vain, because the negative emotions will connect up the work ideas in the wrong way in you. So we all have this difficult problem to meet, which results eventually in the realization that we have a right not to be negative. Amwell, 28.4.51. Essence and personality. In order to make the work internal so that it begins to work in you, it is necessary to think about one or another of the great ideas of the work. As you notice, we are always speaking of this on one occasion or another. Understanding is the most powerful force that we can make in ourselves. But if you simply hear the work ideas and do not try to understand them, no inner connections can be made between yourself as you are and higher centers. People say, "What do I have to do in order to work on myself?" Now, one of the fundamental ideas of this work is that reversal has to take place in us, and this idea is formulated in some such words as that we are self-developing organisms, and we are down here on this planet in order to produce this final development in ourselves, because it is quite obvious that if a self-developing organism were created perfect, it would not be a self-developing organism. Sometimes I wonder if some of you have understood this yet. We are all down here to develop something in us which life does not develop. Here you are tangled up with the world and its affairs, and perhaps with success, but this does not belong to the teaching of the work about self-development. Life develops the personality, but not essence. The part of a man that can grow, in the work sense, is the essence. Life develops the personality, and the richer the personality, the more you can do in life, the better, only it does not make something in you grow, with which esotericism is concerned. We are born with essence and then we acquire personality. Personality then becomes active and essence ceases to grow. Although many of you have heard this many times before, I wonder whether you have reflected on it and its meaning. Here you have a man who has attained high rank in life, yet he is dead in himself. Why is he dead in himself? Everything is external, nothing internal. All his development has been external, and there has been no internal development, which is the thing about which the work speaks. And I assure you that all esoteric teaching always talks about this inner development. In terms of the work, essence has not developed. You may have the richest personality, but no development of essence. In other words, you may be the most important man in life, and yet dead from the work point of view. Why? Because essence is what is really you, what you were born with, and if that is not developed, whatever you may be in life does not compensate for lack of growth of your essence in you. You have remained with personality active and essence passive, or even so remote that in the work sense it is said that you are dead. Dead in what way? Dead inside yourself. Nothing has really changed inside you by your life. Now the secret of this work is that essence can only grow through becoming more and more conscious of personality, and slowly and gradually seeing what personality is in you. Therefore the work teaches that we must observe personality, become more conscious of it, because if you are not conscious of anything in yourself you cannot separate from it. One special thing we have to start with in self-observation is to try to observe false personality, which is never you. Now when you observe yourself, which is one of the fundamental beginnings of the work, simply because unless you observe yourself, and become conscious of what you are like, you cannot change anything. You have to observe what is not you, your personality, or, shall we say, your false personality. Here you are giving yourself airs. Is that really you? You dress in different parts in life, but are you sure this is you? So it is necessary to get behind these dressed-up eyes, because essence can only grow from truth. I am not saying that everything in personality, the acquired side of you, is false, but a great deal is. If you are a real craftsman, it will nourish essence. Now here is a curious thing. Essence can only grow through truth. If you want to undergo what the work teaches, you have to develop essence, not add simply to personality. Suppose we could see the truth about ourselves, which, thank God, we are not allowed to see. That would make essence grow at once. You would cease to be a figured image of yourself in life. You would see it was rather spurious, or even entirely so. Now this talking about in life from a false idea of yourself prevents essence from growing. This is why we feel lonely. Why? Because we are inventing ourselves at every moment, and do not really feel ourselves. Let me repeat once more, all this work from this point of view is to make essence grow through becoming more and more conscious of personality, and seeing it is not me, not I. Can this be done in life? Yes, the work says it can be done in life, if you absorb, and begin to understand what the work teaches. So many people are unhappy because of a false idea of themselves derived especially from false personality. They keep on bolstering up something that is not really them. So they invent themselves, and they do not correspond internally with what they invent about themselves. Now let us return to the idea that we must meditate on, and try to understand, instead of simply knowing that man is made a self-developing organism, and that for that reason he must make false personality passive so that essence can grow. Then you have the reverse of that can take place inside, not suddenly, but gradually, in which you disbelieve your idea of yourself through observation of yourself, and then something starts in you to grow which cannot grow through external life, but only through interior meaning. If you are really good at anything, apart from false personality, it will nourish essence, but if it is mixed up with false personality it will not, because it will be full of lies. Lies kill essence. Amwell, 5.5.51. Note on the state of our emotional center, when we are asleep in the work sense. The fact of expressing negative emotions makes them grow, and enlarge. All emotions which arise from the negative side of the emotional center wish to enlarge themselves, and the emotional center asks for food to continue being negative. Everyone has negative emotions, some more, and some less, but if you are, let us say, inclined more or less to be negative about everything and everyone, and you do not check it from conscious control, the negative part will grow, and grow until you become unbearable to everyone except yourself. The negative part of emotional center grows on what it feeds on, and if you allow it to feed on negative things, it will grow, and grow. When you reach a point of self-observation in connection with the work, you may see that you are taking some person or event negatively, and you must try to control it, and not let the way you are taking the person or the event go straight down to the negative part of the emotional center. The first conscious shock has to do with seeing how you are taking in impressions. A mechanical person cannot help himself, or herself, because there is nothing between him or her, and the impressions coming from life, whether they take the form of persons or events. A person who is continually negative is really a very old person from the work point of view. An incoming impression, if you have a little self-remembering and self-observation established in you by the work, namely, If you have begun to notice how you take things as the beginning of the whole possibility of altering, of changing your being. However, few people have this little place that the work seeks especially to make in you all. Most people are simply swamped by everything that happens to them, and so the negative part of emotional center grows, and grows until one is really in a very bad state, a really sick person from the standpoint of the work, and I mean also by this, a person who has absolutely failed to develop himself, or herself. In fact, such a person will not be in the work. Now, begin to feel a little responsible for your own states, and begin to realize what it means to see that we are all made self-developing organisms, and that our self-development depends on how we behave psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, towards life. I can't take an event mechanically, or I can't take the same event in quite another way, consciously instead of mechanically. Here lies the value of the work, for the power of the negative part of the emotional center is terrifically strong. The inclination to be negative is very difficult to overcome, and we are foolish if we think otherwise. Here lies indeed the devil and hell. I must add that it is useless maintaining a resigned attitude towards everything, which is merely false and insincere. On the other hand, if you begin to practice being passive by inner work, to what angers you, etc., that can make you grow. To learn how to be passive to a situation, or a person, that is wisdom. But I assure you it takes a long time to see what this means. But the continual expression of negative emotions, as when people talk to you saying they cannot stand this or that, will produce in people a continual growth of the negative part of the emotional center. Now let us talk once more about why the work speaks so much about the purification of the emotional center. The reason is that when the emotional center is altered or purified from negative emotions, you can begin to get help. You can begin to receive influences of a new kind, which help you to understand much that you did not understand before. When the emotional center is made better more or less by your own work on it, you may be given strength from these higher centers in you which are always awake, and always speaking to you. In other words, you may be helped by them. I really mean helped. So to enjoy negative emotions is one of the worst sins that you can commit in the work. Sin in the original Greek means missing the mark. If we want to try to awaken, which is our great aim eventually, we must try to observe our negative emotions which stand in the way of this awakening about which all esoteric teaching speaks, whereas to enjoy negative emotions, nourish them in ourselves by inner talking, is the very opposite to what one has to do to make it possible to awaken. There were some questions recently about what aim means. The great aim of this work is to awaken from the sleep that we are in, and one great power that keeps us asleep is our love of being negative. So, if you want to make aim in the work, you cannot make aim to awaken just like that, but you must be more subtle, more internally educated in the ideas of the work, and see what particular love of being negative is keeping you asleep. The curious thing is that since we have no real conscience, we think it is quite all right to speak against people, and enjoy a good, negative talk. At the same time, I must admit people who are in the work soon feel very uneasy when they are negative, and do not care for such emotions. Aim therefore must begin with seeing specifically what your emotional center is like, and trying to work on some of the worst negative emotions which lie in it. The trouble is that we identify so easily with our negative emotions. In some strange way, people often feel better when they are negative. This should not happen after a certain time in the work. They should not feel better they should feel unhappy, feel worse. When you are negative, everything is arranged wrongly, the wrong way round. I mean, the truth, the knowledge of the work, is all turned the wrong way round. Amwell, Whitson, the 12th of May, 1951. The necessity of forming an intermediary between higher and lower centers. One reason why we cannot get help from higher centers is because in ordinary life we live in moving parts of lower centers. We simply talk, and chat, and so on. One or two strip cartoons in this connection are rather interesting as illustrations. Of course, if you are self-complacent, satisfied with your life, you will not try to alter this. However, it is quite possible in time, through contact with the work, even, although it has never occurred to you to work on yourself, to become dissatisfied with this mechanical way of behaving, which comes from responding to external life through the moving parts of your centers. Let us review for a moment the moving parts of the intellectual center, as laid down by the work. The most mechanical part of the intellectual center makes you continually repeat what you have heard, especially scandal. The emotional part of the moving part of the intellectual center consists usually of curiosity, what is called monkey curiosity. Do you want to find out why Mr. Smith does not lie with Mrs. Smith for the moment? Then of course the satisfaction of curiosity is very pleasing. Or again, the intellectual part of the moving part of the intellectual center consists in making small plans, such as, shall I go by bus or walk? Now the emotional division of the intellectual center means the desire to know or understand. It does not consist in wanting to know why Mr. Smith has gone away from Mrs. Smith, which is from small eyes and uninteresting. Now, as I said, the reason why we cannot be in touch with higher centers is because we live in small parts of our ordinary centers, mechanical parts. We have mechanical emotions, hatred, love, dislikes, etc. As long as a person does not see, does not become dissatisfied with himself from this point of view, he cannot do this work. Everyone is plagued by these mechanical parts of centers, that are almost like parrots, having no thought behind them, chattering all the time. Now if we suddenly rise in our level of speaking, the whole thing is to try to make a connection between our higher centers and our ordinary centers, and for that it is necessary to have an intermediary, the boy, so to speak, who understands the higher centers and the lower centers. Higher centers speak a different language from natural or ordinary centers which are based on the senses. That is why it is so important to begin to understand things psychologically, as well as literally. The natural external mind thinks from the evidence of the senses. The internal or psychological mind thinks from quite a different source altogether. This is very difficult to grasp. And yet, at the same time, the work is telling you to think psychologically, or spiritually, and not to think in terms of the external senses only. For example, when you think of your inner state through observation, you may find yourself in a very unpleasant place, in yourself, although you are enjoying a fine dinner with plenty of wine. Now a person awakening will be very uncomfortable if at the same time he is aware that he is in a very bad place, in himself, that is, psychologically. No doubt it is much better that he does not notice that he is in a bad place, in himself, for he may get indigestion, if he does. So it is better for him to remain asleep to his states, and delight in the idea that he is going on to a fine supper later. That is the difficulty that confronts us when we want to make an intermediary between the external world and our internal state. There are many things that I could quote here from the Old and New Testaments that concern this difficulty. There is, for instance, the phrase, "Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might." IX.10. Here you have a magnificent lobster, so eat it with all your might. That is, do not make a problem about it. Yet at the same time I am talking about something much deeper than this. Man has two sides to him, outer and inner. The outer belongs to his external mind, the inner to his spiritual mind. For a long time these two are in opposition, unless they have an intermediary between them. That means a third force, because anything that can intervene in the work is called a neutralizing force, or third force. And this third force means participating both in the external and the internal mind. It is no use separating the two in the method of the fourth way. Some people think that everything to do with life is bad, others think that everything to do with religion and spiritual life is good. They are both wrong. If we can see the good in what belongs both to internal life and external life, we will advance towards meeting this intermediary. The point is that the natural man cannot see the truth of this work, simply because he has no intermediary. You try to explain the truth of this work to a person who lives in moving parts of centers, and you simply cannot do it. Is then the possession of magnetic center the beginning of this intermediary? I certainly will not answer that question except to say that magnetic center, if it is right, can see the difference between esotericism and life influences. But, as I say, you must have the intermediary between the two. You cannot give up one for the other. You have to bring the two sides together into some kind of harmony. So therefore the work says that everything that puts you to sleep is bad for the work. By that is meant, everything that you do from your outside natural mind, that puts you to sleep in your interior mind is bad. What awakens you is good. But, I repeat, the point of this paper is that you must have an intermediary between higher and lower centers. One intermediary, as you know, is that you have to get out of moving parts of centers, out of this chattering of moving parts, and try to concentrate by attention, learn something that you did not know before. This effort is to put you in touch with the higher parts of ordinary centers, and then you may hear, according to the quality of your being, traces of higher centers. Then you may be able to understand that you have two sides to you. One turned towards life, that you have to fulfill, and one turned towards higher centers which you need not bother about unless you wish to awaken in your inmost spirit. The interesting point is that there must be an intermediary. I wonder what this intermediary is. Shall we call him Benjamin? Or shall we call him the Puer, the eternal boy, as the ancients called him? This intermediary is quite different from heavy intellectual thought and reasoning. Christ said, "Except ye become as little children, ye shall in no wise enter the kingdom of heaven." He was talking about this intermediary between the physical and the spiritual worlds. I think one of the first examples of what this means is that a person gives up arguing with me as to whether negative emotions are wrong, and begins to see for himself by direct inner perception that they are wrong without any further argument. So therefore I think that this intermediary between life and higher centers is quite innocent in its way, for it does not use reason, but uses perception. It simply says, "This is obviously wrong," without argument. So therefore you see that the intermediary is connected very closely with buried conscience, which simply sees that a thing is good or bad without any reason. Now if you have not any intermediary yet formed in you, you will not be able to see the truth of the work, although you may be very good at the truth of life. Amwell, 19.5.51. Beauty and the Puer. To receive this work negatively is useless. To receive it from fear or duty is useless. To receive it very heavily and seriously is useless. To receive it only formatorily is useless. In the long run the work has to become emotional. Unless you feel the beauty of the work, unless you desire it as something lovely, it cannot make right contact with you, which is to say, in short, that you cannot make contact with higher centers. There is a certain beauty in everything which cannot be imitated by seriousness. Do you think it would be any good for a person like me to take up ballet dancing as seriously as I could, or any other form of exercise? I know I am clumsy, and my sense of beauty, which runs through other things, does not run through this. We can see beauty in different ways. Golfers see beauty in a stroke made by a champion, fencers see beauty in their own movements, footballers see beauty in dribbling, cricketers see beauty in a bowler or batsman, and so on in 1,000 different ways. A man who sees no beauty has not got a connecting link between higher centers and lower centers. Now seeing beauty in something is to love it. I may go to cricket matches all through the season in pouring rain, but never feel for a moment that it is due to a sense of compulsion. A sense of beauty is not a sense of duty. What we feel is beautiful we will. But if we do this work through a sense of duty we have got it wrong, although at first we can start like this. Let me tell you a little secret. It is very wonderful when you realize that you have a right not to be negative. Note the words not to have no right to be negative. It is a most beautiful experience. In this connection let us now take the subject of identifying. I say simply to you that it is wonderful to begin to see that you need not identify with all the things with which you are identified. I will make myself the victim so that you can feel superior to me. Suppose at this moment, when I observe myself, I notice I am identified with wondering whether I should get another bottle of medicine, whether the medicine does me much good, whether I should eat more or eat less, whether I should go away for my health's sake for a time, whether I should order a warm suit for next winter, whether I should really cut down my smoking or not, whether X is any good in the work or Y, whether I should put my foot down somewhere or not, and so on. Now that is a resume of my power of self-observation at the moment, which you should all have. With all these things that I have mentioned, as the victim, I am identified to a certain extent, and all this is taking force from me the whole time. Now it is a very beautiful thing to realize, as you will after a time, that you need not be identified with these small things. I say it is a beautiful thing to have this realization. As a matter of fact, let me tell you, I am not identified in connection with these things that I mentioned, but they were the things with which I used to be identified. But of course, as you know, there is always the question, can we afford a refrigerator or a washing machine? Which would be better? Now every act of non-identification saves force. It requires a conscious act, which simply means that you become conscious that you are identified with something and you draw force from it and cease to identify. To identify means that force is taken away from you. To non-identify means that you take the force away from what you identify with. Now you cannot non-identify without a certain degree of self-remembering. As you know, external life makes us identify everywhere, and at every point. You go and shout and scream at football matches, or you are frightfully worried about the Korean situation. But it is quite useless. You can learn nothing from being identified. In fact, it stops you from understanding anything. The more you are identified with someone in the name of trying to help them, the less you will understand them. So therefore I say to you that there is great beauty in realizing that identifying, as the work says, is the only emotion we know, the emotion of being identified. I repeat, there is great beauty in realizing that it is unnecessary to be identified, and you have the sanction of the work not to identify. Here lies great beauty, and it has something to do with connecting with higher centers eventually. I will repeat again, it is not merely that you must not identify, because that puts it in the form of a commandment. There are no commandments of that kind in this work. The beauty lies in realizing that you have a right not to be negative, and without that realization you cannot remember yourself. All self-remembering has to do with the fact that you came down to this earth and life here does not correspond with what you came down from, and something in you knows it, that is, has not forgotten it, and that means remembers it. Identifying makes everything ugly. But the sense of beauty connects us with the two worlds of spirit and matter, and so has to do with the intermediary or puer-eternus. Amwell, 26.5.51. The difference between internal and external considering. We have recently been talking about the work from the standpoint of the emotional center, showing how, if the emotions are wrong, we get the work wrongly, and we have been speaking about right emotions in connection with the ideas of the work, because, as was said, if you are afraid, you cannot get this work rightly arranged in yourself. Now, we spoke about two of the great ideas of the work, namely, negative emotions, and identifying, and in connection with negative emotions it was said that we have a right not to be negative, and in my commentary I expanded this and said that we have a right not to identify, the most difficult thing to accept. Today we will try to talk about another two great ideas of the work, namely, internal considering, and external considering. As you know, the work says we waste most of our energy through internal considering. It also says that we must replace internal considering by external considering. Now what does that mean to you? I fancy it means very little, because most of you think internal considering is external considering, and certainly I can assure you that I am learning a great deal about the difference between these two, which I had not seen before. Now, when you are internally considering, you are identified. When you are externally considering, you are not identified. I was talking some time ago, fortunately some years ago, to a woman who said she was bringing every stray cat into her house to help it to get on in life, and she thought this was external considering. I might have said to her, which I certainly did not, "Why do you not consider your nephew, who has 6 children, and no money?" She did not see that all the money she was giving to the cats might have been given to the nephew. Now was this internal considering, or external considering? I leave that answer to you. Now let us speak seriously about the difference between internal considering and external considering. When you internally consider, you want your own way, and you are very kind to people who appreciate you, especially if you can benefit slightly from them. But when you have to deal with people who do not particularly agree with you and you want to teach them the work, you have then to practice external considering. A person might say, "I don't really like you," and yet you think the person is useful for the work, so you have to shift from internal considering to external considering. All external considering is conscious, all internal considering is mechanical. When a man or woman favors you, you are delighted, and you think that you are externally considering. Not at all. you are simply satisfied in your self-love. In such a case, your work as a teacher would be extremely weak. Supposing I think a man or woman is worthwhile to bring into the work for the sake of the work, that is, for the third line of the work, and supposing these people dislike me, and make rude remarks about me, and at the same time I see that these people are useful to the work, I am no longer internally considering, namely, thinking how badly they talk about me, but thinking about the third line of the work, and therefore externally considering. To externally consider another man or woman is not to think of them from what you want, that is, from your self-love or self-interest. External considering means to put yourself in the position of the other person. Internal considering is to put him or her in your position, which means simply in growing toenails, indicating that you are frightened to combat for the sake of the work. If I say to myself that I would like that person for my own sake, I am internally considering. If I think that I would like that person for the sake of the work, then I am externally considering, or probably am. People whom you bring into the work should not necessarily increase your self-esteem because they love you. If I have a difficult person to take and I think that this person is some use for the work, I shall have to externally consider him apart from vanity or self-emotions, and then I shall be able to study him, put myself in his place, and see what his difficulties are, and so on. This would be a definite conscious act. We were speaking about negative emotions, and the right not to have them. We then spoke of identifying and carried on the same idea, that we have a right not to identify. As regards internal considering, it is always based on identifying, and so we have a right not to internally consider. But external considering is never based on identifying, for it is a conscious act. As I said earlier in this paper, internal considering is mechanical and external considering is conscious. So if you want to increase consciousness, you have to consider what the work says about methods or means of doing so. Amwell, 2.6.51. Self-remembering. In connection with the necessity of seeing the beauty of the work ideas so that they fall on the right place in us, let us now try to approach the most supremely beautiful idea, namely, the idea that we must remember ourselves. This idea is of such great density of meaning that it is impossible to deal with it in summary fashion. But once you begin to understand that the meaning of man's life on earth, and of course woman's life also, is that they were created self-developing organisms, you can appreciate better what has happened to mankind, for man lives in a very bad state of life, full of hatred, jealousy, lies, and violence. The reason is that he does not remember himself, because he has fallen asleep in life, and therefore is governed by negative emotions. For this reason the work says that we are all under a hypnotic sleep, and unless we try to awaken in ourselves, each one of us separately, we shall remain under the power of this hypnotic sleep, where we are governed by entirely wrong influences, one of the chief of which consists in the effect of negative emotions upon us. So we have the diagram, of which I again remind you, of the different states of men as regards being awake and being asleep. Two sleeping people will never understand one another, but two people trying to awaken through the ideas of this work may begin to understand one another. The diagram is as follows, and it is called the diagram of the 4 levels of consciousness. You will see from this diagram that man, i.e. mankind, is not awake. He is living in the second state of consciousness. Now suppose he reached the 4th state, objective consciousness, he would not have to practice external considering or self-remembering, because he would see things as they really are, both himself and others, and he would be man fully awake, which is the object of all in this work, who begin to understand in what direction it is leading. It is for this reason that it is necessary to do work every day on these three previous things mentioned in the last three papers, i.e. negative emotions, identifying, and internal considering. And, as I said on another occasion, these things are not at all easy to work against, but if we have an aim in the work to awaken, they become easier to work against because one is shown internally how they keep one asleep, that is, in the so-called waking state of consciousness. When you begin to awaken, you have, as it were, two clocks. One tells one time and the other tells another time, but we all have an old-fashioned clock, if we go on thinking in the same way as we do, and a new clock, if we begin to undergo metanoia, or change our thinking. Now, to return to self-remembering, I will once more say briefly what I have often said, that you must understand from what the work teaches that we came down from a very high level, from outside the solar system, and were plunged through the planetary worlds onto this earth, and surrounded by flesh and blood. Then we became hypnotized by this life, and worldly things and self-love, and all the rest of it began to dominate us, and yet we have something in us that this life cannot possibly satisfy by any honors or wealth, or any such thing. This is the first stage toward self-remembering. If you cannot understand what I mean, then you must ask someone else. It seems to me that it is quite plain what I mean. To conclude, you must all understand that this work is to produce in you something new both in the realm of thinking and of feeling. First of all you hear the work, and this is like growing some leaves. Then you begin to feel the beauty of the work, and that is equal to making the blossom, and you see far more than you did in the leaf state. Finally, the fruit stage comes, in which you must produce grapes. This is only possible when you see the goodness in a large way, and will it. Otherwise you may produce sour grapes, or embittered emotions. I can only say that too many people are leafy, i.e. they just grow leaves. For that reason I have been emphasizing recently that you must try to see the meaning of the work for yourselves and its goodness, in yourselves, in your understanding heart. If you are evil, and hate, then no fruit can come. By their fruits ye shall know them. Does a man gather grapes from thistles? An unpleasant, negative person, prickly, is a thistle from which no fruit can come save sour grapes. So it is necessary to work on one's being, otherwise this work cannot possibly produce any good fruit. So we start with work on oneself. Amwell, 16.6.51. Note on horse, carriage, and driver. In the work parable of the horse, carriage, and driver, we are compared with the driver, who, sitting in the public house, spends all his money on drink. That is, he is fast asleep in illusions, pleasures, hatreds, and fantasies, down to which level all his energies pour unchecked. He forgets that he is created a driver, and actually has a real carriage, and a horse which awaits him, but beyond or above the level of the state to which he is giving way, that is outside the public house. His energies terminate in the public house, whereas they should have a plane of termination in the horse and carriage first, and any unused surplus pass on to a lower termination. For this to begin to happen, the driver must begin slightly to awaken and stagger to the window, and look out, as it were, at the vision outside, which it will take him many years to comprehend, and it will take him still more years to gain the strength of understanding to leave the public house, and begin to walk, think, and act outside it. Notice that in this parable two levels are represented, the lower by the public house, the higher by what is outside it. The driver has to move from one to the other, But, as I indicated, this is a long matter. It depends on the gradual action of the work itself on a person, so that what is lowest, most easy, and so most mechanical in him, begins to become distasteful. For if the taste remains the same, the man remains the same. Now when the energies no longer pour down undirected to the level of the public house, but become partly terminated at the level of horse and carriage, the work begins to become something real, instead of imaginary. One begins to see what it is about. The life of the public house also begins to be seen, as if below you, which it is. You are then dividing into a lower and a higher side, without which no one can change. There is still a higher plane of termination, above the carriage and horse. When this is present, the master appears. But long before that, the driver must get onto the box, take the reins, and see that his brakes work. Amwell, 14.8.51. Note on more interior thinking Part I. The more interior the work becomes, the more do we see in it. Where we saw one thing, we now see several. This development of understanding is due to more interior parts of centers coming into operation. The external parts of centers, that is, the sound moving, or mechanical parts, receive the ideas of the work in the general and superficial way. They do not see that each idea contains many things which, at a distance, appear as one thing. So people sometimes say, "So and so spoke, and I saw one or two things in quite a new way." This is what should happen if the work has been accepted through inner consent, which depends on valuation. But it cannot become an experience if there is no inner consent, for the movement inwards is blocked by the lack of consent. When one thing opens up into more things, and so on increasingly, the intelligence of the work is growing in that person. He may think it is his own intelligence. In any case, he is beginning to see practically what is meant when ideas that can develop the inner man, that is, esoteric teaching, are compared with a small seed that grows into a great tree, or to the springing up of a fountain of living water. But it may happen that a person hearing another way of looking at one of the ideas thinks either that it is a contradiction, or is offended. There is, of course, no contradiction in opening out a thing, and discovering more, and still more of its component parts which all fit together into a whole, and to feel offended is a sign of a mind still governed by envy. It is necessary that at first we see the work in a certain way. Later, if we value it as distinct from life values, we see it in another way. Then again, in another way, and so on without end. So we can never know the work as sometimes it is imagined, just as we cannot know art. And with each new insight, the inner or essential in us develops towards the inexhaustible meanings of higher centers, and what we were, and took, as ourselves, becomes less and less valuable, and more remote to our consciousness. All this is difficult or impossible for a rigid, literal, formatory mind. Amwell, 18.8.51. Note on more interior thinking Part I. Everything we see is caused by something, or else it could not exist. We live in a world of effects. The phenomenal world, the world as seen, with all its differently shaped and colored objects, is a world of effects. The causes of these effects are not visible. They lie behind the effects. They are not immediately evident to the senses, but they may become so to the mind. The connection between cause and effect is a mystery, because cause and effect are on different levels. Now it is clear that it is necessary to think concerning the cause of a thing, that is, to use the mind. For example, In a detective story, there is a dead body. This is an effect evident to the senses. But the cause is not evident in the same way. Only the use of the mind will reveal it. That is, the plane or level of causes is different from the effects produced by them. And here, of course, endless errors thrive and flourish because effects can be attributed to the wrong cause. Now if we could think from right causes, we would move in the direction of more interior thought, which sees more. In one effect there are many causes. When we take ourselves as one being, we think from effect, from appearance. When we realize that we are many different beings, we begin to think from the level of causes. In short, we begin to think more interiorly, and so, instead of seeing one being, we see many beings. The work takes us in this direction. Part II. But there is a still more interior kind of thinking, and that is to think from ends. And cause and effect form a triad. The effect could not exist without the cause, and the cause could not exist without the end. The end is the cause of the cause, and so of the effect. That is, the end enters into the cause, and the effect. You see this chair in front of you. What are you seeing? You are seeing an effect. What was its cause? Its effective causes were many: the workshop, the wood, the tools, the carpenter. But what was the cause of the cause or causes? The cause of the cause was the end, and the end was to have something convenient to sit on. It might seem to you that the end is one. The causes set in motion by the end are many, but selected and simplified according to the intelligence at work. The result or effect is again one. To think from ends therefore might seem narrow thinking. But this is not so. Every end is a particular in the universal end, and the universal end is in every particular, and so end is infinite. In becoming conscious of the universal in the ashtray, Ouspensky came near the infinite, and felt the danger. If you reflect that the cause of anything is everything, you will feel your foothold on reason is slipping. Yet it is true that at any moment in time everything is where it is, and must be. Let your consciousness expand, so that it can behold that. The planets are just where they are, the flying birds are just where they are, the tea leaves in the cup just where they are, the cards on the table, the dice, the knuckle bones lying on the sand. Everything is where it is, and must be at that moment of time. The universal is in every particular, and every particular is in the universal, and yet every particular is different, and the universal is one and the same. The angels, I have read, are said to be able to comprehend the whole man from a hair of his head, and no doubt we should be able to do something similar from a fingerprint. To see the universe in a single ashtray is to be conscious in ends. One thing becomes myriads. But these thoughts are very difficult, and in thinking in terms of end, we had best think, say, of man created as a self-developing organism, as his end, and notice how such an idea rearranges our thinking, and makes it more internal. At the Institute in France we had an exercise given us in looking, say, at a matchbox. We had to think of its origin, and the cause of its origin to begin with. But I forget the steps now. Perhaps one or two will remember. Additional note. We must keep on connecting more interior parts of centers with increase of meaning. The purely formatory mind uses the external parts of centers. For that reason the ideas of the work remain sterile, that is, they do not grow and expand in their meaning. And here the question of evaluation of the work enters. Emotional parts of centers see far more than the moving parts. Intellectual parts see still more, and eventually connect with higher centers which see myriad things, in what external parts of centers see as a single thing. Question: what is relative thinking from the work point of view? Answer: it relates to the particular and the universal. It is to know the part in relation to the whole. That is, you cannot know a particular thing aright unless you know something of the whole of which it is a part, e.g. you cannot know aright about this earth apart from knowing something about the solar system, the galaxy, etc., and so the universe itself. Question: which is more universal, truth or a truthful man? Answer: why, truth. Unless you know something about truth, how can you know what a truthful man is? Amwell, 25.8.31. On testing the work in oneself. Self-justifying and buffers prevent us from seeing contradictions in ourselves. To bear the burden of oneself is to be aware of these contradictions almost continually so that the fire does not go out and the work become cold. This is the small flame lit under the retort of shifting powders. You cannot get rid of the burden of yourself save by falling asleep. Awakening is painful. But it takes a long time to understand this essential meaning of the work. It is not only that we have to bear the unpleasant manifestations of others. We have to bear the unpleasant manifestations of ourselves. If we justify everything we do, we bring about a state of non-work in ourselves. With self-justifying, and by the silent and almost instantaneous action of buffers, there is no work. There cannot be, save in imagination. To imagine we are working is to deceive ourselves. To test our work is another matter. If we try to test our work, our consciousness moves away from imagination, self-justifying, and the action of buffers, which belong to the outer man. What can it mean to test one's work? It means to observe one's work in the light of what the work teaches, to let, as it were, the work itself judge one's own work on oneself, and not another person. This testing of the genuineness of one's work, for example, are you really struggling with imagination? This assaying of what is gold and what is spurious, the separating of the fine from the coarse, sets up an inner division. You can call it the struggle between yes and no, if it helps you. Its action is like a to and fro motion in any case, and so like yes, I will, and no, I will not. Or if you prefer, you can see it under another work term, as a heat, a friction set up in oneself. This, as was said, is the heat under the retort which contains the metallic powders which are continually being shifted aimlessly about by every tap of life, because they are not fused into one thing, into a unity. Now this heat under the retort, drawn, as a lighted candle in the librum mutus, must be kept going, and not allowed to cease for long, as it does especially when the external things of life swamp us, and the consciousness of the work is lost, and we fall asleep. I said, you must bear the unpleasant manifestations of yourself. This is the point. You must, for example, see the contradictions in yourself. This keeps you awake. One side of you will pretend you have good reasons for what you did. Another side knows you were wrong. This is the friction. To say openly you were wrong is not what I mean. This sort of confession is insincere, although much practiced. It gets rid of attention and I fancy often reinforces the false personality and its pictures. It is better for you to be caught in the act, and notice how you then twist and turn. To be accused of something you have not done is still better, because it can produce strong friction, if used aright. Ordinarily it simply creates waterspouts of indignation and torrents of self-pity and recrimination. That is why the control of negative emotions is so indispensable in esoteric work. Negative emotions put out the candle and flood the experiment. They have nothing to do with that dry heat that should be under the retort. We enjoy negative emotions. We pretend they are painful, but the quality of pain that this heat of which we are speaking gives us is different. Eventually, when we lapse into negative states, we may feel pain of the same quality as that produced in us by this heat, and then they act as warnings. Let us return to the idea of testing the work. I am going to take the first 4 verses of Galatians, chapter 6. The first verse is as follows: Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. The center of gravity is that when reproving someone, it is necessary to observe oneself, and not merely see something wrong in another. You will agree that pointing out faults in others is a common and easy occupation. It is mechanical, and so easy. As you know, members of groups in the work must not do this unless asked to by their victim. When we point out faults in others, we apparently expect them to change. Of course, they cannot change any more than we can. No, what we have to do is to bear the unpleasant manifestations in others, which in the next verses put as bearing the burden of other people a difficult thing, but translated as bearing one another's burdens an easy thing. Verse 2 in the Authorized and Revised Versions is, Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. But M.G.R. Knox in his recent translation of the New Testament renders the verse, Bear the burden of one another's failings, then you will be fulfilling the law of Christ. In a footnote he points out that the more usual interpretation of the passage, which understands the burdens of one another to mean the misfortunes of others, which we are to bear by our sympathy, does not agree well with the context which goes before or with that which follows. He refers to the definition of the law of Christ in Matt. vi.14 and Svi.35 as forgiveness of others. Bearing the burden of another's failings will produce some heat. Yes, but something more is necessary. Eventually, you must bear the burden of your own failings, and not be negative. We are complacent about ourselves, not seeing our contradictions. But it is useless to have a good opinion of oneself. It makes the work of no account. So verse 3 says, For if a man think himself to be something, when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Then in verse 4 we are told that we must test the work on ourselves. Are we genuinely working? Let each man test his own work, and then he will be able to take the measure of his own worth, instead of another's. Yes, but then he will also have to bear the burden of his own failings, the burden of himself, instead of finding fault with others. But he will then find that it is less difficult to bear the burden of other people's manifestations, seeing his own. So the 5th verse completes this fragment of teaching by saying, Each of us then will have his own load to carry. Additional note: the point of this paper is that it makes use of one illustration given by Paul of what work on oneself means, so that a certain inner heat or pain is set up which can eventually transform us. But as long as justifying ourselves, seeing faults in others only, and being protected by buffers continue, so that we do not see contradictions in ourselves, this heat or friction is not set up. We avoid it. Paul explains the stages, verse 1. In finding fault, observe yourself also. Verse 2. Understand that you must bear the burden of other people. That means, as the work says, we must bear the unpleasant manifestations of others. Verse 4. But you must truly test the qualities of the work on yourself. Verse 5. And then you must bear the burden of yourself, that is, not justify or buffer things off, but bear it, and not become negative or pitiful. All this will give the necessary heat to melt something in you. Amwell 1.9.51. On making a retort. The negative emotion unchecked leads us into the worst places in our psychological country. This is one way of regarding the matter. If you happen to dream that you are in some low place, some slum, among unpleasant people, be careful on waking to observe retrospectively what you have been up to, and what thoughts and feelings you have been indulging in. Another way of regarding the matter is to remember the food octave, which starts with 768. Notice it is transformed into 96 in the second story, and later into 24 also in the same story. The second story in the three-story factory in which delicate chemical transformations take place is the site of the emotional center. Negative emotions interfere with 96 and 24. And also, of course, with 48. So a person depresses has physical health, 96, his thinking energies, 48, and his emotions, 24. It would seem, therefore, that negative emotions are not good for us. 12 also will be interfered with. These are important considerations when one has to face work in oneself, and test it, as one would a life rope. For my own part, I find the first consideration the more important of the two. One realizes eventually that it is impossible to do the work in negative states. One is in the wrong place. So it begins to dawn on the understanding that the work cannot exist in wrong or false or evil places in one's psychological country, and that one's first work is to protect the work from such places, and keep it sealed off hermetically. I use this term intentionally, as belonging to the ancient alchemical teaching attributed to Hermes. The transformation of man from multiplicity into unity, the fusing of the metallic powders, in the retort into one, belongs to esoteric teaching clothed in alchemical terms. Notice the retort which is sealed off. The substances in it are protected from outside but still can be shifted by life. But the heat under the retort at length fuses them, that is, life cannot now shake them. They are one. Man has then reached the inner goal of his development. To return to what was said, the first work is to prevent the work from being destroyed in one through getting into the wrong places. That means getting into the wrong company, for wrong eyes can destroy the work, just as giving the work to wrong people will do the same. So it has to be protected, separated off, and guarded. If life eyes and work eyes are all mixed up, this will not happen. If there is no sense of scale, it will not happen. A man can talk as he likes as long as he guards the work, but unless he can observe himself well, he will not be able, and if there is no sense of scale which protects higher things from mingling with lower, he will not have a retort. Everything will be full of holes, so to speak, like the basket in the dream of Pharaoh's baker. Now valuation of the work implies a sense of scale, and magnetic center means a power of distinguishing between A and B influences, as being on different scales. During this first work on oneself in regard to the work, then, one must keep it from what is false, evil and negative. It can only take root in the best places in your psychological country, and one must come to understand this clearly beyond dispute or argument. It must be as much a truth as that mud spoils wine. The second work is to apply heed to what has been separated off. But think only of this first work now, and make it really understandable to yourself. With regard to keeping the work guarded from life, some of you know that certain kinds of dreams depict esoteric ideas by means of sense images. Their language is the same as that of parables, which appear to be about physical objects but have a psychological meaning. I will speak in this language briefly, as follows: if you have muddy feet, and touch them, do not touch your eyes afterwards. What does that mean psychologically? Your feet touch life. Your eyes far above stand for mental sight. The feet represent the external part of you and the eyes the internal. The work must not be muddied by life. In the Gospels Christ washes the feet of his disciples. The psychological part of us most closely in contact with the life things of the world must be cleansed at times. This part is represented by the feet. It is the most mechanical part of us, so in Isaiah it is said that people must turn their feet away from what is holy, and gives quite openly what that means: if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, and the holy of the Lord honorable, and shalt honored, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord. And I will make thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and I will feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Amwell, 8.9.51. Friction between old and new in oneself. One sort of formatory man is a man who turns everything into an argument. Behind his arguing he wishes to make everything fit into the mold of his own opinions or prejudices. No doubt he regards himself as a logical person. About his mind there is something bleak and barren. On such soil the work finds no place in which to grow. It is stony ground. The habit of denial, so often noticeable in the formatory man with negative thinking, may not openly appear. All one may observe may be a lack of thought, a mental indifference or deadness. But if you try to penetrate behind this indifference, you will probably come up against an actively hostile attitude to new ideas, and a defensive armament of arguing about everything that prevents him from making use of his mind. Now mental exertion is necessary to this work. Not to use the mind is a bad thing. You are given a talent of knowledge. To bury it is no good. You must try to make it into two talents. This is one meaning of the parable of the talents. It has been said many times that in this fourth way that we are studying it is necessary not only to remember but to think about the ideas of the work, to use the mind. Now without ideas you cannot think. In order to think you have to start from an idea. In this way, the idea grows in the mind. This work is designed to grow in the mind, and ultimately to change the mind, and so one's whole outlook. If you are going to change, the world must also change for you. You come to a level where you no longer recognize yourself as you took yourself, or the world as you took the world. If you see the world and its values just as you always did, then it is a sign that you yourself have not changed. Surely, the object of the work is to change, and the ideas of the work teach how change is possible. If you do not keep all this alive for yourself, there will be no tension within, and so no friction, no heat. For the old fights with the new. Old ways of taking things fight against new ways. Suppose you have been outwardly connected for a long time with this work, and up to now have not even felt this inner conflict, this struggle, this friction in yourself. Well, that means you have never thought about the ideas and what they mean for you. You just heard about them. They never entered you. So you remain just the same and chat, and smile, and nod away. The experiment has failed. It never began. There is no retort and no star heat. One remains in, and of life solely. There is only one reality, the reality of the senses, that is, the reality of the world, and its life. So one goes along with life as one always did before. You do nothing differently, so there is no friction. You do nothing differently, because you think nothing differently, and if you think nothing differently you cannot behave differently. I have actually seen people in the work really behaving differently, because they are thinking differently. One notices it at once, if it is only for a while. The person becomes, so to speak, invisible. Or perhaps, paradoxically, I should say, the person becomes visible. I was going to say unrecognizable, but the word does not give what I mean. When people behave as usual, that is, mechanically, one does not notice them particularly. They move, and talk, and do things as they always do. But if they are beginning to think differently, that is, if the work is starting to act on them from within and has begun to change their minds, they move, and talk, and do things in a different way. Also their faces change, because their minds change. Instead of mindless or negative faces, they begin to have new faces which are no longer harnessed to negative emotions and discontent. But at the same time they will have friction, a struggle going on in them, because the realities that the work teaches are not of the same order as the realities of life. Therefore what is new will fight with what is old. It is not merely that old habits of thought are rooted deeply, but the world and its life which formed them seems so indisputable. Sometimes when life absorbs all the attention, everything to do with the work seems to vanish. Well, it is necessary to struggle and bring it back into consciousness. Then it seems to get stale. Well, it may be necessary to let life in more. All this to and fro business is friction. We need life reactions and work actions. Both sides are necessary. But life must not run into the work and swamp it. Amwell, 15.9.51. Internal and external denial. If the external man affirms, and the internal man denies, the person is in a bad state. For instance, many religious people pretend outwardly to a faith which they inwardly laugh at and think nonsense. This is a worse state than mockery in the external man and belief in the internal man. Of course, there are many who are afraid to expose to the world what they really think and believe, and so seem to laugh at anything serious. But there are also those who think that they think serious things nonsense, and have not yet discovered that at a deeper level they do not think like that at all. For we think differently at different levels, and one aspect of self-study is to realize it. The deeper, more interior levels of a man do not share the outlook and thoughts belonging to superficial levels. If the work, penetrating inwardly a small distance, comes up against denial, then no matter how much affirming is being displayed in the external man, it is stopped. Why? Because the psychological effect of denial is to block the way as much as, physically, does a stone wall. But is it not extraordinary that although we know that of tangible and material things some can be suitable or the reverse for a building in the physical world, or in the right or wrong place, we have no such corresponding idea about thoughts, feelings, attitudes, both positive and negative, in the psychological world, for of such fine, intangible substances are the building materials, and are we not compared with houses, where the top story is not yet built? We are unfinished. I suppose then, that this top story, or most internal part for higher and more internal have the same significance will not, and never can be built if the way inward is blocked by denial, and the man is only open to the world. For the external man opens only on the world and its realities. You have just had a telephone message to say your grandmother is ill, and will you come at once, and the baby has nasty rash, and the doctor has not come, and the soot has fallen all over the nursery, and you left your purse in Woolworths, and you simply must see that new film, and Bob hardly glanced at you this morning, and it looks like a thunderstorm. There are plenty of life realities. But there are psychological realities also, and they are on a different level. That Bob hardly looked at you this morning, and that you are beginning to feel suspicious and jealous are quite different realities. They are distinct, and you have got to work on yourself until you can perceive this without any doubt. I had nearly said, without any denial. For here is a separation that has to be made of the finest kind, and with the finest knife of consciousness circumflex, or else something remains stuck to something, and the path of internal development is blocked. It is the internal and the external man that must be separated. This is impossible if you take life realities, and your reaction to them, as the same. They are not the same. The tree that I am looking at now is not the same as what I am thinking of it. The reality of the tree belongs to the world of sense, and anyone can behold it as well as I, but the thought I have of it is not of the world of sensibles. It is a psychological reality, it is a reality in my private psychological world. These two realities are utterly distinct. They are on different levels, and things on different levels are always utterly distinct. Now the internal man and the external man are also on different levels, and are therefore utterly distinct. They are not naturally so, but become so by work. There are many complex interactions between them, but the principle in the work is that the higher level should control the lower, that is, the internal man should control the internal being on a higher level, and the external. Otherwise things are in the wrong order. If the relatively internal believes, and the external does not, it is a favorable situation, and invites temptation safely. But if the relatively internal denies, the belief of the external will be easily shaken, for it is founded on the sand, and not on the rock. It will believe as long as the others say they do, for the external man is very collective and thus imitative. As the work goes on, we have to play a strip act. We have to discard all sorts of things as not being I. We have got to make ourselves increasingly objective to ourselves. We now see ourselves dimly in limited way. Why? Because our consciousness is so limited. In consequence, a great deal remains unconscious. Sometimes dreams help, when they show us something about ourselves in their own language. In this little conscious island that we inhabit, imaginary, it reigns arrogantly. Its constant utterances I am the power, and the glory. Yes, the cure for self-love and self-worship is impossible unless this wretched little man or woman is shifted off his throne. This means, until the pseudo-center of consciousness in us is moved towards the sea. That is, towards what we are unconscious of. I mean, that the area of consciousness must enlarge, which happens every time we see something about ourselves. For the inner can see the outer, but not vice versa. The outer may think there is no other God but itself. the inner can know better once it gives up the fashionable art of denial. This whole question of denial lying beneath the surface requires attention. Amwell, 21.9.51. Notes on Will, Being and Structure. The work teaches that man's being is characterized by multiplicity. It also teaches that man has no single will, but many wills. We can ask this question: are these two teachings related to one another? Are will and being indeed closely connected? To put the matter in another form, is will a manifestation of being, and in thinking of what being is, have we to think what will is? Now it must be confessed that the idea of being is not easy to grasp. One can vaguely see that everything has being, and that dissimilar things have perhaps dissimilar being, and that it is this that makes them different. We can grasp to some extent that the being of a stone and the being of wood are different, and also that the being of a tree is different from the being of a lion. We may grudgingly admit that the being of man is probably different from divine being, whatever that means. All the same, the idea of being remains obscure in its meaning. Does it by any chance mean the structure of a thing? That would be easier to see. Does the being of a thing merely depend on its structure? The structure of a stone is quite different from the structure of a piece of wood. Is it, then, to be said that being is a manifestation and result of structure, and that, instead of speaking of this difficult elusive thing called being, we might just as well speak of structure? If this is so, it would appear that structure is prior to being, and it causes being. Some may think so, who see the cause of the invisible in the visible. They think that matter came first, and causes mind. Others think that mind is prior, and causes matter. The struggle between these 2 points of view is age-old. It is irreconcilable unless both are brought together as inevitable opposites, and simultaneously united at another level of mental vision beyond the opposites. One thought aids us to do this. If we say that material structure is the sole origin of difference of being, then matter had inherent in it from the first all the possible combinations of structure for the production of all possible kinds of being. Matter thus becomes as magical as mind, and the two seem to merge into one continual miracle seen from two sides. But let us return to the connection of being and will. As was said, one can grasp to some extent that the being of stone is different from the being of wood, of a tree from a lion, and of man from God. Now let us substitute the word will for the word being. Does it make any sense to say that the will of God is different from the will of man, that the will of a tree is different from the will of a lion, and that the will of stone is different from the will of wood? We might be able to agree that the will of God would be different from the will of man as well as admitting that the being of the one would be different from the being of the other. The two things, will and being, therefore, might be closely connected. They might even be different aspects of the same thing. If that be the case, a man's being must show itself in his will. And since, according to the work, a man's being is multiple, so then we would expect to find his will multiple. Now a man, a woman, acts from his or her will. You act from your will. But you have many wills, each belonging to a different I or group of I's organized into different personalities: social, domestic, business, professional, and so on. So it is only correct to say that you act from the will of the moment. But a piece of stone or of wood always acts in the same way. Its will and its being determine its behavior, and they are single. That is why it remains a stone, or a piece of wood from day to day. But you are continually changing, because your will is not single, nor your being. from this strange anglestone and would have much stronger being than we have. Yes, but they are not nearly so clever. You remember that Gurdjieff taught that a cooked potato is cleverer than a raw one, and so is higher in the scale of being. Why? Because its uses are greater. It can become food for man. And it follows, I think, that stone or wood carved into a statue becomes cleverer in like manner, because man can enjoy its beauty and feed on its impressions. But let us escape from these speculations, and speak of will. From what has been said we can see that a man with a real permanent single I will have a real and single will. And that if this takes place, in him his being will be different from that of an ordinary man or woman, whose being and will are characterized by multiplicity, and so by lack of unity. But we know that all these different divergent elements in us can be fused into a unity, which means that our present level of being in the total scale of being from a stone up to divine being is far lower than it was made to be, and this we need to feel at all times. Why? It helps us to undermine self-complacency, self-righteousness, and self-merit, self-applause, and all this tedious self-stuff, except self-remembering. It is self-remembering. The self you try to remember is above yourself. It is there, and you need always to feel so, for that lets in a certain influx of interior light, which self-emotions shut out. Consider the effects of anger, for example. Now when the work begins to build itself up in you, which it will do if you do not internally deny it, or if you do not put little value on it, a new point of will begins also, and so a new point of being. It resists the stream of constant changing. As long as we follow each one of our passing desires, as long as we are slaves to every passing mood, we cannot form a new will. So you must begin to sacrifice some of these passing desires and moods to the will of the work, for in order to have will you must give up will. So before you fly into a rage, or identify with a painful mood, it is of considerable use to think of what the work would will you to do. Do you understand that to will your anger, for instance, makes it work in your will as yourself? Surely anything rather than that. Does not one then especially need to remember that one's level of being is far lower than it should be, and that is why you will as you do? For a low level of willing and a low level of being interlock and interdepend. One may know all about esotericism, and all about this work, without ever willing it, and without ever doing it. When the work is not willed, being cannot change. Change the will and being will change. But it must be knowledge of a certain kind, that one must will, in order to change one's being. Willing ordinary life knowledge will not do this. Knowing how to make an engine, and willing it, doing it, will not change being. Knowledge that can change being comes down from those belonging to a higher level, who have changed their being, that is, from the circle of conscious humanity. To seek and get that knowledge, to study and know that knowledge, to will that knowledge, and to do that knowledge changes being. For then you will be willing in a new way. If you will always, as before, it means your level of being is as before. But if you begin to will in a new way, new being will result, and new being in turn will result in new willing. What you formerly willed will not be so acceptable to your being, and what was acceptable to your being will not be so to your will. Amwell, McComas, the 29th of September, 1951. Will and delight. It is through our emotional state that we are especially connected with evil or good places, in the inner world of ourselves. It is miraculous what a change an emotion can effect. from heaven, we are, so to speak, suddenly in hell. A moment of jealousy can do this quite easily. The image of the person of whom we are jealous becomes the devil, who actually leads us into the torture chamber, but we do not see it in this way. We do not see that we are really the victims of our own jealousy, and are jealous of ourselves. No, we certainly do not grasp this for years and years, and it cannot be explained in words. Insight comes from experience and work memory, and then perhaps only dimly. And because we mechanically see everything as outside ourselves, because our five senses persuade us so, and because in consequence we can only blame others, and are powerless to do otherwise, we remain our own victims. We become our own punishment. Now if we did not let something escape from us, all this would not happen. If we remained in ourselves, it could not happen. But something goes out from us and fastens on the other person, and our features, and our very fingers sprout with jealousy. We lose our right shape. Something is pulled out that should remain within, and this happens whenever we identify, and would never happen if we remembered ourselves. Indeed, is it not startling to reflect what extraordinary and grotesque shapes our psychological bodies must be continually assuming, to a being who only sees that aspect of us? He would rarely see, I fancy, a human being, so that it is just as well we are given physical bodies to start off our careers with. He would certainly not see anything organized into a definite and abiding shape, which, by the way, it is our task to make. For we seek to make another body, another shape, apart from our given body, and similar to it in so far that each part is necessary to another part, and to the whole, and the whole is necessary to each part. That is why the work has so many ideas, so many teachings, so many sides, all organized into a whole. And that again is why the work must be entertained by us and enter our will, and not be left on the threshold. The water it offers must be drunk, for water signifies spiritual truth, that is, psychological truth, and it must not be fastidiously refused. It must be drunk by the mind and become psychologically us, just as in the sacrament of the wine and bread the assimilation of the truth and grace of Christ into oneself is signified. For this work has the power of making the psychological body we need, and the arrangement of its ideas is clearer than in the Gospels, where things are not put in order. But it is powerless if we deny it internally. For then how could it have power, since it cannot use the power of outer compulsion? You cannot be horsewhipped into the work, or frightened into it by religious dragons. For the work to enter, you must invite it, and agree with it and will it, and treat it internally with the highest consideration, and the greatest courtesy, and with true delight. I have said to you elsewhere that will is delight. Do you suppose that when the man in one of the parables about the kingdom of heaven, which is the conscious circle of humanity, who found a treasure in the field, sold all he had, and bought the field, do you imagine that he did not feel delight? Why, it is expressly said in the text, "In his joy he goeth, and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that field." Would he have done it if the whole matter were distasteful, or bored him to death, or if he thought it not quite the conventional thing to do? I fancy not. I fancy that his delight was inexpressible on finding, 1. there really was a treasure, and 2. that by giving up a lot of valueless things, that he had hitherto thought valuable, he could gain the treasure. Or do you suppose that the merchant seeking goodly pearls, who found the pearl of great price, and went, and sold all that he had, and bought it, do you suppose that he felt no delight, or that his will and this delight were not one and the same? I cannot conceive the joyous will leading to anything save negative states. One must not sin against the spirit of the work, against a person yes, but not against the work itself. That is not easily forgiven in this or the next life, it is said, or perhaps not in many lives. They observed of Christ that he cast out devils by means of the devil. They explained things on the lowest level. They put an evil interpretation on every good action, and every word of truth spoken, and this was called the unpardonable sin, the thing that will not be easily forgiven. I do not know myself, but I sometimes suspect that enjoying one's negative emotions approaches this condition, and could become bold enough to attack the spirit of the work in the man or woman, and so destroy the soul. At the same time, I know very well that one can be negative for long against a person, and yet not be negative towards the work or the spirit of the work, which is a remarkable thing, and no doubt accounts for the three sins specified by Christ, in the words, "Every sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit shall not be forgiven. And whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but whosoever shall speak against the Holy Spirit, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, nor in that which is to come." To return to the example of jealousy, and something that goes out from us and fastens on the other person. This is, of course, identifying. Whenever we identify, something goes out from us which should not go out. If we could seal ourselves, it would not go out, and so would not happen. But we cannot seal ourselves, and so it does happen. It is always happening. But I believe from experience that we can observe a negative emotion coming, and stop identifying with it in time. If we do not, it puts us in a torture chamber. We may indeed dream that we are led to a seemingly actual torture chamber by the person whom we are jealous of, which shows how clever dreams can be. But I leave you to work that out. I will only say again that something has gone out from you and that you have let it go out and it tortures you, and it is all yourself, and so you are jealous of yourself. All this could not happen if we remembered ourselves, for that seals us. Amwell 6.10.51. Emotions that shut. In connection with the emotional center, and its power over us for good and evil, we spoke last time about how a change of emotion can change any situation. As an instance, jealousy was taken. A wave of jealousy changes everything in a moment. It is as if a door suddenly slams within us and shuts out everything pleasant. Psychologically speaking, we are now in prison. Can you see in a vision how everywhere, all over the world at every moment, similar doors are slamming and millions of people are putting themselves in prison? The enjoyment of jealousy apparently blinds us to the place it puts us in and outweighs all the discomforts of prison. It has the fatal attraction of opium, and its effects can be as destructive. Unchecked, that is, identified with to the full, it knots and twists the skein of life, and its effects may not be reparable. The faces of those who have indulged freely in jealousy in the past are often horrible, and always disagreeable. The emotion certainly does not make people more beautiful. But one may reach a stage where one earnestly, and how earnestly, prays to be delivered. At this stage one enjoys the emotion no longer. What helps here is a growing consciousness of the prison, and its squalor, and indeed the filth of the whole condition of being jealous. All progress in emotional development is marked by a dislike of former emotions. The emotion, the feeling of dislike of jealousy, the joy of being free from it and its evil prison house can become strong enough to master it. For you know that one emotion can only be conquered by another and stronger emotion. By itself the intellectual center cannot do this. Reasoning may help, but is not enough. What kinds of jealousy can we observe, and slowly drag, as it were, struggling like snakes, into the light of consciousness which kills them? There is the jealousy of sex. This brings up the question of the relation of jealousy to violence. Among animals at the breeding time jealousy and violence coexist. The males try to kill each other. Then there is the jealousy of ambition. For example, men seeking office can be intensely jealous of one another, and rivalry can murder, as history shows abundantly. Then there is the jealousy of possessions: the bigger house, the larger car, the more jewelry, the louder splash. This does not seem at first sight to lead so easily to violence, but where money is concerned it certainly can. There are other kinds of jealousy also. Now the work teaches that all negative emotions lead ultimately to violence, and jealousy is a negative emotion. I would say simply that all negative states lead to hell, and shut you to everything else. The influences coming down the ray of creation, and received by higher centers, which can change us, are shut out. Now if one believes in nothing else, one can admit that sometimes one is in a better state, and sometimes in a worse one. We know there are far worse states than we usually experience. We can experience hell on earth in more ways than one, externally and internally. This, I repeat, must be admitted even if one believes nothing else, and for those who have difficulty with their inner denial and awkward doubts it can form a starting point beyond argument for the reception of the work. Now, to set about cleansing the Aga and stables of negative emotions, by running the river of the truth of the work teaching through them is real intelligence indeed. And, of course, this task gives one an entirely new angle on life and what one has to do. The results, ideally speaking, would be finally to eradicate violence, for all negative emotions lead down to violence and root in it. No one can be rising in the scale of being unless he is leaving violence more and more behind him. Eventually in one's development violence must go. I will append here an account of an experience I had in connection with this matter some time ago. It is in the form of a dream, and is as follows. The difficult acrostic. The difficult acrostic at the top of the slope is full of the bones of prehistoric animals, the remains of violent things, of beasts of prey, of monsters, of snakes. They go far down into this abyss. There is a plank to cross by, but the air seems full of restraining power, like the invisible influence of some magnet, and this, with the fear of crossing this depth, although the width is not great, holds me back. I cannot say for how long, for there is no ordinary time in all this. Then I find myself across on the other side. What wonderful vision do I now behold! I see someone teaching or drilling some recruits. That is all. At first sight there seems nothing marvelous. He smiles. He indicates somehow that he does not necessarily expect to get any results from what he is doing. He does not seem to mind. He does not show any signs of impatience when they are rude to him. The lesson is nearly over, but this will not make any difference to him. It is as if he said, "Well, this has to be done." One cannot expect much. One must give them help, though they don't want it. It is his invulnerability that strikes me. He is not hurt or angered by their sneers or lack of discipline. He has some curious power, but hardly uses it. I pass on, marveling that he could do it. I could not take on such a thankless task. I come to a place, perhaps a shop, where boats are stored. Beyond is the sea. When I wake I think of this man. To do what he is doing is so utterly contrary to anything I would do. I would need a new will to do it. It would mean I would have to go in a direction I never went in. I thought much about this direction. How could I define it to myself? I would have been violent to those recruits. Yes, that was it. He showed no violence. He had not a will of violence. He seemed purified from all violence. That was the secret. That was the source of the curious power I detected in him. A man without violence. And then I reflected that to reach him I had to get across to the other side of the deep gulf full of the bones of prehistoric beasts, where the non-violent lived and taught, the country of the non-violent, where recruits were being taught. He had nearly finished his lesson. Beyond was the sea, and there were boats stored near it. No doubt when he had finished he was going on somewhere. As for me, I had been given only a glance into the meaning of a new will, a will not based on violence, or on having your own way. I repeat, only a glance. For I knew I had not really crossed that deep gulf filled with the bones of the violent past, and left it behind finally. There were no recruits for me, and certainly none of the waiting boats was mine. But from this glance I know better what going in a new direction is, and what new will purified from violence means. I know also that the possibilities of following this new will and new direction lie in every moment of one's life. Amwell, 13.10.51. Remembering and willing the work. It has been mentioned, and on many occasions emphasized, that if the work is taken only into the memory, and not into the life, it cannot change us, that is to say, to recall the ideas and teachings of the work from time to time so that the memory of them does not fade, is not enough, however carefully it is done. Certainly one side of the work is to remember it. Not to remember it would be like attending classes, say, in French, and remembering nothing of what was said. The result will be that nothing of the language is taken into the memory. This can be due to a person's never realizing that he, or she, must try to register in the memory what is being taught, and that unless he, or she, makes this effort, nothing will ever be learned, whether it be French, or anything else. Not only must what is taught be registered in the memory, but it must also be recalled. Unless it is recalled, it will soon become confused, and muddled up or fade completely. Have you yet noticed that it is very difficult to remember? A person may have an incoherent memory in which nothing is arranged rightly, and in consequence everything is wrongly connected. For such a person, it is necessary to work hard intellectually, and get the ideas arranged in some order. Others may mix up the ideas of the work with the price of bacon, or with what the doctor said to Aunt Sue. In this case there is no sense of scale, and therefore no valuation of the work. Everything is taken on the same level. As a result, everything is jumbled up so there is no proper memory. Again, some really have no capacity to remember ideas, although they can remember things very well. They remember who were at the meeting, and where they sat, but cannot recall anything about what was said. Others again take in very little owing to wrong attitude to the work. For the work to enter, one must have right attitude to it. The sign will then be that it will register on the memory. Again, some may remember words spoken, and nothing else. Behind the words spoken stands an idea. Being blind, they remember only the words. The sign is that if you speak of the same idea, but use different words to express its meaning, they will say, "But you said something quite different last year." This often bewilders them. This literal word memory is useful provided it does not dominate the mind. Mr. O. used to ask people not to listen always to the words, but to the meaning behind them, that is, to try to understand them. Then you will begin to remember the ideas, and then later you may see what are their right connections. But you need also word memory. Often sentences you remember, and did not pay attention to, come back years afterwards, and you see the meaning of them shining through the words. Moreover, we have especially to keep in mind that the work demands the use of a special language. As an esoteric system, it uses special words in special ways. For that reason, people in this work can begin to understand one another, once they learn its language, better than can people in life. In life, the same word may have as many different meanings as the different people who use it. For example, what does the word love mean? For one person in life it has this meaning, for another in life it has a different meaning, and so on. But in the work, if the word was used, one would first ascertain whether conscious or mechanical love were meant. Also, these special words conscious and mechanical used in the work would have to be known, and so on. From all this we can see that a word memory is also necessary in order to take in the work. But to return to the opening sentence of this paper, where it was said that if the work is taken only into the memory, and not into the life, it cannot change. Just recently, in these commentaries, we have spoken of the connection between love and will. It was said that if we had all possible knowledge, but had no love for it, our will could not enter it. That means that if we have no love for the work, we will not will the work. Unless we will the work, it cannot change us, and since this work that we are studying is about change of being, the work will not affect anything. Indeed, it cannot affect anything unless we know that our being attracts our life. If our being remains unaltered, everything else will remain the same, and that will be the case if we do not will the work. If we secretly deny, or sneer at, or hate the work, no connection between our knowledge of it and our level of being can be made. But if we value the work, if we feel love for it, we will our knowledge of the work, and from that do it. The sign of this stage being reached, or rather beginning to be reached, is that the feeling of I changes. This shifting of the feeling of I makes it possible for being to change. But the will must enter the knowledge of the work, and if you have love towards the work, it can only be will for good or goodwill. Then you will have a lamp and oil in it. The strange thing is that a man may have knowledge of the work, and even see the truth of it, and not will it. It may seem strange, but it is so. In this case the union, or esoteric marriage between truth and good will not take place. You will have a lamp but no oil. Many years ago Mr. Ouspensky said the following at one of the London meetings. I was not present at the meeting, but the note was sent to me a few days ago by a member, who was. You will see several connections with all that we have recently been speaking about at meetings here. At a meeting held sometime in 1938, Mr. O spoke about the danger of a division into two which can take place in people. He said that some people can go on for a long time in the work, and there is one side of them which may be useful for the work, and which understands much, but there is another side which is useless and even hostile and negative to the work. He said that a complete division, so to speak, on these lines can take place, and can result in crystallization into two, which is extremely difficult to break down and get right. He said this can come about when people make no effort along the line of will. They do nothing to develop will, and, although one side of them understands a lot, yet it is all useless. The chief characteristic of the state is that although people do understand quite a lot, yet they do nothing about the work. He said there could even be quite a lot of understanding in such cases, but it is all useless. The emphasis was on efforts to develop will, as the way of avoiding this crystallization into two